A very warm good morning to our eminent speakers, Dr. Shruti Ganga, Coordinator of Center for Climate Change and Water Research, Dr. Suraj Kumar Singh, Coordinator of Sustainable Development, faculty members, and to all who are present here from different institutions and countries. I, Priyanka Roy, welcome you all on behalf of Suresh Gyan Vihar University on the second day of 7th Annual International Convention on Climate Change and Water Research. This year's perspective of the convention is sustainability in current scenario, challenges and solutions, with a view of building sustainable society for the future. We are very delighted and eagerly looking forward to have you all involved in the quest of embracing knowledge. Now, taking forward today's technical session, I would like to introduce our first keynote speaker, Dr. A.K. Gosain, Professor Emeritus, Department of Civil Engineering from IIT Delhi. Dr. Gosain is pioneered in the climate change impact assessment in Indian water resources that were incorporated in NATCOM 1 and 2, the two national communication made to the UNFCCs. Professor Gosain contributed to formulation of Ganga River Basin Management Plan, of which he was the team leader of the Water Resource Management Group. He has also formulated the Drainage Master Plan of NCT of Delhi for the Government of Delhi. He is a part of expert community appointed by the National Green Tribunal to suggest solutions to deal with various increasing pollution level in Ganga and Yamuna River. Professor Gosain has to his distinction the formulation of Ganga Act on behalf of Ministry of Water Resources as a member of the committee. Now, on this note and thought, I would like to invite Dr. A.K. Gosain to take forward today's event. Sir, you are most welcome.
Thank you much, and very good morning to all of you. I'll need to upload my presentation. I hope you can see my presentation.
Sir, it's not yet. Yes, sir. Sir, it is presented now.
Okay. So I thought I'll take this opportunity to share with all the participants some of my feelings and concerns about the water security of India, which is very important because water is a precious resource and you cannot do any development without the water availability, and that is only possible if you can manage your water sources properly. So India in general is not having less water if we compare with many other countries. We are having ample amount of water, but if we don't use it appropriately and judiciously, then you will always find that is never sufficient. So presently, the situation about the status of water is very alarming. And we need to understand what is the reason of such a situation coming true in our country. Whereas when we go back around 50 to 60 years, close to independence, we never have felt that we really had an issue of water. It was in abundance. We had all the systems functioning in a very, in a manner, all the natural systems, which is their usual character. So they were performing all their functions, environmental functions and biodiversity functions, as they have been doing for the past many, many years, centuries. So what has gone wrong? And that's important for us, all of us, to understand and brood over. Now, if you see, the demand imposed is more than availability in almost all the basins of the country. Why we talk of basins? Because that is a level at which you can at least quantify what is the resource availability, and every basin is not similar to each other. Ganga has a different character. Within Ganga, the different subsystems of Ganga, like Yamuna, Kosi, and the other subsystems of Ganga, they have their own character. Similarly, if we look at the other big systems, whether it's Mahanadi or Godavari or Krishna or Kaveri, all these systems have their own character. But invariably, in all our river basins, we are finding that the demand imposed is much more than availability. And that is reflected in the falling water tables. See, we have surface water which almost gets replenished on an annual basis because of the rain coming into and falling on the landmass. That is what we get. Majority of that we get during the monsoon period in India. And a part of that rain also gets into the ground and becomes the groundwater. So the groundwater is, the character of the groundwater is also different in different basins. There are some basins which have a very good alluvium. That means there is an aquifer which is very well defined, and it allows water to move within the aquifer from one location to the other location as per the gradient. And in some areas, we have hard rock areas where there's no aquifer, but still there are faults and fissures where the water gets stored. There's a zone which is basically the broken, over the period, even if you have a hard rock, some strata where you have some activity, the biomass activity or the forests are there. So there'll be a degradation over the years, over centuries, and you will have some zone get established which will store some water, but it's not aquifer. It's not having the properties of the aquifer where the water can flow very smoothly. So irrespective of what is the extent of the groundwater, invariably, whether it's the faults and fissures or whether it's the aquifer, we are mining that water, and you must be finding in the news, the Central Groundwater Board keeps on declaring more and more blocks, that is the administrative areas or districts, to be converted into gray zone, where you are using more groundwater than the recharge is happening. So consequently, the water tables are falling there. So that is one of the quite, you can say that that is one of the obvious reason to even assume that your demand is much more than the availability of water resource, which is becoming available in every basin. So that deficit which you are causing in the process, the water table is going down. You are mining the groundwater resource, which is not sustainable. A time will come when, as a society, you would have mined the total groundwater, because the rate of abstraction is much higher than the rate at which the recharge is taking place. There's one of the reasons that we are talking in terms of the artificial recharge and all those things. But my question is that why we should let that happen? Why not to manage this groundwater and the surface water resource in such a way that you don't let a situation come when your demand is more than the availability? And that is what brings in the sustainability. That is how we define the sustainability. So if we go further, that why such a situation has come about? Because in the name of development, we keep on increasing more and more programs, which are done with a good intent. Programs like the Watershed Management Program, which is a huge program where the government is giving money to allow people to, through the NGOs and through local action, to create check dams, to have other storages created, and do all the kind of interventions which allow more recharge. This is what we call rainwater harvesting. And also, our other demands are increasing because of the increased population, because of our progress in terms of having more industry, having more urban areas where we are needing more water to be supplied to the people. And we are also having many projects where we want to bring more and more area under irrigation. So if you look at the overall demand, the distribution of the demand, majority of this demand is for irrigation purpose, which might be from 83% to 85%. The other demands are all put together, the industrial demand and the domestic demand, all to put together, they'll be in the range of around 15%. But we have not been able to, though we have organizations we are having at the national level and at the state level, which are supposed to deal with this water resource management. They are called water resource departments. But they don't have the capability and they are not tuned to look into these aspects of how to collate the overall demand. Broadly, yes, they say that, okay, this is the overall water availability and this is how we have divided the water amongst various usages. But then there is no checkpoints, there is no mechanism to really find out what is happening actually in the system, in the basin, through various mechanisms, and that is what is missing. So in the process, we don't have a trade-off between, when we design new projects, we don't have a trade-off between how to cater to the competing demands, how to address the new demands. We have all the organizations in place. We have the Ministry of Environment and Forest, which is giving the environmental impact assessment. They go through those reports and everything is done. But majority of that is still not sufficient, is not adequately handled, where these issues which we are addressing, which we are looking at, they can be truncated, they can be stopped, they can be, the decisions can be taken that in a particular basin, we have already exhausted the level of demand which the basin can cope up with, and you cannot impose any further demand. Those are the situations where we need to really, if it doesn't happen otherwise, we have to go in for the legislation. We have to go for the rules and regulations to be imposed. And so far, there is another issue that so far, in all this process, when we add up the demand, we have not considered the environmental demand at all. There is an environmental demand, which is the demand of the rivers, the demand of the drains, and the drainage system themselves, because they are housing a large extent of flora and fauna. So if you destroy those things, it will have a very bad implications on society. The environmental demand we have been ignoring at all. For example, when you put a dam in a river, we stop the total water, and there are stretches which are totally devoid of water. There might be some water generated later on because of the groundwater contribution, that might be happening. But there is no continuity in the flow of the water. The same is true in the case of Ganga and Yamuna also. At Hatnikund, we are diverting the total flow into the eastern and western Yamuna canal, and nothing flows downstream. Till even Delhi. So Delhi, only you are putting some sewage from Delhi, which becomes the flow in the river, which is not actually the flow. The water is not coming from the upstream. Whatever water you see behind that Wazirabad barrage, that is the water which has been let out from the canal into the river again to be picked up by Delhi for its for fulfilling its domestic demand. So there are issues of a similar kind everywhere in every system, that the environmental flows are not, that there is a rule, and the Supreme Court has given the directive that the environmental demand, which they have fixed at around 10 cubic meter per second, and the non-monsoon period for Yamuna, that has to be released at the barrage, which is the Hatnikund barrage. But that is not happening. Even if it is happening, it's not effective. I'll come to that situation later, why it's not effective. So there are many players which are working on this common resource, the common water resource, which are not talking to each other, which are not even knowing that what the other department has already made a program, and they have targeted the same resource which was there, which was a common resource. That is something which is the ground reality. So even now, when we look at, there is a new program which has been announced that will supply water to every household. Now the question is that, have we resolved that? What will be the source points for that water to be supplied to the households? It's a good idea, I mean, there's no doubt. But if you are not generating new water, already you are having deficit, and you make another program, it'll be coming from somebody else's demand. So either they won't be getting their demand what they were getting, or this program which is targeting to supply, they will make the infrastructure, but the water won't be available. So that brings us to a situation where you need to scientifically see these problems and use the technologies which are available now in an effective manner, so that you are knowing that what you are doing, what are the actions you are taking, and what are the implications of those actions. So sustainability is a major question, is a major concern, and scientifically, as a philosophy, to check the sustainability, the integrated water resource management philosophy has been promoted scientifically for many, many years, and even we also claim as a country that we have been using those guidelines, the integrated water resource management. Integration means that all the demands which are there started or brought up by different departments, it has to be integrated at a level which is the river basin level. The river basin, if we see, this is a depiction of a small drainage basin. So you have different drains, and the basin boundary, what it means is that we define the basin boundary in a manner that, looking at the terrain, which is the part of the terrain which will contribute to the river. So that will depend on what are the slopes and what are the gradients of the terrain. And then we demarcate the boundary that if there is this particular drain, this area, if the rain falls on this area, it will be moving towards this and contributing to this river. Similarly, all this area, if my target point is this location, which is the end point of the drain, of the stream or the river, then this whole area will be contributing to the rain falling over this whole area will be contributing to this location. And this will be called the catchment of this drain or this river. Similarly, there are sub-areas if you want to divide because the river gets contribution from other smaller rivers, and that is what happens. And as we go downstream, the river size keeps on increasing, the area keeps on increasing. And the reason why we adopt the strategy of using the river basin as an area, because it's a natural area which is bounded by the area contributing to the river. And the reason is that we can do the scientific calculations. We know that this is the area which contributes to the river. You can then find out how much rain has fallen on that area, how much is the amount of runoff which will be generated, and that will depend on many other factors. And you can then have the checkpoints that this is, if I observe the flow at that location, which is the end point of the river, I know that this is on an average, it can vary from year to year, but on an average, I get this much water from this area at this location of the river. So that becomes your surface water resource availability to be used for all competitions. Now, it doesn't stop here because these river systems, what I have shown you in the previous slide, is a natural system. We keep on interfering with these systems, which is natural because the man-made actions are required for various purposes. And as a mankind, everywhere you have taken actions which are supporting your requirements. So if we look at a managed system, you might be having a lot of interventions done on that natural area in the form of maybe somewhere you have created a dam and stored the water. So the flows which were earlier taking place as a natural system are going to be different now because it'll be governed by how you are operating the reservoir which you have created the dam at the dam. It'll also be the other possibilities can be that you have created a barrage somewhere and diverted some of the water into the canals for irrigation purpose, or you might be pumping out some of the water from the river directly, and that you are utilizing for some urban area, or all those kinds of situations are there. Then once we are having the water used in the urban areas, you are generating sewage and sending some of the sewage back into the river. So you have taken the clean water, but you have sent a polluted water if you're not treating through a sewage treatment plant. So these are the things which we call the managed system, the man-made interventions. And there are various kinds of man-made interventions. You are even, if I just look at that, you are having an irrigated area where you are doing the irrigation. You might be picking up some water from the river itself and then dumping for the irrigation purpose. And in the process, since you are using a lot of fertilizers, the chemicals, the other pesticides, some part of those, if you are overutilizing those, will be flowing back into the river as a return flow through the ground or through the surface as part of the surface runoff, and some part might be polluting the groundwater. So those are what we call non-point sources of pollution. Likewise, I'm just giving you some examples that how we are making difference to these natural systems in a manner which has its own implications. So if we really need to manage the water resources in a proper manner, the river basin management plans have to be formulated. So those have to be developed. And recently we had, as consortium of IITs, the Ministry of Environment and Forest had given us a task. So collectively we had developed the river basin management plan for Ganga River, which was done some time ago, and the reports were given to the ministry. And some actions are being taken. And that's the only way forward. So while doing that, what you need to do, you now need to first find out what is the water resource availability, both in the temporal and the spatial scale. Temporal means in time, how it changes from month to month, from year to year also, the distribution patterns are different. And in the space also, some parts of the river basin might be getting less water, some parts might be getting more water. And that is what the resource availability can be lumped or it can be distributed over the area. But you can find out how much is the resource availability as a normal year, as a year which is a bad year, a dry year, or a surplus year. So there can be various ways of looking at those things. But the long-term average will give you a normal year that this is approximate annual available resource at a known location, which is available from the natural resources. And then you have to also analyze what is the present and the future demands. Now your future demands can increase because of your urbanization, because of your more industrialization, because of your more water to be brought under irrigation and more area to be brought under irrigation. All those can be reasons for your future demands. And then the main thing is that we also need to address this issue that how efficiently we are using the present water. Do you have the benchmarks? For example, if we talk of irrigation, which is the biggest demand in India, now if we are using the water for irrigation at an efficiency which is around 30%, that is our actual, the national efficiency of water use for irrigation is around 30%. There are areas which are having less than 30%. There are areas, some areas which are having slightly more than 30%. So if the yardstick, the other countries are by changing the methods, you can enhance this efficiency of irrigation from 30% to 60%. Then you need only half the water of the present demand which you are having from the agriculture. And that is a huge amount of water which can be released. So that is one possible mechanism which needs to be used. Then you also need to understand what is the environmental status, because your environmental demand is very important. So how much should be an environmental demand of a particular river system? You have to do scientific studies to understand what kind of species those rivers are supporting, their floodplains and the rivers put together, because the different species have their different demands. Their habitats are different. So you need to understand that for a specific river, how much should be the environmental flow, which should become an essential demand for that river. So you have to take out that demand and then look at the remaining availabilities, the remaining availability of water, which can be used for other demands put together. Only then you can say that if you remain within that availability of water, then you can say that you have achieved a sustainability level which can go on if the conditions of resource availability don't change. Now here comes another problem, that is not now true, because as long as the climate change implications were not there, we were assuming that there is a stationarity of this The series might be different. Every year might bring in a different amount of water because of the interannual variability. But in the long term average, if I take 50 years, immediately past 50 years and 50 years before that, then the mean value will be similar. That means there is a stationarity in the availability of the flow, and the flow is something which has not having a trend, is not increasing or is not decreasing over a longer period. Whereas that is now is not true anymore. With the climate change implications, we are having the trends in the temperatures, and that is influencing your total air circulation and the land phase and then the hydrological cycle, the way the water is being picked up from the oceans and brought onto the land mass, and all that is changing because of that disturbance in due to the global warming. So now we cannot even take that as a basis that amount of or the extent of water resource for a particular area will remain similar in terms of the long-term perspective. With that, the additional problems are many more. So if we need to handle now all these things, the requirements which are put together, you need to have information bases, the information frameworks which can be put together and which can keep on giving you all this variable information, and that needs to be used for the policy making. And the policy making has to be done with the consensus of all the stakeholders. That is something which is the new norm, because people are otherwise are not willing to accept the directives. They cannot be forced onto you in a democracy. So it is becoming more and more important to take all those routes which are scientific routes. So science has many such frameworks, many such models which are available in literature, and we have been using many in the scientific community. People are using a range of models which are meant for different purposes. There is a hydrological model which can give you the assessment of, on the basis of rainfall, how much is the amount of water which you might be getting at different locations in your basin. In the hydraulic model, where you can see that how the flood which comes into the river, how it moves, how it spreads out in the floodplains, and what kind of various other implications it can bring about. The water quality models, as I was mentioning, the point source and the non-point source, how you can model that how these pollutants will move. The groundwater model, how the groundwater and surface water interaction takes place, how the water moves underground. And the environmental model can find out what is the requirement of different environmental systems and how you can formulate those. And ultimately, the system models is another range of models which can give you how you can optimally allocate the water if you know all the demands, what is the best way to manage those demands. So all these things are now, since they are not standalone, they interact with each other. We need frameworks which can allow interoperability. And there are frameworks available now which can provide the interoperability. I'll now also give you some glimpse of at least the hydrological models, what the hydrological models can do for you. So I'm just taking a case of one specific model which we have been using. very often. And we have been also part of the development of this model and the development team. This is a model which is a freeware known as Soil and Water Assessment Tool. And I'd also like to know how much is the time, how we are going with the time. 10:36.
Sir, 10 more minutes, sir.
10 more minutes, okay.
Yes, sir.
Because that is important to know so that I can accordingly.
Yes, sir.
So, in a hydrological model, you basically formulate a model which mimic all the natural processes using the mathematical equations. And once you have done this, then you can use the model, set up the model for any specific basin. This is the example of what we did for the Ganga. So this model, in general, the basic characterization has to be done using the terrain of the area. This is the terrain of the total Ganga basin. This is what we call digital elevation model. Then you need the land use and you need the soil. Because these are the major components. The land use will decide how much will be the runoff generation. Because if it's a paved area, it will produce almost 95% of the runoff. If it's a natural area, it'll soak a lot of water, which is basically getting into the soil. And this amount of water which will go into the soil depends on the soil properties. That's why the soil matrix is important, that we need to know what is the different soil layers in the depth of the soil. And then you can also divide the whole area into smaller areas, and then we model that when the rain comes, what is the fate of the rain. And that is what is the strength of these models. It can generate knowing the rainfall and the other parameters of weather conditions and the characteristics of the basin. You can generate the flow which you are going to observe at any specific location. So this is the outcome of the modeling effort, that we could know what is the knowing the precipitation, how much is the flow generation capability of each area, what is the actual evapotranspiration as per the land use, what is the groundwater recharge which is taking place, and every other component of the water, where it has gone. And then these models are also calibrated and validated, which means that if we have the observed flows observed by the Central Water Commission or any such organization at a location, there what the model has produced, and when you compare the two, if they are similar, that means you have hit the jackpot, you have validated the model, you have captured all the properties of the basin, and in a manner that is reproducing the same flow what the nature is doing for you. So such models are, in the case of Ganga River Basin Management Plan, we use this model to go back in the historic time and find out, if we had not done the development, if we had not diverted the waters and created those storages, what would have been the groundwater table in the pre-monsoon conditions and the post-monsoon conditions. Now, this is otherwise not possible, because if we are trying to bring back the health of the groundwaters, the health of the basin with respect to the groundwater, we need to set a target that the groundwater table should be allowed to not go below this particular level. And then you can do the legislation. And that can be reflected by making various decisions that the pumping has to be regulated, and all those other things which are causing this has to be captured properly. So it can be done only if you know that what is the right groundwater table level, which is a pre-development level. So we could find that, and then we could find out how much is the actual drawdown which has happened over the past years. Similarly, we could also, doing the groundwater modeling and the surface water or the hydrological modeling in conjunction, we could also find out that because of the
groundwater abstraction, which is done to the extent which is presently being done. What are the implications? So what is happening is that because of the groundwater table going so low, usually the groundwater table when the rain occurs in the monsoon, it comes to a level where it starts contributing to the river and is a slow movement of water, it's not like surface water. It allows the water to feed the river because the river level is lower than the groundwater table once the is replenished by the rainfall in the monsoon. So think of a situation where the groundwater table has gone down, is below the river level. Then there's a reversal of flow taking place. The river will lose water to the groundwater. And that is what is happening. That is what we could quantify using these two modelings in conjunction. All these red areas and the yellow areas and the other, these are the stretches in Ganga which are losing water to the groundwater, which is unnatural. So if you want the system to behave in a proper manner, in a manner which is a natural pristine conditions, then it should be gaining water from the groundwater to bring up its perenniality. So likewise, the science can be used to really bring out many such implications which otherwise are not possible. And that is what we had told the government, that if you really want to sustain these systems, if you want to make them sustainable, then the actions have to be taken, how the demands have to be controlled, how you can enhance the efficiencies. So the rainwater harvesting is not the solution. By doing the rainwater harvesting, you are only moving water from one location to the other location. You are not generating any water. So if you want to be really doing a proper management, the management has to be done to enhance efficiencies, reduce so that the demands are reduced. And in addition, you can also reuse the water. The same water can be used multiple times. You have picked up some water, given to the urban areas, they have generated the sewage, and that sewage is again treated and you reuse that water. So in the process, you reduce the demands. Same is true for the industry. Industries also. Industries can be asked to treat their effluent, reuse their water in their processes, and that has been happening now. Many industries have started doing that. Similarly, this is the nutshell, the overall basin level scientific requirements or the controls and the management which is required. But when you come to the local areas, just to talk of the drainage master plan of Delhi, which we did. Now here, this is something which is true for every other city also, that we have cities created, we are supplying them the water, people are having the toilets in their homes, and we are generating the sewage. That sewage is either in some of the small towns is put into the drains and is spread all over the area, which is creating problems, or it is going through the sewer lines which are there, but in a place like Delhi, the sewerage system is so old and is not maintained properly. So we have many such locations where the sewer lines are broken and the sewage is flowing into the drains. And the pollution problem of Delhi, the Yamuna is getting all the sewage, is not directly put into the Yamuna, is carried through smaller drains in Delhi, and Delhi has around 200 natural drain segments, and not even a single drain segment of Delhi is there which is not carrying sewage, which is a very serious problem in a capital city of India. If the sewage is not being handled properly, and we don't have the capacity to, we are only able to, as of now, not more than 50% of the sewage is being treated. We don't have the capacity, we don't have the sewage treatment plants. With no new treatment plants are coming up, but still, unless they function properly, unless you have the sewage networks which are created, which can carry the sewage to the sewage treatment plants, the problem is not going to be over. So we had analyzed, while analyzing the drainage systems of Delhi, we found that the drainage system is already preoccupied by the sewage. They should be dry during the non-monsoon period. They are not dry, they are all wet also. And then we also saw that the drains were there when Delhi, when they are age old, and Delhi kept on developing. So in many parts, every drain has its own catchment area, as I was explaining earlier. So in the similar manner, the natural slopes, they allow water to move to the lower elevation, and each drain has its own carrying, it has its own catchment area. So that catchment area decides how much, when the rain comes, how much volume of water will be generated and will be passing through the drain. So that is what we started with. We created a network of drains and then identified their areas, and then knowing that what kind of areas they are now. If they are paved areas, the runoff generation will be much higher. So that is something which is true for every city. The drains are same, but the runoff generation is much more. So the same drain which was getting half the volume of water for the same rain, now is getting double the amount of water. So it's bound to be creating the flooding conditions. What we need to do, that is what we have to analyze. We have to find out mechanisms that where this water, surplus water, which we have generated by paving the areas, can be taken. Can it be taken as in some detention storages? Can it be taken to the water bodies which we have lost in most of the cities? Or can it be taken to some areas where it can be used for inducing recharge? So we have given some suggestions to Delhi government. For example, we have said that regenerate water bodies, we have shown them how the connections can be done, how the whole the other numerical competitions are done to quantify those things, and we have given all those details. Then we also said that you can induce the recharge. The rainwater harvesting is best done if you can do it without spending any money. So we have the parks, many hundreds of parks are there in Delhi. These parks can be depressed by 1 foot and let the water from the colonies be taken to those parks. And these parks will be taking only 1 day or 1.5 days to soak the whole water and let it go deeper into the ground, because in Delhi also the groundwater table is falling. So these are some of the options which are very easy to manage, and it can do a lot of good. But there are many more things which are given. I think those people who are interested, you can look at, I think it is on the net, the Delhi Drainage Master Plan report is there. Similarly, we, I think I'd like to now wind up in a couple of minutes. We also have done the very extensive work on the climate change implications to the water resources, where we have, after doing the preliminary modeling of setting up the models for all the basins, then we have imposed the climate change projections which are made by the climate models till the end of the century, and then quantified what will be how the various things are happening, where we are going to get more floods, what is the siltation problem going to happen because of the higher erosion, what are the implications to the low flows, what are the implications to the drought conditions, all those things. And again, there are papers which we have put in current science. I think that those are easily available. You can also have a look at those. One recent thing which we have done, We also have a company which is incubated by the IIT system. So most of the work, my work, they get engaged in that. Now these two sites which you can note down. This one site is giving you a lot of information on the climate, all the climate variabilities and other related things for the whole India. And there's a very, very huge information is there. There's another link which we have recently done this work where we are doing the real-time flood forecasting of all the river systems using the rainfall forecast of the India Meteorological Department, which is made available to us. And we are doing the flood warning for all the area. Now this I'll just skip. These are the further details of the previous, I have mentioned the previous, the climate change site, where you have various kinds of, the interactive thing, you can look at that. And this is a case for the flood forecasting, which I have just shown for the Mahanadi River Basin, where we have helped the Orissa government to set up this system for Mahanadi, and where first the Mahanadi has been modeled because there are a huge number of projects, around 220 projects have been implemented, because the forecast have to take into account what those projects are, how they are being managed and how they are influencing the forecast. This ultimately you get at any location on the basis of the rainfall forecast. You can know what is going to be the flow at that location of your choice for the rainfall, which is forecasted rainfall, as well as the last 2 days of the observed rainfall. Now this is very useful not only for flood forecasting also, but even now on a daily basis we are still doing the modeling of all the basins on a daily basis as we get the forecast from IMD. Even if there is no rainfall, still the model keeps on working to find out what will be how the moisture conditions will change in the basin depending on the land use and the weather conditions which are imposed, because we are also using all the weather parameters. And this can be a good outcome for the farmers' advisory, because farmers can know what will be the condition of their soil for the next 10 days, so that they know whether they will need the irrigation or they won't need the irrigation, and they can take appropriate actions. So these kind of things we keep on doing, and is a very, very, and you can just go to these sites and play with them, and you will find many more additional information from them. We are also doing another project right now. We are looking at the water security of Delhi, where we are starting from the Yamuna Basin and coming to the Delhi and looking at all the intricacies of the water resources, all kinds of, all forms of water, and then looking in totality how it should be managed properly. So I think I'll just wind up here, that if you really want to address this issue of water source management in a proper manner, you have to use hydrological units for planning, map all interventions, assess availability of water resources, assess the total demand imposed, and plan for demand management if there is deficit, and create evidences through observational network. That means you have to have checkpoints of all these things, and you have to create evidences that whatever you are saying, it is really true, and only then you can convince the other stakeholders. And you have to formulate at the basin level. If it's beyond the state, then you have to have a board where all these things need to be addressed. And the strategies have to be evolved. Whatever we have lost in terms of the hydrological and environmental health of the basins, we need to have strategies to regain those. only then we can survive as a society. Thank you much. I'll just stop here.
Thank you very much, sir, for such a wonderful lecture on water resource management, hydrological modeling. This is Dr. Varun this side from Center for Climate Change and Water Research. We have received several questions, but due to time limitation, I would like to take one or two questions from the participants. So the first question is from Amrish Saini. He wants to know how we do find the potential zones for artificial groundwater recharge.
That is not a very difficult question, because India has now embarked on the aquifer mapping. So the whole country is being covered, and to look at the geology and the strata together, you have to find out which are the zones which are recharge zones, where the water can be allowed to move into the ground and then get collected as the groundwater. So there's something which is going to become available very soon. The Central Groundwater Board is already working on that outputs of the aquifer mapping, where they are doing the total analysis of the country and identifying the strata which is available in different parts, and then identifying using the strata that which are the ones which are the locations which are more prone or more advantageous for the recharge. The question is that recharge is not going to give us all the solutions. See, the recharge, if you suppose you want to do more recharge, now you have to also think that as of now, presently, this water which you want to recharge, it was going somewhere. The way it was going, unless you know that, it might be going to a reservoir which you have constructed. Now, if you are taking this water away and putting into the ground to enhance the groundwater storage, then this water won't be going to the reservoir which you have created for catering to the other demands. So basically, you have moved the water from the reservoir to the ground, which is not any gain. In the overall story, in the next story, it's not a gain of water. So the gain will only come if you manage your demands. It should be very well understood. And people are using all these things that by doing the recharge will, and they also say that this will reduce flooding. Yes, it might reduce flooding, but floods are not bad. Floods are also required. Floods are part of the natural system. If you will stop all the floods, it will have other repercussions.
Thank you very much, sir. And sir, next question is from Priyanka. She wants to know how the interlinking of rivers in India will help to manage the water security issues.
See, the interlinking of rivers was a phenomena which is around 70 years old. And at that time, the conditions were different. Even when Mr. Prabhu had a meeting with me, and I mean, it's a long time back, around maybe 15 years ago. And at that time also, I had mentioned that as a country, we have to think in terms of have we taken care of all the other options which are available to us to manage our water resources? Because this is a very expensive option. And this option has a very big assumption that there is a donor basin and there is a recipient basin. So the Ganga and Brahmaputras are assumed to be donor basin, and the other basins which are going to get the water, they are the recipient basins. Now with the climate change implications, if the glaciers are gone, then Ganga and Brahmaputra may not remain the donor basins anymore. Their character will be different. So you are going to make a huge investment which runs into lakhs of crores. Have we taken care of all the other methods of containing our demand? The first priority I'll give to change of the irrigation methods. We can adopt more efficient irrigation methods than the flooding methods which we are using now. That can take care of our problem to a very large extent. So I think many a times in those quarters, people are very keen in having big projects which can be used to spend a huge amount of money, but they don't look at other smaller projects which are equally effective and maybe in some cases more effective. So we need to really do proper studies, do proper scientific studies, and come out with those. At that time also, I was very keen in knowing that they should share with the academia all the plans which they are made for interlinking, and let it be scrutinized. Let it be compared with other options available, and then let the country take a decision. So I feel that as an individual, I don't think that that is a good option for the country at this time.
Thank you very much, sir. Thanks for such a wonderful and insightful lecture on water resource management. We have received several questions, but due to time lag, we are not able to take all the questions. Now, I would like to again hand over the session to Ms. Priyanka Roy to further introduce our next speaker and consecutive lecture.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Dr. Varun. Thank you, Dr. A.K. Gosain, sir, for sensitizing us on the issue of water security for India. Now, taking forward today's technical session, I would like to introduce our second keynote speaker, Dr. Rajan Kumar Kotru. Dr. Rajan Kumar Kotru is a lead strategist at Redefine Sustainable Thinking and an alumni of Ludwig-Maximilians Universität München, Germany. He has worked as a head of regional program for transboundary landscape for International Center for Integrated Mountain Development at Nepal. Dr. Rajan is an international sustainable development expert with a career expanse of 30 years and experience and expertise in the area of South Asia, Europe, and USA. His work has received globally renovation with Renewable Natural Resource Foundation Outstanding Achievement Award in the year 2018. He has worked as a key advisor in national and international policy development and helped finding climate smart, eco-friendly solutions dedicated to poor and disadvantaged rural and urban communities. Now, on this thought, I would like to invite Dr. Rajan Kumar Kotru to take the session forward. Sir, you're most welcome.
Yes, good morning to a very knowledgeable audience here. Just a question before I start, whether I should present from my side or you have my presentation or you're presenting?
Yes, sir, it is presented, sir.
Okay, I can see it. Thank you very much. So let me go ahead. First of all, again, good morning. It is a privilege to be presenting to a very knowledgeable audience on climate change. As the title goes, you're talking about building sustainable society for future. And that is very much in line with what I'm presenting today. The title, Climate Change Resilience Building through Transboundary Cooperation in South Asia. I must say that before we go ahead, Stephen Hawking, before he died, he made a remark that if we manage our planet the way we are at the moment, in a few hundred years of time, we will need a new planet. So I think nothing had changed since he died. So we are really bracing up for some key problems with this planet when it comes to climate change and its impact. So we can really go to the next slide, just to give you an idea what I'll be presenting. There will be a kind of a small inputs to climate change fallouts. And then I will be talking about resilience building aspects, how sociologists are thinking what resilience building actually would entail. And third is the transboundary cooperation. In my previous work at ICIMOD, we could demonstrate that the basis for regional cooperation as we want for climate change could be the transboundary landscapes where countries can come together and actually work together on different issues which actually contribute towards climate change mitigation and adaptation. So let's also talk about a few slides I have really adapted based on some previous work, ECMWD work, as well as Asian Development Bank, World Economic Forum had something to say. So I've used some of those slides in an adapted form and just wanted to say right up front. Now, if we go forward, we will see that, can you please change the, yeah, we'll see that the temperatures have been increasing, and that's why the phenomenon of global warming, as we've been talking about, is very much manifested, that temperatures are increasing. And if you see from 1880 to 2020, especially, it is going upwards, and it is going faster upwards since 70s and 80s, very much evident. And I would say that you keep on, going to the next slide. We have another phenomena here, which is, if you talk about temperature increase, we often talk about greenhouse gas emissions. And out of those greenhouse gases, carbon dioxide is one of the foremost, gases which is causing this warming. And we have data, at least analysis, which talks about that actually this was very much stable till the industrial era on this planet, say 18th century somewhere, mid-18th century, when Europe came with big and huge industrialization phenomena. And today, when we see the ppm part of carbon dioxide, we are almost reaching 400, whereas it was on the average 250 for all these years and going up and down somewhere. And this would mean that carbon dioxide in the atmosphere will impact our climate, our biosphere, our atmosphere, our meteorology. So climate for decades to come will definitely challenge us. And that would mean, and is very much manifested at this point of the time, by extreme weather events, very much known, the hurricanes, very erratic monsoon, and very stronger monsoon in some parts of the world when it comes to rainfall and when it comes to seasonal precipitation. Let's go to the next slide, please. These are some of the pictures I thought better show you. And if I might elaborate on these, we are very much talking about forest fires. We are talking about melting Arctic. We are talking about waste actually on this planet creating emissions. And we are also talking about actually run-of-the-mill business is still going on. We are still adding to our emissions rather than mitigating emissions. So that has to be kept in view when we talk about climate change, because in years to come, not much is going to change when it comes to contributing to greenhouse gas emission. Maybe some parts of the world, yes, where there are stricter code of conduct, where people have adjusted, people are changing their lifestyles, and they have created some institutional mechanisms to actually mitigate. And that is not the case in South Asia as yet. Let's go to the next slide, please. This would also mean to see some of the marked signs of climate change. We've been talking about floods happening, changing rain and snow patterns, shrinking glacier cover. I myself worked in Kailash landscape between India, China, and Nepal for 6 years. And we know that the Kailash region, which has several glaciers, almost in 3 decades, 22% of glaciers are vanished. And not to forget, we are talking about rising sea levels. Imagine Mumbai, imagine Bangladesh in 30 years' time, 50 years' time, 60, 70% of the land being underwater. And not to forget forest fires, especially in Australia, California, and our own Himalayas. When we get into the months of March, April, and May, you all have seen how many of our forests are burning. And it's not only anthropogenic impact, it's also direct impact of climate, as temperatures are increasing in the mountains as well due to the amplification effect in the mountains. And that's why the biggest argument that the world has set after the Paris Agreement and also the IPCC report 2018 talks about we better limit to 1.5 degrees Celsius limit. But that's not going to happen because already in the mountains, the temperature increase has been about 2.5. So you can imagine by year 2050 or 21st century, the temperatures will be much higher in the mountains, and that would mean a different situation for our glaciers and snow cover. Let's go to the next slide, please. Now we have a picture. It was the Himalayan impact monitoring and kind of a report which 300 scientists prepared. I would say ICIMO did a wonderful job while preparing this report. And it does talk about that if business as usual continues and we don't manage our 1.5 degrees Celsius temperature limit by 2050, then 64% of the current glacier cover will be vanishing. And that would really mean a different ball game for our river basins, which Mr. Gosain was talking about. For instance, Indus Basin, Brahmaputra Basin, and Ganges, because if we say 64% of snow and glacier cover will be finished, so you can imagine what it means for these basins, as also Mr. Gosain was telling us a couple of minutes back. But that would also mean that a lot of disasters will happen, and they have started already. The lower right slide will show you big blue circles. That would mean also the dimension of the disaster, where hundreds and thousands of people get, in a very, very shorter period of time, homeless, they die, and we have casualties. So that shows the dimension of the disasters. And we know already, we had just a few weeks back, we had a big disaster in Bihar with flood, and also in Nepal. So that's all partly related to climate change, as we say. We go to the next slide, please. Yeah, I think we'll have to find a solution that I probably operate from here. Otherwise, I lose a lot of time. If you can give me a tip, maybe I open my presentation. Is it okay? Hello?
Yes.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
That will give a better, in a way, speed to my presentation. Just a second. I was here. So if I say share, just let me know, please, whether you can see the presentation. If not, then probably I'll have to. Can you see the presentation if I am moving from here?
No, sir. Still, it's not shared.
It's not shared. So where do I go? I go to that share.
Wait for a minute. Share now option here.
There's a share option. I pressed it. Yes.
Share entire screen or particular window.
Okay. Yeah. I have shared the entire screen. Is that working?
Then, sir, you have to open the presentation again.
Okay.
You have to click on the presentation.
Actually, presentation is open. My presentation is actually open, and then I'm in the slide which you were just now showing. So
where the entire screen share is coming, there will be some windows. You have to click on one of the window.
Okay, just let me see. Slide sorter. No, that can't be. Comments, display. Maybe display. No.
The present now option is there.
So present now.
There is an option present now. You have to select there, and then you can go for the option entire screen or a Chrome tab, a window. Which one you can see?
Present now. Let me display setting. Just a second. Now
Sir, after present one more screen will come.
Display settings, appearance, comments. Is this the one? No, share. No, sorry, too dumb to really continue. I think we should then go by your method as your, just a second.
Pranay, please share the screen.
No, it's not show everyone. Done. No. Sorry, actually, you should please continue, and then I have to probably every few minutes I have to say, change the slide, please. Yeah, please show the presentation. Okay. Please show the presentation.
So it has already been presented, so it will take some time to come on the screen, sir.
Okay.
It is there on the screen now, sir.
Okay. Not on my screen, is it?
Sir, please pin to C3W event.
Okay. Absolutely sorry for this mishap. Okay, I can see it now. Okay. Now, it's not only about climate, and if you're all aware, 60 to 85% of people across the globe are still living from biodiversity. If you see, for instance, forest cover in the Himalayas or anywhere in the plains of South Asia, the people are still dependent on biodiversity for their livelihoods, for their food security, and for their overall, living on this planet. And we know that there was an IPBES report of 2019, and that has clearly given us messages. And one of the key messages is that actually the ecosystem functions and biodiversity services are deteriorating worldwide. And that's a huge challenge for anyone who is trying to mitigate and adapt to climate change, because one of the mitigation and adaptation challenges will be how we are able to, get hunger out of this world, get poverty out of this world, and that will not happen unless biodiversity is secured, sustained, and conserved. And that would also mean that all the SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, which are interlinked, 1 to 17, and climate action is under number 13, all of them are interlinked. You can't do one without the other. So therefore, climate action cannot be without climate action being done in SDG 1 and SDG 2 or SDG 13 and 15. And nature can be conserved. Yes, we have a lot of evidence for that. We have good practices, and it depends on us how we build on that. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. I hope. Hello.
Sir, it has already come. Sir, it just takes 2 minutes, a few seconds to change, sir.
Yeah, that's a bit.
So can you see the next slide, sir?
Not yet. I'm only in the IPBS one.
So the slide has already changed. Okay, sir.
Yes, it is clear.
Okay.
So it is, the next slide has come, sir.
Okay. Now, I think before we go, we have to really see what's happening globally and how the world is thinking about climate change. And you have to agree that due to pandemic, which we are undergoing, that climate change agenda has taken a backseat. We know that several events at the global level were actually cancelled, and we are also not aware how effective will be this year's COP, if at all it is happening with the dimension which it has been happening in the previous years. And we also know that due to several challenges each country is facing, including the superpowers, that we are running into an economic recession. And just agree to me that when there's economic recession and also environment and climate change will take a backseat. And we know that it's no longer just the human and economic cause of the pandemic sparking the concern of scientists and humanitarians, but also the lot of risks which are associated with it. So I think that is something which needs to be taken into consideration. The next slide, please. What is important is that there are certain human activities and behaviors of which we all are part. Our lifestyles are very individualistic. We have turned into a consumerist animal. We are still, as I said, from the EC mode report, HIMAP report, that if we go with the business as usual and the emissions, the current level of emissions as it is maintained, we will have a serious problem, and they will be maintained because our energy sector, transport sector are still going out with energy use as they have been going for last 10 years. Though there are programs which are underway, which are trying to get into solar energy, wind energy, and other non-conventional energy friendly energies. The emission-friendly energies. But on the other hand, deforestation is on because people are dependent on forests. Forest degradation is on. Just remember, 20%, right up to 20% of emissions are emerging from forests on this planet. And we know that still on this planet, 11 to 13 million hectares of forest gets destroyed every year. But also a lot of industrial input we are getting, fertilizers, that industry is still on, agriculture, the animal farming, the methane creation, the improper waste disposal, improper management, all these behaviors and activities, they are on. So therefore, there is a red light for having any impact of measures which we are taking about mitigation and adaptation. The next slide, please. What can happen in South Asia? The ADB did a big analysis in 2013 and 14, and I'm only highlighting few of those statements. And if I may pick, from 1990 to 2008, 750 million people in South Asia met with one or other natural disaster, and resulting into almost 2.5 lakhs of deaths. And this has since then very much increased. We are living in 2020. It also said that if temperatures rise by 4.6 degrees Celsius, as is envisaged by some of the studies, the collective economy of 6 countries, which includes India, will shrink by 1.8% by 2050 and 8.8% by the turn of the century on the average. So you can imagine what we are talking about when almost 1/10 of economy is shrinking. We already are living in a recession mode where pandemic has taught us a very bitter lesson, what it means when there's a short-term disturbance in our prosperity goals and in our goals which we have set for SDGs. And let's not forget, we are sure that clean technologies are there, but they are not being implemented at a scale. So therefore, the energy-related greenhouse gas emissions will further increase. And we know that rising energy consumption of industry and transport will further add millions of tons of carbon dioxide by 2030, but also more so by 2050. And I think this is some data which should give us a very red signal that we need to do something urgently on climate change when it comes to our part of the world. Next slide, please. Now, when I say I quoted this Asian Development Bank data, I do think it is time to also see some eco-strategists, and Winston was one of them. Andrew Winston was one of them, and he actually projected what are 9 mega trends to watch for the world 2030. I think you will agree, one of the key areas which is very, very disturbing, the urbanization will increase, and it actually says 2/3 of us will live in the cities. And you can imagine what it means for energy use, because if people are moving from rural areas to the warming up cities like Delhi, Karachi, or Colombo. You can imagine that more energy will have to be used for instance, air conditioning, transport. You will use more land, which was forest land, which was rangeland, into urbanized mode, and you will guzzle the energy. Important thing is climate crisis. Yes, the climate will continue to change quickly, and it will feature regular extreme weather everywhere. That means also short-term disturbances, as such the pandemic of COVID-19, we will have the same type of short-term disturbances. Maybe next time it might be a fungus which attacks the forests in the Himalayas or in Malabar or in the Western Ghats. So that can be also easily happening, because climate will also warm up, and it will in a way be very, very prosperous for some of insects, for instance. So that would mean maybe even malaria will be incurable. So this is just to send you the signals that world is changing, and there are certain mega trends which we have to take on board before we get into resilient solutions. And we know also that there is populism among all the governments which are in South Asia, because nationalism comes first, and there's issues of radicalism wherever that is. So we are in a way getting away from the agenda, which is development agenda, because we are fighting certain different wars. And later I will talk a little bit more about that. Climate action, I think this is just to give you the climate targets which we have set in the SDG number 13, that one of the first one is strengthening resilience and adaptive capacity to climate-related hazards and natural disasters in all countries. So that would mean we have to use our policies, strategies, planning mechanisms, implementation mechanisms, but also hoping that we are simultaneously educating, making our generations aware, the human and institutional capacities are developed for having any impact on climate mitigation and adaptation activities, which we are trying to formulate, and some of them are being implemented. Next slide. Now, before I shift to the second point, where the resilience has to be built, because that is what we can do. We can actually look into arenas where we can actually build resilience of our people, resilience of our systems. As Mr. Gosain was saying, we also need water for environment, not only for people. So that's what I mean by resilience building also for ecosystems and minimum ecosystem flow, as we call it. Now, if you see this kind of animated picture I have made for you, in any landscape where we are living, you'll find somewhere the urbanized culture, somewhere in the middle, some houses, then we have somewhere natural forest, we have a wetland, we have a plantation forest, we have crops, and then comes the human being and it creates border, international border. So international border doesn't recognize administrative boundaries or political boundaries when it comes to ecosystems, when it comes to river basins. And that is where our problem starts. When we talk about resilience building, we can't think of a small village. We have to think about a scale, because in India alone, we have 1.3 billion people. In China alone, we have the same number of people. And by the way, 1/4 of mankind lives in 8 countries, right from Afghanistan up to Myanmar. And if you add Sri Lanka, then you'll end up almost like 1/3 of the humanity, is living in this part of the world in South Asia. So that is a huge challenge. Therefore, and that would mean when we think about resilience building, you have to really think about not only urbanized, conglomerates, but also the land use which is happening around our urbanized landscape, and the people who are living there in rural and urban scenario. And last but not least, we have to think multi-level approach. That means you can't only act at the bottom level, at the village level, you have to think at the policy level, which goes right up to the national and global scale. You have to think also outscale. That means not only one small watershed, but also the river basin, as Mr. Gosain was pointing to. Now, Cohen suggested a kind of a different concept of social resilience. He said, if, this is the next slide, what is a resilient society? We questioned ourselves. If you have good governance, that would mean that the institutions which are in place for delivering research and development, for delivering climate mitigation and adaptation measures, having outreach inclusively, you need good institutions. And we know that we have technologies, but they are not upscaled at a level where everybody can use that technology. For instance, if we are saying digital technology, not all of us are using it. If we are talking about energy-friendly technologies, not all of us are using it. And there has to be ongoing learning, because every day there are new innovations, and that innovative technology has to be made available. That costs money, there's a time lag, and there's also a kind of a problem of data sharing, for instance, knowledge sharing, for instance. People are not ready, the institutions are not ready to share this knowledge, the database, to really move us forward. But then there are also planning systems. If these planning systems could be effective, and you could not only use the scientific data, which Mr. Gosain was talking about, but also citizen science, the traditional knowledge, which then is fed into planning systems, and we must have enough funds to really implement resilience measures on the ground. Next slide is actually talking about what does it mean? When you talk about you are strengthening resilience, what does it mean? It really means that you have to strengthen diversity. You can't only have an entry point in water or in technology or only people or populist policies. You need to strengthen diversity. You need to really see that you cooperate and coordinate with others. You look into the entire ecosystem which is there, not only forests, not only wetland, but also the urban ecosystem, which is using that water, which is using those foods and energy, which is coming from nature, for instance, hydropower. But also strengthening local institutions, traditional support networks have to be brought together, and reinforcing local knowledge. We have a lot of local knowledge that needs to be value added, that needs to be understood, and that needs to be used in formulating new policies and practices, and maybe new manuals for practitioners to implement climate change mitigation and adaptation measures. For instance, farmers' ability to adapt and reorganize. So apart from that, there's a services component for building the resilience, and that is really, if we don't have access to basic services, assets management, social safety nets, the self-help groups which are on the ground, if they are not really, their capacity, the capacity is built, they have corpus that they can use, they have a micro plan they can use, and we also looked into the those very famous SPCC nomenclature, the sensitivity to climate change, and the adaptive capacity, that this is built regularly. The next slide then talks about, and this I have taken from World Resources Institute and adapted a little bit. It does really talk about 4 adaptation strategies we have to really look into. And first is really the scale, and that's what I said already, that responses which we are looking for, impacting more and more people, vulnerable groups, poor women, that needs to be worked at a scale. And we have no time. We have to work with the speed, and things are happening faster. So decision making has to be faster. Focus, that means we have to look into all the SDGs, but especially because we are challenged with that the world is not equitable, world is not inclusive. So therefore, we have to really look into the poorest citizen. We have to look into those ecosystem functions and sustainable ecosystem services on which these poor depend, on which the middle class depend, and also urban society depends. And last but not least, we need to integrate and recognize relationships among environment, development, and climate change, and look for these trade-offs between mitigation, and adaptation. Yes, it's not easy that, international cooperation we are talking about. Am I audible, sir? I'm again asking.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're audible,
Okay.
sir.
The paradox is there is a kind of a divide between developed and developing world. Because we know if we say that there's a green climatic fund which has come after Cancun COP, which is supposed to be available to those least developed countries to really adapt and mitigate. But the money has mostly come on mitigation. And this money cannot be used by poor countries. So that's where we have the paradox. The paradigm of economic growth will always haunt us. We'll always talk about what is happening to economy. Look at South Asia. Everybody is fighting the war on economy, not on ecology. And similarly, for international cooperation, there has to be really traditional uses, poverty, hunger, inequity, population is growing, and our demanding lifestyles are creating much worse problem than we have. And that would mean we have to look into all the stakeholder positions. And the last but not least, international cooperation is also difficult because every country has a different political system, and that would also mean different human behavior as such. So are we ready for regional cooperation in South Asia? Yes, I think most of the countries have SDGs. They have committed to NDCs after the Paris Agreement, that we will reduce our emissions, especially South Asian big countries, China, India, Pakistan, Nepal, Bangladesh. They have all committed to certain targets. And we also know that there are some global funding programs, right from Green Climate Fund, Green India Mission, for instance, in India, biodiversity conservation related projects, and there are development programs and plans. For instance, every country has a biodiversity action plan and climate change action plan. And most of those plans talk about transboundary cooperation. We have bilateral and multilateral forums, and that would mean SAARC, which at the moment is almost like a failure. We have other platforms like BIMSTEC and BBIN. We have to really see how to really get into those platforms and talk about climate and get a kind of a convergent approach towards fighting climate change in South Asia. That would also mean transboundary cooperation. We have public investments, loans, grants, which are being given for climate change mitigation and adaptation. And we are trying increasingly to introduce business sector, which can get into funding such measures and projects. Now, there are bright spots in the climate regime. So I'm not only talking about negative things. We know at least we have leadership deficits. We know that we have critical number of informed youth. We can build on that. We know what we need to do. We know that where we have to intervene in policy, strategic frameworks, programs, actions, and we know we have many best practices that can be value added, that can be learned from. We know also that there is a lot of potential among our youth for their leadership building. So if we do that, we can go ahead. Now, for South Asia futures, there are two directions which for environment, social and economic futures we can go. Will be either reactive, that would mean we go as business as usual, we do things as they are, and that would mean that we are doomed. So, but if we are proactive, that would mean we will not accept business as usual approach. We will look towards resilience building, we'll look towards prosperity. Now, 4 factors that pose the greatest threats to prosperity in the region are geopolitical conflicts. India, China is a very classical example. I think most of you must be knowing the conflict wherever it is taking place at the moment. conservationists had worked for 2 decades to conserve ecology in that area. Now, within 5 months, everything is gone because 2 countries are at war with itself or between themselves. So you can imagine it's a huge challenge for climate change mitigation and adaptation. Sorry, my voice has a bit gone down. Climate change, disasters, and poor governance, these are key factors that pose the greatest threats to prosperity in the region, especially also fighting climate change. Now, 2 paths to achieve prosperity in 2020. Either you look into the green investments and go large scale into green investments. And second, bottom-up investments. That means start with local and go from local to national level, cooperation as such. Well, 6 priorities which I do want to mention here is, first of all, recognize and prioritize uniqueness of the region. South Asia is different. We have a lot of people and there's a lot of pressure on our resources. Second, cooperation at all levels across the region for sustainable and mutual benefits. We have concerted action which is needed between ourselves to also create at global level a kind of opinion which really fights hard to limit us to 1.5 degrees Celsius target which we are setting. Second, take fast actions on SDGs and enhance ecosystem resilience, halt biodiversity loss and land degradation, and finally, share the data at regional level, information sharing, and ensure whatever knowledge and data that is created is also used by policymakers and practitioners and local communities. Now, you might say, where is this happening? Well, we have tried our examples, and ICIMOD was one of those first institutions which have 4 key initiatives going on. We call them collaborative entry points, shared landscapes, Kailash, Kanchenjunga, Brahmaputra, and so-called landscape initiative of Far Eastern Himalayas. And that's where, around 3 billion people are depending on this whole Himalayan ecosystem for their ecosystem services. So this is a classical example how regional cooperation can be really attempted. Now, what are these 4 landscapes doing? We have gone into opportunities, not only building cross-border institutional mechanisms, but also long-term data sets on climate, on biodiversity monitoring. Based on that, we know that there are biocorridors of certain animals, vegetation between these countries. So we are restoring them together within and between the countries. We are ensuring that cross-learning is happening. We are ensuring that global commitments on IG targets, SDGs, and NDCs are jointly looked into, and big landscapes of 100,000 square kilometers, 200,000 square kilometers are then really braced up for resilience building. And last but not least, the green investments, where ecotourism is being adapted at transboundary scale, not only at micro scale or a village scale. And these circuits have been built. And this is so-called suggestion for a charting path for regional cooperation. The function, which you can see, the slide, which I'm talking about, charting paths for regional cooperation. This is a case, again, taken from ICIMOD, which I was part and designed this regional cooperation pathway, that if it is ICIMOD which is currently bringing 8 countries together to work at transboundary landscape, tomorrow it can be regional platforms like SAARC, BBIN, and BIMSTEC, which can really take this work and then really take us to that South Asian cooperation on climate change resilience building. And next slide will show you that if we do that, we then go from concept of resilience building towards customized outcomes, and we build our practice, we build our knowledge, we build our research and data, share it at the global level and a national level, and create a policy response which is favoring our climate change mitigation and adaptation at the bottom level. Last but not least, I have 6 lessons. This is my last slide to share with you. And this is my opinion. The planet is stressed and can't wait. So there's inevitability of building resilience at scale of South Asia. Second, we can build resilience only through cooperation, coordination, and network between institutions, which are also across the countries. For instance, we have Indus framework, which brings at least 4 countries, Pakistan, Afghanistan, India, and China together. We have to build on that. Yes, situation is tough politically, but we should never give it up. We need to coordinate, we need to cooperate, we need to network. Third, we have several innovations available, so we have to add value to these. But we should be always keeping it need-based. Otherwise, don't produce knowledge which cannot be used, which becomes a shelf document. Fourth, we need to customize our technologies. They come often for plains and maybe some specific areas. But South Asia is geographically very, very diverse. These river basins, which we were talking about in the previous presentation, are very, very diverse. So therefore, technologies need to customize. If we know that solar energy is the solution, then solar energy must be faster, leading to a kind of a grid. And from grid, it should be really coming to all these groups, poor groups, citizens, which are not having this energy available. We need leaders which are bold, transparent, and futuristic. So we have to really, therefore, build on our youth as such. Last but not least, we have to think big landscapes. All our best practices, which I was quoting from AC Mode, this is time we scale up their good learning, their lessons upwards, meaning changing our policy, changing our strategies, changing our programs, but also scaling out, going beyond river, going beyond nation, and going beyond boundaries. And I think one of the publication of AC Mode is Beyond Boundaries, of which I am the main author. Please have a look into that also, how to get into regional cooperation in South Asia. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Sorry for my voice problem.
Thank you very much, sir. Thanks a lot for such a wonderful lecture on climate change resilience building and its impact in the South Asian countries. So this is Dr. Varun from Center for Climate Change this side. We have received some questions from the participants, but due to time constraint, I am not able to take each and every question. But sir, I would like to take few questions from them. The first question is from Shaili. She wants to know the long-term trend analysis of climate change, including precipitation, temperature, moisture stress, and solar radiation. Also, she wants to know how to use RCP model for future simulation.
Okay, should I respond now or I wait? Okay,
Yeah.
Let me take this sort of question. I think we still have to agree that all these regional models, they are based on global databases, which is still a bit rough estimate, but we know that in a river basin model, which Mr. Gosain was talking about, there's much more robust database, and probably those smaller databases can be then made much more refined and come to kind of a much more reliable models, which Mr. Gosain was talking about. But I think we know that South Asia is geographically very, very diverse. So there are 3 phenomena on this South Asian continent, you can say. First is the Himalayas. It really dictates our geographical situation. It dictates our climate. It dictates our river flow, and it dictates our microclimates in the region because 10 rivers emerge from the Himalayas. Second, monsoon. The most of the important phenomena is monsoon, which brings almost 70 to 80% of rainfall from which we are living. This South Asian continent is living from this monsoon. And third is, of course, the biodiversity. You are all aware, we are almost 4 to 6 bio hotspots which are here in this region. So all these three is a kind of a very, very specific geographical location. So therefore, I wouldn't say a blanket level of approach is possible, and nobody will also endorse such a blanket approach. But yes, we can learn from our best practices, we can share knowledge, we can share data, we can even have a transboundary cooperation, value added, for instance, in ecotourism, for instance, in green investments, for instance, in forest fire control, for instance, in river basin management. So I think that is the way forward. Apart from using those, whatever models, RCFs, GCFs, which we have, whatever their robustness, we should use these models as a kind of a guiding framework. But we can't deny, while we create our resilience measures, we have to be keeping our both feet on the ground. With that, I mean, we have to build it bottom-up approach. We cannot ignore our 90% rural people who are living in the villages and panchayats and village councils who are actually facing the brunt of climate change.
Thanks a lot, sir, for this session. And sir, next question is from Priyanka. So she wants to know how can the microeconomic practices can help the communities to achieve the SDGs.
I think I'll go straight forward on this answer because I worked at a professional level where I straightaway create solutions. I think the best solution is, and it is being done in several parts of South Asia, including India, that at micro level economy, you have to go with a value chain approach. And value chain approach would mean in each watershed, in each panchayat, you have certain livelihood potentials. And already, if you take examples, horticulture, for instance, in Jammu and Kashmir, Himachal, Uttarakhand, is a big sector which is related to certain stakeholder group. Although apple farmers are very rich people, but we can also take some agroforestry farmers. And we have to build brick by brick their value chain approach where we get into green investments, rather not going for chemical fertilizers. We look in the organic farming, which can be linked to agroforestry systems, and create a value chain which is linked to market and ensure that market is sustainable. Market is where business sector is also investing with and to farmers on their land. And the new farming policy has come. I don't want to get into the political discussion, but I think this farming policy can be used to really see that at micro level, the value chain approach not only creates and adds value to existing value chains of apple, of wheat and rice and medicinal plants, but also links these people to certain business sector actors. And last but not least, that some part of this profit and benefit which business sector is making has to, through corporate social responsibility, through environment responsibility of private sector, reinvested into micro planning and micro investments at the bottom level.
Thanks a lot, sir. So the next question and the last is from my side. Sir, I want to know what is the role of carbon footprint in climate change studies?
You see, let's face the reality. The carbon footprint is definitely going to haunt us for the next 30 years. Nothing is going to change for 4 or 5 years, and you saw the data which 300 scientists from HIMAP report in ICIMOD have really come up with. Carbon footprint is again, can you imagine if you go out of your home, if you go to a local forest, most of our garbage waste has been dumped into the forest. So carbon footprint will still be increasing with the passage of time. It's only in 10 years' time when technologies will be there, when e-vehicles will be there, because some of the targets have been fixed, indicators have been fixed, for instance, by several countries, that 1/3 of the transport vehicles will be running on batteries by year 2030. But it doesn't help us. Look at the emission trading scheme of Europe. If only Germany would be adhering to emission trading scheme, then we won't be doing anything on climate and carbon footprint, because European Union meant for all the 26, 28 countries for an emission trading scheme, and all the industrial sector and business sector was asked to reduce their carbon footprint. And they have done, because there is an enabling environment available. And that enabling environment is yet not available in our South Asian region. And I think first, we have to fight for an enabling environment for reducing the carbon footprint. It's not only about smaller things being done in a forest management, wetland management, and somewhere agroforestry, where we are reducing chemical fertilizers and using organic farming. That helps at a very, very local basis, and maybe you create some organic products which people in Delhi buy and people in New York buy, but local person doesn't get anything out of that. So that will not reduce our carbon footprint alone. So we have to really think multi-level approach, bottom level, the intermediate level, and the policy environment. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, sir, for enlightening all the participants by your valuable thoughts and lecture. Sir, now I would like to call upon Ms. Priyanka Roy to further introduce our next speaker, followed by the lecture. Priyanka.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you, Dr. Rajan Kumar Kotru, for enlightening us on the issues of climate change, resilience building, and so we will go forward with the session of introducing our third keynote speaker, Professor Pradeep Kumar Mishra from the Department of Chemical Engineering, IIT BHU. He has completed his MTech at Chemical Engineering with the specialization in petroleum and coal at IIT Mumbai in the year 1988. He later completed his PhD in Chemical Engineering from IIT Varanasi Hindu University in the year 1995, and he has an extensive experience of 32 years of several awards. He has also won several awards and recognitions. Pradeep Kumar Mishra has completed several projects and has authored many book chapters and books, and have many research publications in reputed national and international journals. Several of his work have also been patented. Now, with this note, I would invite Professor Pradeep Kumar Mishra to take the session forward. Thank you, sir. Please grace us.
Thank you very much for inviting me to this particular prestigious event. I was just listening to Professor Rajan Kotru. So that was a marvelous, presentation I have gone through in last 10-15 minutes, and it's given me a lot of insight to work even for a person senior like me. So I'll start my presentation from where Professor Rajan has left. That is sixth lesson, learned for for tackling climate change. And he said that planet is stressed and we cannot wait. We are more resilient when we work together. That is the importance of cooperation he talked about. The adversity prompt innovation. So I'll be also discussing the individual and small innovation which has been done by my students and my group. Impact that atmosphere and then landscape. So you can hear me, I suppose. There is no problem. Am I audible?
Okay.
Yes, sir,
okay,
you're
good.
audible, sir.
Okay. So I will start with asking with three questions. Generally, I ask when I talk to my students or any group, do you know how many times a healthy human breathes in a day? First question I ask. Second, I asked, do you know that grain equivalent to 2 crore people is being consumed by the rats alone in Mumbai? And the third, I asked, how you perceive the difference between a well and a bore well. These three questions I generally ask to younger students when I do interact. And what is the motto behind that? First question tells us that we should try to understand about the quality of air that is there with us, and that will be there available for our future generations to come. We do know that 550 liters approximately oxygen we use per day, and suppose one day we are supposed to purchase the oxygen, what will be the cost of that, and whether we'll be capable of arranging oxygen cylinder for whole of our family. So we certainly start thinking in that direction so that we can not further pollute our air. Second question asks that, do you know that grain equivalent to 2 crore people is being consumed by the rats alone in Mumbai? I read in a newspaper somewhere that there was a roar, or you can say uproar in Maharashtra assembly, that there was a corruption in killing the rats. That prompted me to understand what the reason to kill the rats. And the reason was that as we do not have proper storage system in government system, a lot of grains which has been produced by our poor farmers is being wasted and being eaten by the rats. 2 crore people means there were approximately 6 crore rats who have eaten the equivalent amount of grain of 2 crore people. So in spite of having so good engineers, professors, administrators, we are not able to design proper storage system for the produce of our farmers. And finally, the third question relates to the water. First was for air, second for food, and third for water. We do not understand the importance of water. The general people I'm talking about, every house is having, boring for getting water. They are using submersible pumps. And that is not the only case. In every field you go in the villages, you'll find many submersible pumps being used to extract the groundwater. But people are not understanding the importance because we are not given proper education, I suppose. Even from primary education, we have been given this impression that the earth is a blue planet having ample or enough water. But if you just estimate how much is available for you and for future generation to come, you'll be surprised to note that if I extract all of the water and try to make a big ball of water, the total diameter of this will be only 1,385 kilometers, less than the distance between Varanasi to the Mumbai. And that water accounts for even moisture from air, ice, or underground water, sea water, everything. If I talk about only sweet water, that is underground water, and surface water, the diameter of that sphere will be even smaller, and that will be less than 300 kilometers. That is distance between Varanasi and Lucknow. So now we can understand that situation is alarming. If we will not properly use our natural resources, that is going to create problem not only for us, but certainly for future generations, which are there to come, still to come. And if I talk about only surface water, which is easily accessible to everybody, that is ponds, rivers, lakes, the diameter of that sphere will be even smaller, and that is around 55 kilometers. Now you see, whole of the sweet water available for potable purposes to we human being together with the other animals on earth, that is only 55 kilometer diameter sphere. So now you can imagine how small quantity of water we are having, but still we are being taught that earth is a blue planet, we have plenty of water, and that prompts us, that motivates us to waste the water. So there should be basic changes even on the pattern of education. Now I talk about the picture we have seen, the movie we have seen when I was student during 82 to 86, and I was doing my bachelor's in chemical engineering in University of Roorkee. We have seen that picture, The Road, by Cormac McCarthy, and that picture was a kind of fiction, and that has shown at that time that due to the climate change, now global warming has occurred so much that nobody is able to survive. And do you, a father and son, then start moving towards south and east, thinking that there is smaller development as compared to the west and north, so they might get some place to habitate peacefully. But ultimately, they do not find any place and they, expire. So that is the learning from this particular picture, that even 30 years back, 40 years back, people have started talking about climate change. They have started talking about global warming, but nothing has been changed in real practical situation. So this is high time that we change ourselves. And that is why I have, given the title of this particular talk to be the change, because we as an individual can create the change desired, and then with cooperation among ourselves, we can create better place on this earth. So I'm just showing you a photograph. I don't think that majority of you'll find out what exactly it is. This is, heap of leathers. It is known as hides, buffalo hides, which is being used to, create lot of leather products. And even if we talk about only India, there are 3 major cities where leather processings are being done. That is Chennai, Kanpur, and Howrah in Calcutta. And the smallest unit is processing around 60 to 65 hides per day. Means 60 to 65 buffaloes are being butchered, and their leather is being processed to get us leather product. Hide is that we are not only processing our leathers, but we are exporting leathers from European countries, assuming that our water and air is cheaper than those countries. We are so ignorant people that we are wasting, we are polluting our water by, giving facility to other nations to treat their leather, raw leather product. So you see, when the processing of leather is being done, many hazardous chemicals, metals, toxic metals are being released. And if a single drop of water is being, emitted in Ganga basin, every drop goes to the Ganga river. And that is the condition worldwide for every river, why every river is being polluted day by day. So now I talk about the other industry, that is a big industry. The very small industry, but they are also creating a lot of pollution. If I talk about leather, I talk about big industry, I talk about cosmetic industries. These 3 are the major polluter, and these are not being observed so carefully by the even pollution control boards. You see in Delhi, the capital of country, you can see in a colony on the top of the roof, the person has started wig making plant. So what we see that in the processing, in the washing, cleaning, and the process, we use a lot of hazardous chemical like hydrogen peroxide, sulfuric acid, and all this creates such an environment that you cannot stay there. So so much gaseous pollution is being emitted, and all those liquid pollutant is simply being discharged recklessly into the municipal drains. You can understand what exactly is label of understanding of the simple, the common people in India and the country like that. Because if you will not behave properly, we are creating problem to us, the society, and to the future generation, which are there still to come. Another picture you can find everywhere in India and the similar countries, maybe South Asian countries and the developing countries. We are simply eradicating, destroying all the gardens, forests, and what we are doing, they are being converted to the multi-stories building. I'm not talking very technical today. Being the chemical engineer, I do understand what problem we have created for this Mother Earth and how we have, catalyzed the climate change. But now the time is ripe enough to understand what exactly we can do to reverse the process or to, slow the, climate change. So these are the bad things we are doing. You can find this solid waste being burnt openly in number of cities in India and other similar cities. Now this is the affair of our effluent being discharged on the surface. If you see this particular picture, this is the famous river known as Assi. Varanasi derives its name from 2 rivers which are tributary to Ganga, that is Varuna and Assi. And this is the plight of Assi, which it looks like a drain, not better than a drain. Who has done till 1955, this particular river was flowing very beautifully, but today you can see, due to the encroachment, due to the reckless disposal of sewage and other effluent, this has slowly turned into the drain. So this is the situation in every city. So this is the famous Assi river of Varanasi. You see how people are encroaching every year into the riverbed, and finally riverbed is shrinking to 2 feet, 2 to 5 feet in majority of stretch. This is another major river of Varanasi. I am just taking few examples so that you can understand the problem we are creating for this earth. And this is true for every cities in India at least, and to similar other nation in the world. So this is Varuna. You can see the color of the water. This is green and white. What is green? This is the dyed water of Banarsi sari, because Varanasi is home for Varanasi sari. So every household is doing this kind of business, but they are not ever thinking of the problem they are creating to the river Varuna or river Ganga. So this is color, without treatment, this effluent is being discharged to the river. The second way, the washing effluent. So you can see what exactly the situation, because these are the cottage industries and people are not at all thinking about this. So today I'll not talk about the policy. I will not talk about the technologies. I'll simply talk what are the problem and how we can tackle the problem by individual effort, by collective effort, or by innovation. That is the basis of my talk today. So this is river Ganga. And in Hindi, I say that this is, we just leave everything which is bad into the river to get punya. That is the situation. So you can see how river is being eliminated, how the human being is even eating to the rivers. They are, disposing their solid waste at the river bank, slowly filling the river, and then making their houses there. And even the development authorities in the cities are not paying heed to this. And slowly, you can say this is the river Varuna. You can very clearly observe how the thick, width of the river is diminishing day by day. And that is, again, I will repeat, that is not the situation in Varanasi alone. This is the situation in each and every city I have seen, because I'm doing monitoring work for more than 450 industries at the Ganga basin, and I'm monitoring more than 50 drains. And I keep on going to the places, and I've seen how bad the situation. If I talk about the river Pandu in Kanpur, you talk about the Kali River near Ghaziabad, everywhere the situation is the same as the situation in Assi and Varuna in Varanasi. So if I talk about the industry, there are n number of cliffs I am having, how air is being polluted, how recklessly we are emitting pollutant into the air. Due to the leakage of petroleum through the pipes, we are even degrading our soils. Everywhere we can find a lot of disposal of waste into our water surfaces. That is the common phenomena. This is the plastic, after use. That is the present scenario you see. The Hussain Sagar Lake, Hyderabad, Okhla landfill, Delhi, Yamuna in Delhi few years back. Now situation is slightly improving. And from this year, we are also going to start monitoring the industry at the bank of river Yamuna and the drains entering into the river Yamuna. We have recently presented models to treat the drains which are entering river Yamuna also. So I hope that will be starting working on that so that pollution can be minimized. But this is the situation. So now what exactly the situation in India or the countries like India, that this is the kachra economy. We are talking about waste is wealth. We are creating so much waste that there is no other way, but we talk about that waste is itself wealth. We should try to recycle, reuse, whatever we are talking. But we should certainly talk about minimizing the production of waste. We should talk about improving upon the technology so that lesser and lesser effluent or waste can be produced. So that kind of innovation is required. So this picture again shows that how recklessly we are disposing effluent into the river Ganga and the other similar rivers. And I have written there, Ganga Maiya Tohe Pieri Chadhibo. This is very famous Bhojpuri song we do sing when something good occurs with our family. But now what we are doing, in place of, offering pieri or flower to the river, we are offering bad thing. So now you see, when river Ganga start from Devprayag in Himalayas, where Alaknanda and Bhagirathi meet, and it starts journey towards the plain, how beautiful the scenario is, the scene is. But when it reaches to Varanasi, you see the situation. We have created all kind of problem to the river, and we are creating every day all kind of problem to these holy rivers. And what is happening, that one fine morning, I saw this news in local Delhi in Varanasi, where it is written that Mukhyamantri Yogi ne Ganga mein pani chhodne ke liye kaha. The river, which is, giving water to each and every person in the Ganga basin, that is more than 40% population of the country, is being controlled by us after Tihri Dam. So we should certainly think what exactly is wrong with our policies and principles and how we can solve that. And here it is written, Ganga Rakshanam Ev Bharat Bhuva Sanrakshanam Saswatam Ganga Rakshanam Ev Jiva Jagatoh Sanjeevanam Sundaram. By saving Ganga, that is not only Ganga, by any river, the life of entire creature can be saved and made beautiful. That should be the motto of today's India. So what exactly the situation? Situation is very dangerous, very serious, and it is urgent because damage is already done, and we have to help each other to stop it, or the situation will be so worse that we cannot survive on this beautiful planet. So now I'll show you some figure. This is the photograph of village life. Even, it can be found some places in some countries, but earlier this was the general scenario. So second, again, the good sustainable life we were practicing earlier. These were the photograph of that. Okay, but what has happened today? You see, this is the photograph of well killing festival, which is practiced every year in an island near Denmark and Norway. How bad we are. We are killing the animals not for only eating, but we are killing the animals for even joy. This is the festival. So how much bad thing happened to our mind, you can just imagine. So what exactly the situation? Need, greed, and attitude. Mahatma Gandhi has already told us there is enough for the need of generation to come on this beautiful earth, but it can't even survive to the greed of few generations. So we have to make this distinction between these two words, the need and greed. Even today, Indian farmers are producing thrice the need of our population. Still, people are dying due to the hunger. So there is some problem. Yeah, there is very serious problem in the administration of the country. And the third, see earth as a bank, deposit and then withdraw. And what we are doing, we are withdrawing at the very faster rate as compared to the creation of that particular resource. So we have to mend our ways, otherwise situation will go bad to worse. So humans are only part of this ecosystem. When we destroy the ecosystem, we destroy ourselves, for on its survival depends our own. This is very basic thing we should certainly try to understand. So how to solve that problem? I have already talked about the problems we are facing, but what is the solution for that? First is we have to change our attitude. That is on the individual basis. I'll talk about three solutions. One is changing our attitude. Second is selecting the profession. And third, making the mission of our life. These three are the things which can at least slow the pace of climate change, or we can catalyze the reversal of climate change for the betterment of human being. So first one, we should certainly move towards renewable energy. We should certainly go for zero discharge colony, home and multi-stories building. We talk a lot about zero discharge industries, but still we are not talking about the zero discharge hotels, zero discharge malls, zero discharge multi-stories buildings. We should certainly go and upgrade the technology of biodigesters, so that every house, every colony, every multi-storage building, every commercial complexes and every hotels should have this zero discharge concept. Otherwise, we cannot save our rivers. We should shift to the organic farming, means to minimize the use of chemical fertilizer, minimize the use of chemical pesticides, so that it should not enter in our food chain. That is very much required. They should not also percolate into the water, undergoing water reservoirs to pollute them. Planting trees should be habit of every individual. Every individual should make it a habit to plant the trees. We should certainly go for water harvesting. We have to conserve our ponds and wells, because these are the things which give us water in a sustainable way and even recharge the underground reservoirs. We have to save our rivers, and we have certainly moved towards this particular things by changing our attitude. Here you can see it is written that zero discharge now, don't let your river die. If you will not do that, you cannot stop, you cannot save your rivers. Second one, you have to create such kind of technology where water from toilet can again be recycled back to the tap. So there are enough challenges to the engineers who are working in the area of water to do the job. From garbage to the garden, each and every solid waste has to be treated so that it can be utilized as a nutrient to the soil. And the fourth one, you can see the minor modification and innovation can save a lot of water. Here on the western toilet seat, bath basin has been attached. So these kind of minor innovation can also be made. Similar, there is a technology that is known as sewage plus, where we can use as a feed our food waste and sewage sludge, because every city is having STP, which are creating a lot of sewage sludge. And these sewage sludge is having a lot of nutrients, soil nutrient. So if you can, properly utilize this through a digester, this will give digestate and biogas. And this digestate can be utilized as a organic fertilizer. And this biogas, after scrubbing, can be enriched and compressed at high pressure and can be used at different places. So you see, in 2003, we have developed a technology of containerized biogas production unit, and that has been commercialized by BioBox company, and that has been used at number of places in India, especially in metros and railways. So this kind of technology is very simple, and this is depending upon the natural process which is happening in our digestion system. And this whole flow sheet has been taken from the digestion system of a simple cow. How cow chew the resource material in a feed, and how it is being digested in multiple digester, and then it's converted to the gas. And ultimately, see, create cow dung, and this can create manure. So this plant can be run by wind energy and solar energy. That provision we have made into that. I have recently started, biogas analysis laboratory in chemical engineering department at IIT BHU, because there was, even we are using a lot of biogases, there are not a simple facility in the colleges to analyze the feed substrate and what kind of innovation can be done into the reactors to create better yield, the biogases. So we have to evaluate the potential of our biomass to create bio-CNG or biogas, syngas, producer gas, fuel oil, bioethanol, biobutanol, biodiesel, biochar, briquetting, biohydrogen, nutrient and chemicals, and we can use second and third generation biomass. That has to be promoted. Why I'm talking about that? Because we have to minimize the usage of conventional energy, which is being depleted very fast. And so we have to move towards biomass energy or solar energy. That is the only alternative. So I talk about people to go, and even any simple graduate can go and talk about briquetting. You can use wasteland for creating such a, farming that kind of species which are having high calorific value, which can be used as a briquette to replace the coal. So this kind of technology are needed. Our farmers can be helped by design of, simple solar dryers, so that they can use this particular facility to value add to their produce so that they can get required prices to their products. So this kind of intervention has to be made by the younger graduates who are coming out the portal of the colleges. Now I want to narrate one simple story. You see two figures here. This story has been narrated by Raghunath Anant Maselkar Sahab. He's also a chemical engineer. He told us you can observe two kind of ponds. One dry in the summer season, and there is still having a lot of water. You just try to compare between these two ponds. One pond is having a lot of flora and fauna, another is not having that much. If you create better atmosphere near the ponds, what is happening? That dragonfly, habitat there. And this dragonfly, what it is, it secretes thin polymeric layer at the surface of water. And this surface of water, when, enveloped by the thin polymeric layer, creates resistance to the mass transfer. Means it reduces the evaporation rate, thereby reduction in the evaporation losses, and water is so this pond is having lots of water even in summers. So if we go near to the nature, or we create our technology in synchrony with the nature, nature can give us better result. So second example is how we can retard the change in climate change, or how we can make the earth as a better place. That is, the younger generation should try to get such kind of vocation or profession where, in addition of serving his family, to serve himself, he can serve the society and to the earth. The example, Sulabh International by Bindeswari Pathak, Husk Power System by Gyanendra Pathak, our electrical engineering alumni, Bridge.Tech Tech Services, my chemical engineering graduate, Karpa IT Solution, again chemical engineering graduate, Iman Bit, civil engineering student, Dinesh Mantri, my MTech student. So these are the examples I will discuss. So this is the rice husk, a huge biomass energy resource. If I see the scenario 10 years back, farmers were not getting a single pie of this rice husk. But when Gyanendra Pandey has created this gasifier to convert rice husk into the electricity and started this business in Bihar, he has created a price to the rice husk. Now every farmer is getting 4 rupees to 5 rupees per kg, and this waste has been converted to the wealth. So you see, we are in India are producing 40 million metric ton of rice husk, which is equivalent to producing electricity for 145,000 villages. So you can understand, and this is the process. Paddy from the fields go to the rice mill, rice husk is created, rice husk is then used in the gasifier, which converted to the electricity, and this electricity is then goes to the home cluster for electrification, to the paddy field for irrigation, and to the mill for running the mill. And in turn, they are creating this husk, which was mixed with the cement, and then in turn will earning carbon credit. So these kind of innovations should be done by the younger generation. Later on, we started thinking what will be the use of this rice husk as. So 3 students of mine, Nikhar Jain, Tanmay Pandya, and Abhishek Poddar, started working on that for the conversion of this rice husk into precipitated silica, nanoparticles. And we have designed and fabricated this reactor, and that rice husk as was converted to the beautiful white sparkling silica, which is being used for conversion of manufacture of glasses. So this way, and for that Tanmay Pandya was been awarded DST Lockheed Martin Award 2015. So you see, if our student started innovating the technology or using technology at the right place, you can create changes in the society. If I talk about reverse osmosis, there is a lot of problem. We waste a lot of water as a, wastage. 2/3 of water is being wasted. 1/3 is potable. We use a lot of electricity. Use of electricity means, again, use of fuel, means, again, creation of pollution. So one of my student, Naveen, has started working on that, and we have created a lot of improvement, and we have minimized the wastage to 1/3 of the original. Now, if you put 3 glasses of water into this RO plant, you will getting 2 clear and only 1 waste. We reduce the electricity consumption. So this kind of innovation is the need of the hour. In a time of COVID, people are very apprehensive of eating even vegetable and fruits because they were, not sure where the virus is there or not. So one of my students, Dinesh Mantri, has created this Veggie Pure. So another student, Manas Nand of electrical engineering, has started manufacture of this detergent out of Rita, and in turn created a lot of employment opportunity to the tribal women. So you see, if younger generation comes out with this kind of proposition, that will help the earth a lot. And this is not exactly related to the climate change, but certainly related to the mental pollution. One of my chemical engineering student, Suresh Sukla, has done this. In 13, we have gone to the Supreme Court to fight against the pornography, which is widely available on the net. And we succeeded to some extent, but could not due to the other problems I will not discuss today. And the third one is the time is very limited. I'll try to finish within 10 minutes. I talked about, first one is we have to change our attitude. Second one, the younger generation should certainly try to get such kind of profession where in addition to serving their own family to them, they can serve the society and the earth. And the third one is we as a global citizen should make our mission of life to make this world a better place to habitate. So there are a few examples. There are a number of examples. I cannot talk about everything, but all of you should certainly come across such kind of experiments. And if you come across those experiments, please document those things and give to others. So this is Manav Chetana Vikas Kendra, started by Pandit Nagaraj Sharma. This is near Indore. Jimmy McGilgan Center for Sustainable Development, Sambadiya near Indore, Muni Seva Ashram near Baroda, Sloka Missionary, Mumbai, Bankhandi Seva Sansthan, Sultanpur, Kaneri Math again Maharashtra, Sant Sichewal Punjab, Popat Rao Pawar, Ahmednagar Maharashtra, Ganesh Tiwari Kanpur, so on and so forth. So individual like you and me can create change. So Sichewal everybody know now how that man along with his disciples, his followers, has created a change in a 99-mile-long river. This is similar to the Varna river in Varanasi. So this river has been converted into the drain, but when he called upon his group, everyone come together with him, start working, and finally the river has been converted to this. You see, without a single penny help from the government, a Sant has created this miracle. So why we cannot create miracle? If you talk about Ganga, from Varanasi to Rishikesh, 800 kilometers, there are more than thousands and thousands of saints. Why they cannot learn some lesson from Sant Sichewal? So everything cannot be done by the government. Everything cannot be done by the administration. We have to come along to work for ourselves, our nation, and the whole globe. So this is Manav Chetana Vikas Kendra, the special experiment where engineers leaving their job are living together. Everybody is working only for 4 hours. What they are experimenting, they are working with the desi cow. They are doing organic farming. They are doing Ayurvedic pharmacy, and they are talking about a new kind of experiment to run the world, to make the world very beautiful. And you see, they live in vicinity of the nature. They try to create earth a better place. So these kind of experiments has to be followed. This is the example of Aroha Resort near Kanpur, where a new world is being created for elderly people. So many experiments has to be done to make this world a better place. This is the photograph of Sandeep Desai. If you click on the Google, the professor who bakes in train, you will find only one professor in whole of the world who bakes in train to educate the children. Because if poor children cannot be educated, how can they become the catalyst for the change? Because 1/3 to 1/4 or half of the younger generation who is fighting to survive cannot become catalyst of change. So education, to educating the weaker section is also essential to work positively in addressing the climate change problem. And that is why I talked about even mental pollution. I talked about this education. So this is a small fellow, Tyagi Baba in Sultanpur, is running charitable hospital and schools for poor children. These kind of guys are needed in today's India so that they can create better human resource for making this world better or to address the climate change. Now I'll discuss about 2-3 guys more. On the dais you can see Deepak Gadhia and Janak Didi. I'm talking about them. This is Janak Didi. I talk about Jimmy McGilgan, Center for Sustainable Development. She is working from last 30-35 years in Jhabua and other areas in Madhya Pradesh towards solar energy and educating and empowering the girls. Because majority of rape happens when these girls go to jungle early in the morning. So you see, by adding technology, you can address lot of social problem also. So you see, she is living in a half-acre land, and that land is sufficient enough to feed 8 people. She is using a gas cylinder in 2.5 years. Rest of the time, she is using solar energy or briquettes made from newspapers she is purchasing. So there are a number of inspiring stories you can find and you can learn to reverse the climate changes. She produces electricity using 1 kilowatt, solar and wind hybrid plant, and even giving us a street light and to 21 villages, to 21 poor people. You can see that this is her family, how this is her solar cooker is working, solar kitchen. She says, when you eat fruit, don't throw the seed, wrap in the mud, keep it, and near the rainy season, when you go somewhere, you please throw it so that it can be converted into the trees. So make this as a practice. So this is the classes she generally run for sustainable usage of energy, for cooking. Even the solar facility can be used as an ironing. Even tribal people are using as this solar cooker. And I personally visited many this tribal families to understand their sustainable lifestyle. And we were surprised to note how they are using organic produce and doing everything which is good for the earth. This is example of a very good innovative gobar gas plant. I am not discussing detail because time is very limited. So marna sabko hai, marna koi nahi chahta, khana sabko hai, ugana koi nahi chahta. This is a very famous quote I generally say. So last one is the Muni Seva Ashram. This particular ashram, more than 1200 acre near Baroda. Please go and see that this is without any electrical grid connection. Everything is done by bioenergy and solar energy. And everything is sustainable. They are house of lot many old age home, orphanages, spastic girl children, even cancer hospital. But the whole campus is a sustainable campus. So this campus can be upscaled to a city if educated people start working in synchrony with these kind of people. So in India, even wood is being used faster than it is being produced. So you see, we are a country where a lot of solar radiation is there. So we certainly move towards solar radiation. And then for a hostel, we can create reflector as a kitchen. This is the example. Solar system cooking has been introduced by Deepak Bhai in Tirupati temple. Largest in Shirdi temple. Again, Deepak Gadhia has done this. Even at the highest point at Ladakh, 10 concentrators to cook for 500 people for Indian Army. You see, after addition of this technology, the scenario has changed. Earlier, our army men were cooking in such a shabby condition, but with that addition, now the kitchen looks like that. This thing can be done. And finally, they are also creating solar crematorium. Jeete lakdi, marte lakdi, de tamasa lakdi ka. So to minimize, so that the people can be put into that, and by using the strong beam of solar energy, they can be burned. So this is again. So finally, thank you for my small work. I have been given this Gadia Memorial Sustainability Award in 17. Recently, I have been given Dr. V.G. Patel Memorial Award 2020 for entrepreneurship mentoring work. So I am contributing little to the field of energy, environment, and entrepreneurship. And it is well to give when asked, but it is better to give when asked. मांगने पर सब देता है, बिन मांगे जब दे तब बात होती है. और so finally rise to the label where it becomes responsibility. You cannot live without this. Make it your hobby and be the change. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much for such an inspiring lecture and such a wonderful thought. This is Dr. Varun Mishra from this side, from Center for Climate Change and Water Research. We have received several questions from the participants. These questions are not much technical. The questions are just related to the topics we have discussed in your talk. The first question is from Kaisi. He wants to know how we can minimize the chemical inflow in the rivers, especially in developing countries. This is a major problem. So how we can minimize the chemical inflow?
First thing is that we should improve upon the technology process. If you improve upon the process and do the better chemical management system in industry, that will minimize. Because what I have observed in majority of industries, people are not worried how much chemical they are using. They are even not aware what exactly the ratio should be. And that is why concentrated effluent is emanating out of the industry. And even in treating that, they have to spend a lot of money. So education should be provided to the operators, to the trainee who are working in the industry to use minimum amount of chemical, thereby reducing pollution and reducing use of water.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So next question is from Priyanka. She wants to know how we can motivate the local communities to bring the change in India. As we have discussed, we have to take forward, we have to take the responsibilities, but how we can motivate the common people, common citizens of India to be changed?
The common people can only be motivated when we change our ways. That's why what I said, that first change your attitude, then try to call others to come along with you. What I'm doing, I started, changing my habits. I started having relation with such similar kind of people. And finally, we all created few examples. And then we call upon other people to visit our place and to see how better life we can live without all these modern amenities, or by changing, we are modifying the modern amenities in a such a way that we are using renewable energy, that we are doing water harvesting by, creating better atmosphere. So first change yourself, do hand holding with the similar people, show others the path, then slowly the thing will change.
Thanks a lot, sir. So next question is related to the organic farming. Means how we can motivate the farmers about organic farming to reduce the use of pesticides and chemicals in agriculture.
This is a very difficult task. Basically, what is happening, if you talk about this use of excessive chemical fertilizer and pesticide, that has created a lot of problem. Even in Punjab, they run Cancer Express. So situation is seen by everybody that is not good. But what is happening? People have start having animals in their homes. Literally, people have stopped working. They are not interested in physical work, and that has created a lot of problem. If you are having animals at your place, cow and buffaloes, then you can create cow-based economy. And there are examples, people are working. And in Varanasi and similar places, there are n number of farmers who are doing this, and they are getting better prices of their product. Now people are talking about Jaivik Setu. People are talking about the organic heart. So even the person who are living cities have to help the farmers who are doing organic farming so that they can get better price. Only then they will be motivated to do that. So I urge upon the educated persons who are living the city to create such a kind of atmosphere where people start talking about the organic product, Jaivik Setu, are talking about the concept of family farmer. we do have family doctor, why should not we should have a family farmer? Because majority of diseases are there only due to the food products. So we should certainly try to create such situation where demand for organic product is more and more, then only farmer will be motivated to do the organic farming.
Thanks a lot, sir. Thank you very much, sir. I hope most of the participants get motivated from your inspiring speech and your inspiring lecture. Thanks a lot, sir, from on behalf of all the participants, because it was really very inspiring and informative. So, sir, now I would like to call upon Ms. Priyanka Roy to introduce our next speaker, followed by his lecture. Priyanka.
Thank you, Dr. Varun, sir. Thank you, Professor P.K. Mishra, sir, for walking us through the harm that we have created to our nature and approaches that we can adopt to mitigate it. Now, taking forward the session, I would like to introduce our fourth speaker, Dr. Shahab Fazal from Department of Geography, Aligarh Muslim University. Dr. Shahab Fazal has published 14 books and more than 75 research papers in land use, land transfer issues in urban fringes, remote sensing, and GIS in various national and international journals. Professor Fazal is a recipient of prestigious fellowship for, such as Fulbright Fellowship from University of Connecticut, USA, Commonwealth Fellowship from Kingston University, London, Shastri Fellowship from Montreal University, Canada, DST Young Scientist Award from Leipzig University, Germany, and CSIR Fellowship. He has successfully completed 4 major research projects and sponsored by DST, ICSSR, DST DAAD, and SICI from Canada. Professor Fazal has also coordinated several research courses on disaster management for UGC Academic Staff College at AMU. Professor Fazal has also coordinated MHRD sponsored Gyan program in the year 2018. Presently, he is on the editorial board of research journals such as Urban Planning, South Asian Journal of Social Science and Humanities, The Geographers, the Punjab Geographer, and the National Geographical Journal of India, BHU. Now, on this note, I would like to invite Dr. Shahab Fazal to take the session forward with his presentation. Sir, I welcome you. Sir, please unmute sir, your. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please
Thanks a lot, Priyanka ji. It's a privilege to be interacting with so many people, and that too in this situation where the communication is somewhat limited because of this pandemic. The theme of this meeting is sustainability in current issue, current scenario, and I would be targeting the land resource, and I'll try to explain. Let me confess that I am not a technocrat. I am from the discipline of geography, so my presentation would be somewhat different. But first, I would try to paint the term sustainability with a very layman brush. For me, sustainability means, or rather I should say the idea of sustainability means that we are targeting as to how the human being, they live over the Earth's surface. Now here, when the human being, they are living over the Earth's surface, they have to perform certain activities. It includes economic activity, and it also includes all other kinds of activities over the Earth's surface. Now, when they perform economic activity, it means that different kind of natural resources and all kinds of other resources which are available to the human being, they are starting utilizing them. And when they are utilizing, the nature of activities comes into the picture. And when I say nature of activities, I mean, you all know that initially human beings were performing sustainable activities where they were only exploiting and utilizing the resources, whatever they wanted, whatever they required. But when we switch to the commercial nature of activities, you all know that there the element of greed came into it to maximize the income, to maximize the profit. Then comes the over exploitation of natural resources. So from here I would begin and try to explain the sustainability issue. As I'm in the beginning itself, I would like to explain to you that sustainability in Indian context, I would be highlighting, and as I have said, that I would be targeting the land resource. I'll also would like to first I'm just trying to is my presentation is visible?
Yes, sir. It
is my presentation?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is.
Sorry?
Yes, sir. It is visible, sir.
Yes, yes.
So with this background, I would be speaking on sustainability over the earth. You all know that sustainable development means that we should utilize the resources which are available to the human being to fulfill our own requirement. But when we are utilizing the natural resources, we should not compromise with the abilities of our future generation. And my earlier speaker, Professor Mishra, has talked about water resource and many other resources as to how it can be utilized so that some of the resources can be preserved. The resource on which I am targeting, I am focusing, that is the land resource. You all know that this is a finite resource. It cannot be increased. And if we are not utilizing this resource judiciously, then we will face, in the future, we may face some problem. The sustainable development, it also have some important component. The one is the human being, as to how the human being, they are behaving over the earth's surface when they are living over the earth's surface. The second is the economy that relates with the well-being of the human being over the society, over the earth. You all know that the economy, in terms of economy, we have different kind of economies over the earth. In developed world, the well-being is better because of the economic development they have achieved. And we have many societies where the well-being is not so poor. Now, it is also related with sustainability and sustainable development. And the third and more important in the recent time, it is the environment. Now, what is environment? Environment is everything which surrounds us. But here I am focusing more on the resources, the natural resources. For example, if we are using water resource, we should not utilize the water resource in such a manner where the future generation would not be able to utilize that resource because it might be polluted. So that kind of developmental paradigm also need to be looked into. Now, the sustainable development challenge, it has many dimensions. For example, population. The number of people in a given space, in a country, and the number of people who are having lesser access to the resources, I mean the poverty. The production and consumption. Production means what kind of economic activity the majority people are performing, and then how much production they are achieving. So that is also important. Here, I think the technology part comes into it. The efficiency part comes into it. And the third is the environment, where in recent time, a lot of discussion is also on climate change. So this is what the background of the challenges which I'm trying to highlight for the sustainable development. You all know that sustainable United Nations have highlighted certain sustainable development goals. And here one more dimension which comes into it. If you summarize all the sustainable development goals which have been proposed by United Nations, you all know that all the sustainable development goals look towards uniformity of the society, where development of the activities which result into prosperity of the people, and not only the prosperity of the people, eradicating poverty, and more importantly, all of them, they are targeting peace over the earth. Now, targeting peace over the earth is very important, because unless we have uniformity of the people over the earth, that peace cannot happen. Now, contradicting this, you all know that over the earth's surface, there cannot be uniformity. Why? Because the nature also have not provided the resources evenly over the earth. And when the people who are deprived of certain kind of resources, then they would try to get those resources from one way or the other. And this way, I would say that the access to the resources, that is also important. For example, I would say that one of the energy resources is petroleum. Now, petroleum cannot be found everywhere. So the rich country, the economically well-off country, they can have access to this resource easily. But there are many countries which have difficulties in accessing this resource. Now, I have given you the example of petroleum. You can imagine any of the resources, and then you can find out that how nature has also restricted the uniformity over the earth's surface. So, all in all, I would say about the land resource, as I am saying that it is a finite land, this resource is finite. You cannot increase or decrease the land resource. We can only enhance the productivity of the land resource, but we cannot enhance the land resource. And in the modern day world, each of the country has its own territorial boundary. They cannot move away from it. They cannot move out of it. They should not, because then the basic idea of sustainable development, that is peace, would be affected. So this is what the background of mine for sustainable development in the context of land resource. So we require planning for sustainable land management. Now, it has again many dimensions. The land resource, why the land resource is required for the human being. You all would agree that for all kinds of activities of man, land is required and space is required. But more targeted requirements are, for example, land is required for food, production of food. In our country and many of the developing countries where the rural population and agrarian population is higher, there it is related with livelihood. And that livelihood also need to be sustainable. And lastly, I would say that land resource is also related with maintaining the ecological balance over the earth's surface. So now you just think that how important is land resource for each individual, each community, each society, each country, and how the human being, each society, each country, they are utilizing it. And this I'm focusing and targeting the sustainability of land resource. Here I would also like to highlight that in our country, recently we have observed that the urbanization process is accelerating. So this is also one of the important challenge for us, and that I'm also going to target. So these are some of the slides which I think this is just an introductory part, which all of you are aware of it. The sustainability has 3 dimensions: social, economic, and ecological, and there is large scale overlapping of one over the another one. So that way, for me as a student of geography, because geography deals with relationship, interaction among the various phenomena over the earth. So that way I would say that I have this idea that this kind of relationship, when man-nature relationship is harmonious, then only sustainability is possible. Otherwise, if it is not harmonious and all these elements are not being taken harmoniously, then we will face problem and sustainability would be affected. Now, this is what the introductory part of my talk. I will just try to highlight some basic facts. And these basic facts are about how human beings, with time, they have utilized the land resource over the globe, over the earth. You all know that initially all the human civilization and human population were confined to few pockets, and these pockets were better habitat places. But later on, when population increased, now they have encroached upon in the most those areas also where human population was not easily possible. For example, Canada, you know, in the northern part of Canada, 6 months there is all snow cover, but human beings, they are living there, although the population concentration is lesser. So my point here is that with time, the population has expanded, increased, and they have expanded to all parts of the earth. And that way, they have modified the use of the land. If you rely on this statistics, it says that out of the total earth surface land, earth land surface, more than half of it has been modified. And the most important modification has been made by the agricultural activity, where the people have started performing agricultural activity. But there is also some other land transformation. For example, erosion that reflects the human activity along with changes in the climate and natural processes acting over the earth. But more important, one more important land transformation, which in modern day has become very important, and that is the urbanization process. But you will see that urban area is much lesser. It is only 5%, but still it is very dominating. The urban area and urbanization process and its implication and its domination over the earth's surface is very high. So I would say that although out of the total land, only 5% land is urban area, but it is this process and these areas are so dominating that it has bearing all over the earth, for the simple reason that you all would agree with my argument that urban population, they are more resource consuming. So when we are talking about resource utilization, and if people are utilizing more resources, that means that it will implicate the larger area than where they are living. Not only that, but one more statistics I would like to highlight, that in the last 100 years, the population has increased significantly. You all know that the world population from 1.5 odd billion people, now it is more than 7.5 billion people worldwide. Now, this 7.5 billion people, half of them, they are now living in urban areas. So that way, I would say that, and as I am saying that the urban population are more resource consuming, so you can understand that how the people who are living in urban area, they would be impacting the larger area, which is beyond this 5% of land, the urban land. Now I am coming to our country, India, and I would try to explain that why and how the land resource is very important and critical for sustainability of our country. And no discussion can go without the population aspect of our country. We all know that the population is increasing in our country, and it is one of the second most populous country in the world. But the other part of it is that we all say that our country is agrarian, our country is rural country. That means that the rural population is dominating. There is no doubt about it. But you see, in the last few years, the last 2 decades, the urban population has reached up to the 2011 census suggests that there is about 31.2% of population living in urban area. It is not so significant. Share-wise, it is not so significant. But I think if you look into the absolute size, absolute number of population, people living in urban area, that is substantially high. But there is one more statistics which is very critical to the urbanization process in our country. Very quickly, if I can explain that the census decade between 2001 and 2011, although now we have reached to 2020, this figure might have gone much higher, at least in 2018, before this pandemic period. That says that increase in urban population exceeded the increase in rural population in the last 10 years. Now it is significant. Why? Because 27% of population in urban area, they contributed more to the increase in urban population than the 70% of population in rural area. They contributed lesser than the increase in urban area. Now it is not possible in the absence of migration. So surely the migration have added a lot more to this figure, but this also suggests that there are some kind of interaction which is going on in India where the rural areas, a lot of push factor is there towards urban area, or in other words, you may also say that the urban areas have greater pull factor, which is drawing people from rural area more. But I would say that it is not actually the urban pull, but it is more rather the rural push. So this is also one very important feature of our population. Very quickly, as I have said, that we are very large population. One more thing which I would like to highlight over here is that when you go back to the history of our country, we all know that we were known as Sone ki Chidiya. Now here I would say Sone ki Chidiya was only because we had greater resources, lesser people to utilize them, and that is why many people, many society and many countries, they have come to our country and started utilizing the resources. So this is the balance which we need to keep among ourselves, so that we can again become Sone ki Chidiya by value addition to the resources which we are producing. So this is another argument, but I'm just trying to portray that how the changes have resulted into our country getting in a less developed country than the Sone ki Chidiya. You see, we said that we know that our country is large, but if you compare with some of the country, you would find that what share of land we possess. For example, USA and China, they have 3 times more the land than what we have. In terms of population, that is what I was trying to highlight. USA has 32 crores. This is comparable to our urban population. So on one side, we are rural dominated people, rural dominated country, but our urban population is more than United States of America. So that way I would say that we need to look into these issues also when we talk about sustainability. Then our country is agrarian, but you see, per capita available land to the farmer is only 0.12 hectare, because with the increase in population, the per capita land is reduced, and it is half the world average. So this is another important issue. And agricultural land, we are losing out very rapidly. In the last 10 years only, we have lost about 3.2 million hectares, 1.5 lakh hectares annually. So this is the status of utilization of land resource, which is a finite resource in our country. Very quickly, I'm trying to highlight how the urbanization process has become very dominating. At the time of independence, we have only 5 cities with population of more than 1 million, and another 41 cities with population of only 1 lakh. Now you see, in 2011, we have 3 cities with population more than 10 million and 53 cities with population more than 10 lakh. So you can imagine that how rapid the urban population is increasing. We all know that there are many developmental people who suggest that urban population increase in urban population is better for the development. There is no doubt about it. But I'm just trying to highlight that on one side we say that we are agrarian community, agrarian dominated society, rural population, rural country, but on the other side the urban areas are also quite dominating in our economic development. Coming to a state, Uttar Pradesh, which is the most populous state, here you see only 12% of population is urban. But can you imagine that this 12% is 44 million people? So this is something where I think we need to look into as to how urbanization process is going on in our country. Now, what is its implication? The implication is that there is large-scale land conversion. Land conversion means the use of land is changing, and in some of my slides I will be highlighting how this land is being used. There is also a case of land intensification. That means the use of land is so intensively being done, which the other dimension of land intensification is that there is also land degradation because of intensive use of land. A lot of technology, lot of inputs are being used on the land. There is also a case of land abandonment. Now this is an interesting situation which is coming out where we are not utilizing the land resource properly. Instead of that, we are abandoning the land, and that is also very common, that I'll be discussing later on. And there is also a case of land fragmentation in our country. The agrarian population of our country are very much affected by this land fragmentation, because with time the farmer, the landowner, his land is divided into his family members, and that is the tradition in our country, and this is also impacting the agricultural activity in our country. I'll skip all that now, and now I'll be trying to show you that how the land transformation which is going on in our country. I have taken 3 time period data, 2001, 2010, and then 2015 data, and 1990, 2000, and 2010 data, and then 2015 data have also been added into it. Using remote sensing and GIS technique, I did this study for the whole of the country, and then I have picked out few hotspots, but I'll be showing, because of the paucity of the time, only one or two hotspots, which will give you an idea that how the land transformation is taking place. For example, you see, Punjab and Haryana plain are the most important food producing area in our country. Now, if you look into this map, there are few red spots which are the urban areas, and there are many smaller dots, smaller red dots, which are rural settlements. With time, you see 1990, 2000, you just minutely look into it. I have the transition is there, and now you can see that the red dots have become more prominent. This suggests that it is not only the urban settlements which are expanding, but also the rural settlement, they are also expanding. So land use in terms of settlement, built up area is increasing in Punjab, Haryana plain. It is not at micro level, it might have some implication, and that I'll be discussing later on. For example, if you look into the Delhi area, now Delhi is somewhere here, and it is the southern part, Rajasthan part is highlighted in this particular hotspot. Here, the built-up area is increasing, but also the fallow land. Fallow land, you all know that the parti zameen jise kaha jata hai. Fallow land is more of a speculative landholding, which is very prominent around Delhi. Now you see 1990, 2000, and now 2011. So it has expanded, but there is substantial increase in fallow land, which is the speculative landholding. So this kind of scenario is there in our country with the development of economy and changes and transformations which are going on in our country. But the important fact is that 3.2 million hectare of agricultural land we have lost out, 1.6 million hectare increase in fallow land in the last 10 years only. 1.6 million hectares of increase in fallow land, which is the speculative landholding. It is nothing other than that. And more importantly, there has been substantial decrease in cultivable wasteland. So there are many initiatives by the government also to bring in agricultural land from non-agricultural land, the cultivable wasteland, but it requires a lot more investment by the policymakers and governments and planners, and technology is also involved in it. So on one side, we are losing out good quality agricultural land because of human activities, and on the other side we are restoring back with a lot of investment. And you all would agree with me that even if we can restore this agricultural land from cultivable wasteland, their productivity cannot be matched by the good quality agricultural land. So this is also an important issue which we need to look into it. I'll skip this all. Now I come to the statistics. Now this statistics also, I'll try to explain few of the trend which is very important to notice in this discussion. The one is that non-agricultural land has increased. Now this is very good. Why? Because with the development and spread of technology and economic activity, higher order economic activity is being practiced. So the infrastructural development has taken place. But the other important land use class, for example, net zone area, overall increase after independence, but decrease since 91. Overall increase initially was because of lot of initiatives by the government, which includes the inputs of green revolution, extension of irrigation facilities, etc. But after 91, when there has been some changes in the economic policy in our country, that has resulted into reduction in net zone area. The same is the case with the fallow land. So this kind of transformation has its bearing on sustainability of land resource in our country. I'm very quickly, I'm just trying to accelerate the slide transition so that I can complete it within time. I'll skip all that because you all would agree that the states which are more populous, they are losing out land resource in a much drastic manner, in a much in a manner which is detrimental to the sustainability of land resource. I'll skip all that. These are important states. But now, you see, a lot of discussion has come up for land resources that in our country, special economic zones have been were there for the loss of agricultural land. But when I looked into the government records, I have found only 491 approvals have been made for special economic zones. My point here is that the academics and the media, they have projected as special economic zones, they are encroaching upon agricultural land, but it is not, because only 50,000 land has been acquired for the special economic zones in our country. But interesting fact about these special economic zones, which the CAG report has highlighted, that only out of this 50,000 hectare, only less than half of it has been utilized. But more importantly, a large chunk has been diverted for not what they have proposed. They have diverted for commercial reasons. So again, I would say that there is some kind of tug of war as to how the land resource is to be utilized. We are drawing out from agricultural land, but it is not going to the industrial sector or the other sector, the higher order economic activity, which would result into prosperity to the people of this country. I'll skip all that because I think I do not have much time. If I can summarize these maps, I can say that yes, the infrastructural development has spread to all corners of our country, but the changes in land use are as such where the high productive states, the resource areas of the state, states of our country, they are losing out agricultural land, and there are some states which have higher increase in agricultural land, but they are not so productive, especially Rajasthan and Gujarat, where the agricultural land net zone area has increased. The pasture and grazing land, this is also an important land use class in our country. And interestingly, when we talk about sustainability, I have found that permanent pastures and other grazing land, which is the very important component of rural livelihood among those states which have larger tribal population, there the permanent pasture and other grazing land is decreasing. So you see that when we talk about the sustainability of resources, the tribal people, they are losing out permanent pasture and grazing land in our country. I'll skip all that. Now you see, this is one very important, very interesting map, and statistics also. You see, forest area has increased in our country. Now it is surprising that since 1990 to 2015, the statistics suggest by Government of India, it suggests that the forest area has increased. This increase is mainly attributed to the changes in the definition of forest in our country. But the statistics also suggest that the Jammu and Kashmir, Himachal and northeastern states, they are losing out forest land. So this is all these land transformation is not sustainable to my mind. And if I can summarize the maps, I can say that the land use is unfavorable. It means that in terms of sustainability, this is another study which I did, but I'm not going into the detail. I can only explain to you that land use has not been sustainable in our country. Now I come to a micro level study very quickly, and I'll just try to highlight that what is happening at micro level. Urban areas, how they are expanding very quickly. You see, this is Aligarh city from where I'm coming and I'm speaking. And this is the municipal boundary, present day municipal boundary, and it is all agricultural land, but only in the central part, it is the urban area. Now, very quickly, you can see that with time it has expanded. But the important part is that this expansion is again dominated by residential that is built up, which is the requirement of the people of this city. But more importantly, in the recent past, there is more of a speculative land transformation, which is the vacant land. I'll skip all that. Now you can see in this map that how the land transformation has taken place. This is how the expansion of the city has taken place. There's one important phenomena which is very peculiar for all the Indian cities, that we have great fascination for accessibility. So along the roads, the transformation is much greater. That is also one important conclusion which I can draw with it. And the land transformation is more prominent along the roads, and that is why most of the expansion which take place, it is in linear manner along the roads. Then I talked about the land fragmentation. you see, the total operated area is decreasing because the land, agricultural land has been encroached upon, but operational holdings are increasing. Now, they are contradicting to each other, but the reason for it is that the same land has been divided into 4, making it operational holding as more in our country. And the small and marginal farmers are almost 85% of the total operational holding are small and marginal farmers. Now, this is interesting. Why? Because operational holding is small and marginal. That means that the majority of the farmer, they would not be able to sustain themselves and their family on this small piece of land. So that way, I would say that this is also an important situation. And when I looked into the larger area of my study for the entire tehsil, now you can see that this is the Aligarh city in the middle of this tehsil, and with time the land transformation has taken place. But even beyond the city also, the speculative land holding has increased. So you can see vacant land, which was 17% in 1998, it is 37%. That reflects that highlight that it is not only confined, the speculation of land holding is not only confined to the urban areas, but it is much beyond that also. And this is one study which I did. Again, I'm not going into the detail, but using the remotely sensed data in GIS environment, which is a technique these days geographers and many others are using a lot, I can say with conviction that only 10% of the land is large now in the coal tehsil, which is predominantly agrarian region. But here also the land transformation is as such, where land holdings have become very small. So that reflects that even in the highly productive area, the land fragmentation is taking place, and because of that, the sustainability of the farmers. You see, we have heard a lot about the farmers, they are stressed. These are the reason, because we are not being able to utilize the land resource properly. Land holdings are getting smaller and smaller, which cannot sustain the family and the farmers, and the agricultural activity is stressed, and the people, they are moving from rural area to urban area. I'll skip that. The last point which I would like to highlight, you see, a lot has been said about the planning in our country. What I did, I just tried to find out what is happening with the master plan. In Aligarh city, we had 2 master plan period. One is 1980 to 2000, and another one which is presently going on 2001 to 2021. And what I did, I took the Aligarh master plan for both the period. I'm just highlighting here the master plan between which is presently going on 2001 to 2021, and I tried to find out the status of planning in Aligarh city. Now it's very interesting. You see, now the master plan has been abandoned because now Aligarh city has been selected as a smart city. So lot of changes now which is happening. It is not going with the master plan proposals. It is more because of the smart city initiative. But till 2018, very interestingly, you would find that the master plans are all gone wayward in our country, because this example can be replicated, it can be checked in other cities also, because any of the city where you are living in India, you know that these kind of situation is there. So what I have found, that there is large scale violation. Violation means whatever has been proposed by master plan, it is not on the ground. Some other land use class is existing there. So I have picked up all the important land use classes: residential, commercial, industrial, and all the other minor land use classes where the transformation was as such, where which was not gone along with the master plan. There were violations. But one more interesting fact of the planning in our country is that a large area, or I would say majority of the master plan has not been executed as proposed in the master plan. It remained undeveloped in the sense that whatever has been proposed, especially for example playground, for example parks, for example community and other services, they all have not come in the last 20 years. Not only in the 20 years, in the last 40 years. And it remained undeveloped. Then another important feature of it is that here on all the undeveloped area, speculative land, that means the people have purchased those land and they would be transforming whatever has been proposed by the master plan, they is going to be violated. Now one more thing which I would like to highlight, then I am not projecting the 1980 to 2001 master plan, but my study, I did this study for 1980 and 2001. The same picture came, and what happened in 2001 to 2021 master plan, the planners, the development authority have adopted it as planned. So whatever violation which was done earlier, it has been regularized. This is happening everywhere. So this is the situation of master planning in our country. These are the statistics. You can see that out of the 9,900 hectares, 6,000, almost 6,000, 5,800 hectares have remained undeveloped, where this would come as speculative landholding. So here I would stop. Thanks a lot for giving me this opportunity. And if there are any questions, I would be happy to.
Thanks a lot, sir, for such a wonderful session on urbanization and sustainability. This is Dr. Varun Mishra from CCWR.
Yes.
So we have some questions from the participants. Sure. I would like to start from the question that is from Sanjay. He wants to know what should be the solution to reduce the overexploitation of land resources to promote the sustainability, especially in India.
Yes, you see, this is what the situation is. Very easy to say that land resource need to be protected, but it is very difficult. Why? Because the pressure of population is very high. But there are ways to come out of it. The simple reason is that some simple explanation to it is that we need to be judicious in utilizing the land resource. We should protect our fertile agricultural land, and the developmental process should be diverted to the lesser productive land. It is simple, and in the past this has been done. For example, one geographer known as Dudley Stamp in Great Britain, at the time in 30s and 40s, when Great Britain started to lose out the colony, especially like India and other Asian countries from where they were drawing agricultural commodity, they did that in the United Kingdom, and they have protected their land, allocating the land to appropriate use. So that is what is required in our country. But surely the pressure of population is one very important factor which makes manipulation in all kinds of planning in our country.
Not sir for your answer to this question. The next question is from Priyanka. She wants to know, is it feasible to put a limitation on industrial expansion and concentrate more on agricultural resources in the era of economic growth?
No, I've never said that industrial establishment should be restricted. In fact, I have highlighted that the special economic zone have very small amount of land allocated, but I don't know why even those special economic zones, they have not flourished. You see, this is a simple human development aspect issue where every society, it try to there should be normal mutation of people to higher order economic activity. So that is the challenge for our country. that we have a large rural population which is directly or indirectly related with primary economic activity, say agriculture, mostly agriculture. They should be switching to the higher order economic activity to bring prosperity in our country. There is large scale unemployment and large scale hidden employment and large scale people who are not doing anything but associated with primary economic activity without contributing much to it. So this is one important challenge. That is why I am saying that we need to have judicious use of land resource. The industrial sector is not so significant in our country. The share of to the GDP is also not so significant for the industrial sector. The tertiary sector has developed, but industrial sector is somewhat lagging in our country. So my submission here is that we should develop more. You see, there should be gradual process of mutation of population from primary to secondary and secondary to tertiary. In our country, if I can say in a few words, I can say that we had abrupt change of economic activity. Primary to straight away tertiary sector. And the tertiary sector does not have the base of carrying forward the tertiary sector. So this is something which we may debate a lot on it. But my point here is that I am not at all advocating for not promoting the secondary sector. In fact, I would like the planners all should focus more on the secondary activities so that some people or some share of our population should go to the secondary sector from the primary sector.
Thank you very much, sir. So the next question is from Pranay. He wants to know, is there any differences in the sustainability of land use patterns between urban and rural area? And if there is a difference, sir, Pranay wants to know, is there any differences in the sustainability of land use patterns between urban and rural area? And how to cope up with this difference, if there is a difference?
No, there is no difference. My point here is that there is some kind of dichotomy in our planning process where at certain period of time we focused on rural population, rural activities, and at certain point of time we focused on urban population and urban oriented economic activity. We need to have balance between them. We need to have continuous process where gradually we should promote the urban sector, we should promote the higher order economic activity, but it should be gradual. I am saying that it has happened abruptly. Till 1980s, we promoted a lot the primary sector and rural societies. Abruptly, we changed the policies and we went to the urban sector and the higher order economic activity. It should not have been abrupt. That is the point. And because of that, there is some kind of gap between the, there is some kind of tug of war between urban population and rural population, agricultural activity and industries and tertiary sector services, etc. So this is the situation where the transition should be smooth. That has happened in many countries where you see during the industrial revolution, many industries have come up among the developed countries. It has not happened in our country. Even after independence, despite of lot of efforts, the industries could not flourish. There have been many industrial establishment, but gradually they all fade out. They could not survive in our economic scenario, economic sector in our country.
Thanks a lot, sir. Thank you very much. So next question is from Muhammad Ibrahim. He wants to know what should be the suggestions to the government or policy makers to make sustainable utilization of the natural resources.
That's a very tricky question to answer for me. But you see, this is what the common understanding of each individual of our country. What we want to improve the well-being of each individual in our country. Now, how it can be achieved? It can be achieved by the mutation of higher order to mutation to higher order economic activity. So every government wants their people to be better off, so that the country can be at better place. But the real issue is that what are the resources available to us? If the resources are limited and their users are in larger number, then this sustainability is affected. I highlighted this in my one of my slide also, that there are many dimensions of sustainability, which includes poverty also, which includes the population also. So it is very easy to say that the planning should be like that, where everyone should have a good life, surely, but it all depends on what kind of resources our country has and how judiciously it can be utilized, so that the improvements in the well-being of the common man and majority people could have.
Thanks a lot, sir. Sir, next question is from my side as well. Sir, I want to know that is the clear-cut demarcation of urban-rural fringe can put the resources for sustainable development?
There is never a clear-cut demarcation. You see, it's a dynamic process. You see, for example, municipal limit is supposed to be the limit for urban area. But any of the city, you go in India, you visit in India, you will find that when you approach the city, much before going to the city center or its city limit, the built-up areas start coming up. So this is one very important issue in our country, where the land resource is not being utilized, is not being taken care in an effective manner. Very quickly, I'll give you one example of how urban expansion can be restricted, or the rural land can be protected. You see, London is one city. I did one research there also as Commonwealth Fellow, and the same kind of research when I did there, very interestingly, I found, you all would agree that London is one of the prime city of the world. I gave you the example of Aligarh city, which is not at all comparable to the city of London. But you see, London, and I mentioned the name of Dudley Stamp, who did the land use survey for Great Britain. So what they did, the London ad did, that they all knew that London is a fast growing city, and there is a lot of pull factor, and there is a lot of forces which are trying to develop land beyond the London city. So what they did, they constructed a green belt around the London city. And there has been, right from the very beginning, since 60s, 50s, there has not been any expansion of London city. So despite of all kinds of forces, all kinds of urban forces, all kinds of capitalist forces, London city remained intact. It has not gone beyond the city where greenbelt have not been touched at all. There has been, when I was there, there was one M3, one motorway was constructed through the greenbelt only to reach up to the Heathrow airport. So this is the only modification that they have allowed, and the Londoners, they have made a lot of representation not to give any land to construct this motorway. So there was a lot of opposition from the people of that particular place, the counties which were affected. So that is what the planning is all about. I gave you the example of master plan. It is very easily in our country is being violated. That needs to be checked. That needs to be restricted. This is the example for the Delhi is also there, where in the recent time when elections were going on, all the political parties have said that they would regularize all the encroachment which they have done on because there is Laldora concept, and I'm not going into the detail, but I'm just saying that we need to be very judicious in use of land. It is possible. The only thing is that all the stakeholders, they have to act appropriately so that the land resource can be utilized properly, judiciously. That is happening in other parts. For example, not many European countries, they have higher concentration of population, but they have very large area allocated as green spaces. In our country, no city can claim that they have adequate green spaces. So this is the situation. And all the planners, they are in master plan and all the development plans, they are allocating land for green areas, green spaces, open spaces, but none of the city can claim that they have adequate green spaces, open spaces in our country.
Thanks a lot, sir. Thanks a lot for enlightening us by your valuable thoughts and your valuable lecture. Thank you very much on behalf of Center for Climate Change and Water Research. Now I would like to call upon Ms. Priyanka Roy to introduce our next speaker, followed by the lecture. Thanks a lot, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Varun Mishra, sir, and thank you, Dr. Fazal, sir. Now I would take this opportunity to introduce our fifth speaker, Dr. Poonam Sharma. She is an associate professor from the Department of Geography, Shahid Bhagat Singh College from the University of Delhi. She has completed her MTech, MPhil, PhD from Delhi University and teaching in Delhi colleges since 1994. Presently teaching in the Department of Geography at Shahid Bhagat Singh College from Delhi University. She is specializing in urban and regional planning, urban geography, development studies, smart cities, environment geography, and geological studies. She is awarded with Meritorious Teachers Award in the year 2017 to 2018 by the Department of Higher Education from the Government of Delhi. An award for a good paper presentation in International Conference of Nordic Geographers and meet at Stockholm. She has authored many books and many research papers in reputed national and international journals. She has organized many workshops, seminars, and conferences, both national and international podium. Dr. Poonam Sharma has completed her research project on urbanization and human capital development in Assam that is sponsored by Indian Council of Social Science and Research, Ministry of MHRD, Development of India. Now on this thought, I would invite Dr. Poonam Sharma to take this session forward. Ma'am, you are most welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Priyanka, for your kind words. And first of all, let me congratulate Dr. Suraj Singh, Dr. Shruti Singh, and the entire team for organizing this international conference. And it's I've been listening to the speakers yesterday and today. Wonderful presentation and wonderful speakers that you have arranged. So your team really needs lots of appreciation. My regards to Professor Fazal Shahab also. I was listening to your wonderful presentation, sir. All right, so it's a great opportunity to interact and share thoughts and also, see what is happening in the academia all around. All right, so I'll be sharing my screen. Okay, let me just... Is the screen visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you. So the thoughts that I'll be discussing, it is on understanding the significance of microclimate, planned green spaces, and environmental sustainability. As we all know, as part of the SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, the environmental sustainability, the climate change, and all are very, very important aspects that are concerns for micro level urban governance, maybe the municipalities, or to the state level, country level, and to definitely to the international level. So at various levels, these are the areas of concern. I'll be sharing with you that some of parts of the research that I'm involved with. See, and what I'm referring here is the microclimate. As we all know that India falls into which climatic zone. But I'm referring here the micro differences that we all face, and this is, of course, we all are, the humanity are responsible that how it has been created. So effectively, in terms of how you would like to define is that any kind of a local deviation from the climate of the larger area, it is that which is called microclimate. It can be at any scale. You can observe these microclimatic features at different scales. It may be as small as a protected inner courtyard of a large building, or as large as a city or a region. So these kind of microclimatic phenomena can be observed at various scales. This is, a very important aspect, and very popularly is been talk among the all kind of sustainability and the climate research that we are talking these days. See, as you all know, how the built up areas, maybe it's a city or a region, right? The countryside, the large built up areas, the countryside, the large built up areas, maybe commercial, residential, or industrial, or any kinds. And all these surface features, they are different in different levels of interactions with the sunlight, right? And it is these different interactions of these surface features that creates the entire the different thermal zones that we are experiencing, the world is experiencing today, right? So if you see the kind of land uses here and the kind of temperature, right, it is in the same area, right, in the same regions, right? But you can definitely observe that in certain pockets the temperature conditions are higher. See, and what I'm saying, in a particular maybe in a, say in a particular 50 kilometers area, for example. So in a 50 kilometers area or 30 kilometers area, if you can see a difference of 30 to 33 degrees of difference, so that leads to lot of difference in terms of a small area. So such kind of areas, you see these kind of these surface features, they are trapping heat. So the kind of temperature conditions that you will see would be of these kinds, and such phenomena are called heat islands, that in the larger zones like this, you are creating certain areas at heat islands. And of course, this is what the completely anthropogenic in nature. Now, we all understand that how does these climatic deviations actually happens. So majorly, the topography, the kind of slope, the orientation, the exposures, elevations, these are the topographic features, topographic aspects that creates the difference. The ground surface, of course, natural and the man-made surfaces. The kind of three-dimensional objects, the fences, walls, buildings. So in together, the combination of all these factors, they lead to the climatic deviations from the larger climatic region that a place belongs to. Now, what my main aspect that I'm going to discuss here is the nature has given you in abundance. Nature has given you green spaces in abundance. But now we have reached to a point, particularly our cities, the large urban centers, and also now the peri-urban areas where the expanding cities are engulfing those peri-urban areas. So now we have reached to a point where we need to plan green areas. Already a lot of abundance of green area was there, but the kind of exploitation had led to a point that now this has to be part of your planning. So what I'm referring here, the planned green space is referring to the park, the very humble park, the very humble word. In most of probably everybody in your residential areas, you must be thinking it is my next door, right? Yes, you're right. That's your next door area. That is the park where your children plays, or maybe elderlies of the family are using those places for social interactions. So parks are actually the defined areas, open spaces, mostly dominated by vegetation, water, and generally it is reserved for public usage. The parks can definitely be, depending upon the kind of locality, kind of area, they may be larger areas or small pockets. And the richness of the green also is important for all these areas. You might have, we might not have thought the park where I walk down, maybe 100 meters away from my residence, that how significant is this place. There are specialized kind of nature which is close to where people live and work. And these are small scale green areas in the cities. Then in fact, I call them as their functional spaces. They're functional spaces in a region with the complete dynamic role. They have ecological, economic, social, aesthetic, and physical. All these roles, these small areas are playing. And yes, definitely, they're adding to the well-being to the residents of that place. These parks also somewhere help in creating energy-efficient regions, as they are the best hope to slow down the global warming by cleaner air and help capturing and filtering the rain runoff. Most of our cities these days, one is that the cities are complaining that the cities are running dry of the groundwater availability. At the same time, cities are facing the inundation during the rainy season. Just look at the kind of situation. On one hand, the cities are running dry of the groundwater, and on the other hand, during the rainy season, cities are just flooded, just getting flooded, just getting inundated. So how is this that our cities are able to have both? Absolutely, running dry groundwater and also inundation. It is because such planned green spaces are not well planned. Because it is the role of these places that the capturing or filtering of rain runoff happens. In fact, these parks should be treated as essential component of infrastructure, as any other infrastructure to people. because parks, it has been studied, I mean, by various places and by many scholars, that parks definitely produce measurable health, environment, and community benefits. Through this diagram, you see that how these parks are working, and we have to all the the local bodies, we have been paying different kinds of rentals, different kind of payments and billings. Look at the kind of provisional services that these small pockets are doing for you, the kind of regulating services, whether it is air purification, noise pollution control, water infiltration, and particularly in the large urban areas, these are the only place for habitat provision, no other place. If there is no natural green area in the entire built-up area, then these are the only habitat provisions. The cultural services, the psychophysical and social health benefits. These are the most important aspects that these parks, these planned green spaces, they add to the people's lives and people's well-being. Of course, education, research, and training too. See, the main objectives that the study would be covering, that how these parks, they serve as pockets of cool island. See, if we can create the phenomena of heat islands, definitely to counter it, how can we use these parks as cool islands in the complete densely concretized regions? To assess the health of the vegetation health of the parks, and also to quantify the pattern of land surface temperature of different land use, land cover, to quantify the impact of parks on the microclimate of the region with the reference to the temperature. This can be quantified with various other references also, but here I'm referring it with the temperature only. So I'm talking of the capital city, and just imagine it's a very micro level study, and because I really wanted to see very closely, because that how it is creating the impact. So it is one of the districts of Delhi. And why this particular district? Because this district has the highest density of people residing in that particular area. So that was the main concern. Rest we'll know climatically, it's completely the same area. See, the database for this particular kind of research is, of course, we did digitized more than 500 parks and the Landsat 8 satellite image. LULC was created, and of course, for measuring the vegetation health of these parks, NDVI been calculated. Land surface temperature using the thermal bands, it was created, right, for spectral radiance, and then top of the surface brightness, and then we calculated the temperatures, that is the land surface temperatures. All right, so all these formulas and all, they are readily available in the Landsat 8 module. That all these formulas you can refer there with the Landsat 8 module formula for LST, etc. Okay, so now this is the important area that I would like to discuss with you here. In this particular district, this complete The orange section you see, this complete orange section is the built up area. So you can see how densely built up area is this. The another important part to understand here is river Yamuna is flowing right here. Right here it is flowing. Okay. So this particular, this whole belt that you're seeing a lot of green and all, this is actually the catchment area or the flood zone of river Yamuna, right? So where during the, you know, the other than monsoon season, all this belt is used for temporary farming, temporary vegetable farming, etc. So this all that you are seeing green is that segment of the area. This particular line is what you can see and refer that beyond this, the major built up area is right of this line. Here I want to show you the vegetation index. This you refer here as, look at this particular, this entire area, this entire zone. This entire zone, you see, is so least and almost no vegetation. This entire area, this all is a built up area, but this entire area is into almost no vegetation area. There are some patches here. There are some patches here. Now, from the Google Earth pictures that I'm referring to this area, you can clearly see that how basically what happens. This entire thing falls into our planning process. How does our cities expand and grow? So the major part of these all are basically, they all were initially peri-urban areas, and they developed in an haphazard manner, an unplanned part of the city. So thereby they just developed, and you can see the kind of densely built up area. It is this part of the city. This is densely built up area. But you can definitely, within this densely built up area, there's a small patch of land, which is actually planned built up area. And so thereby you can see this planned built up area here, this planned built up area, there are buildings, but definitely you can see these green patches are created while planning that area. Whereas in these all areas, it's a densely concretized area. There's another set of planned area you can see here with good amount of green patch. It is these planned areas. Okay, there are buildings, and there are of course the planned green patches as well. Now here comes the very important question that, you know, this entire span, this from here to here, it is hardly, from here to here, this is hardly 15 to 20 kilometers difference from here to here. But in terms of the availability of vegetation, you can see it looks as if, you know, there are two different climatic zones. Absolutely zero vegetation to absolutely geovegetation areas to, okay, you know, some green is available for the people who are living there. So now I would always say that it raises a very important question here, that why the well-being of the people who are staying here, why do these people have the right to on a cleaner, healthier surroundings? These are very important questions that, you know, one needs to look for. Similarly, on the same area, land surface temperatures were calculated. I hope the screen is visible and the audio is fine.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. So, so in this, you see, the areas with darker red color, the temperature ranges are from 32 to 36 degrees, and we can see it here. And this, the dense built up area, the orange, and the yellow is around 30 degrees, 30 to 31, right? Let us, for the time being, not see the green areas, the green areas. I'm just looking at this to 30 to 36. That means around 5 to 6 degrees, 30.58. So let us see 5 to 6 degrees of temperature change. Now, this is the natural area. Okay, the red thing that you are seeing here, these are no buildings or industrial areas. These are just those areas of the floodplain zone where during the dry season the sand has been taken out from these areas. So you can see these, the temperatures are seen like this here. You can see this area. Okay. All right. So if you see that 32 to 30. 31 to 33 degrees of temperature in this complete orange belt, and these red you see at these places. These are some industrial areas with larger rooftop. Okay, so the roofs are, because these are larger plots. Okay, so the surface area of the roofs is higher. Similarly is here, this is also an industrial area. The surface areas of the building are higher. So the absorption and trapping of heat is also higher, which is causing the higher temperatures in these areas. Okay. And now I want to show you that one planned residential area, planned built up area. It includes residential, commercial, both. Planned built up area was here, and another planned built up area was here. So now you see there's a difference of definitely 3 to 4 degrees of temperature. People living in these areas, or people living in these planned areas, contrary to people living in these areas and people living in these belts. These are all unplanned parts of the city. So this not only creating the kind of impacts that can be seen here. People living in these areas definitely, they live in an area where there's a difference of 2-3 degrees of temperature as compared to the people who are living in the absolute concrete. You can see absolute concrete area, and these are these planned areas. You can see there are buildings and there are planned green areas. So there can be a lot of connecting energy consumption. Yes, very important, energy consumption. If there's a difference of 3-4 degrees of temperature, so during summer seasons, the kind of energy consumption by that is the usage of AC, and thereby the expenditures of the family, and also the kind of air, the kind of general health and well-being of these that they are getting, that they are receiving, and all these people here in the dense built up area that they are seeing. So this is very, very significant here. So we've tried to calculate the regression between NDVI and LST, and they're definitely inversely related to each other, which means more the good quality of vegetation, there would be lesser temperatures than its surroundings. I'm saying then its surroundings. So the presence of vegetation somewhere limits the temperature increase. So now I come to the part that what happened, in all those planned areas, 552 parks that were digitized, and you can see their NDVI ranges here. This is what is the important point that I want to make it here. And that calls for the role of the civic bodies, that who are the people in an area who manage these small green patches which play such an important role. So if I see 63% of these parks, the health of the vegetation was poor. 30% of the parks, health of the vegetation was moderate, and just around 6% of the parks, the health of the vegetation is good. So what I'm trying to say here, had there been that we, the people, right, either the people who are concerned to manage it or the people who are living in those areas, in those areas or working in those areas, whether it's a workplace surrounding or the your residence surrounding. If these 60 plus 30, 90%, 90 and above percent of parks, if they are managed well, and if they possess, or if we manage a good health of the vegetation in those areas, you can just imagine the kind of impact these 90, I'm saying there's a lot of impact of the parks. Okay, then if we come to this point and you say that 90% of your resources, you can create into wonders if the health of vegetation in these areas can be seen. So I'm showing you these parks. It's the same study area, but a zoomed part I'm showing you that among these parks, these are all 552 parks that were digitized, that among these parks, all parks does not have similar kind of a vegetation health. There is difference. Similarly, in these parks, the temperature conditions also, you can see there are red also patches, there are yellow, orange, so all kinds of temperature conditions are seen there. So in terms of your temperature, you see just 7% of the parks have around 29, say 29, 30 degrees of temperature. And look at all this major chunk. They are ranging between 29 to 34, 29 to 34 degrees of temperature. So this here definitely can be improved if better attention is paid to the health of vegetation in these parks. See, we've tried to categorize into this unplanned residential areas with no parks. This is their NDVI, that's negative, and the kind of temperature, average temperature in that area is this much. The planned residential areas with parks, the NDVI and the temperature conditions. Planned residential areas with proximity to parks, look at their NDVI and look at their temperature range. So parks with normal green, this is the temperature, and parks with rich green, 3 degrees of temperature difference you can see. This is a natural area, let us leave that. All right, so 3 degrees of temperature difference has been seen. You can see here the negative NDVI, higher the temperature, right? As the NDVI increases, the temperature is decreasing. These are the unplanned residential areas. And how is the appearance and the kind of NDVIs and LSTs they have. Within the area of 10-12 kilometers, the planned and unplanned regions, right? And the planned and unplanned regions are also very closely spaced, right? Same area. All these parks were digitized, same areas, and the difference you can see. I've taken sample of few, the large parks there. See, one of this large park you see, a better, definitely a good health of vegetation can be maintained here. But you see the kind of difference in NDVI and also the kind of difference in this complete patch is just a bare land, no grass, no trees. So if this is improved better, these temperature conditions can definitely improve. This is still a richer. You can see in the LST you will not find orange and the red color because it is little better. But see this part, no vegetation, and so the temperatures are also impacted. This is another large piece of park. Look at these patches. So had these been improved, you can understand the kind of impact it can create. So what I'm trying to effectively say here is that, unplanned residential areas and the planned residential areas, there's a lot of difference, good amount of difference that has been observed in their NDVIs and also thereby the land surface temperature. The regions where parks are at a proximity, right, where the NDVI values are high, have shown a drop of 1 to 3 degrees Celsius temperatures. The unplanned residential localities where there is no green space or park are most affected. So definitely in the, particularly in the summer seasons, they really have a impact. It is evident that the area which is densely populated have few patches of green. The sustainability of the regions, the places through green is the concern for today's health and of course climate. So it is significant to maintain the quality of vegetation in the park, right? Only then you can, then you can say thus, yes, and opposite of if you have created heat islands at some places, maybe in some other corners of the city, you might have, you must plan to create the, in contrast, that is the cool islands. So, development, revitalization, sustainability of parks will definitely contribute to resilient regions, not only in terms of what I say, microclimate, the well-being of people, and I very importantly say, of course, the kind of, that we are talking as, these 20 cities are running dry, and then I say the same cities are also inundated during the rainy season. So all these kind of problems, they're, they're all all these problems are all interconnected. So it's kind of areas that you will see it is just next to staying, you've been using this, and you see that how important, what kind of significance does it have to your daily and effective life every day, and of course to a larger impact also to the climatic regions. With these words, I'll conclude what I wanted to say. Yeah.
Thanks a lot, ma'am. Thank you very much for your wonderful session. Ma'am, we have received some questions from the participants. The first question is from
Yes, please.
Legis. He just wants to know some details about the methodologies, what we have used in this study.
Okay. See, methodology is, there are two things what are related here. One is the NDVI and another is the land surface temperature. Okay. Landsat 8 images have been used. So to calculate land surface temperature, it is you just visit USGS Landsat 8 modules and you will find all these formulas are very neatly, clearly explained there, right? Formulas are interpretations and everything you will find in the Landsat 8 modules. And it is easily, readily available on USGS also, and you just Google it and you'll find it. So relationship of land surface temperature and the NDVI, that is the normalized vegetation index, which gives you the health of the vegetation. So how this health of the vegetation is influencing influencing the temperatures, the local temperature conditions in the neighborhood areas. That is being referred here as microclimate. So within 10-12 kilometers of area, in certain areas, some kind of a local temperature condition variations are there. These you can relate it with many more aspects also that I have referred as the well-being to the citizen. That is one area. As the the water available, groundwater infiltration and rain water availability and inundation, and a lot of other aspects that are also can be related and further explored further.
Thanks, ma'am. Ma'am, next question is from Shelley. She wants to know what kind of data sets can be used for unplanned area.
See, for unplanned areas, it is not that what kind of data set available is, of course you would be using these images only. Whether you take Sentinel or maybe more if Landsat is giving you 30 meters, right? So you may go ahead with Sentinel 10 meters or maybe further higher. So it will depend on what kind of work that you are looking for, what level of. If I am just looking for identifying zones where in the unplanned areas such green patches can be created, that is my one objective. All right. So if that is my objective, what I have to do? That I will in that case have to work accordingly. If I am looking for identifying the what I say the well-being, well-being of people, then I'll have to work again differently. That which age category of people, what kind of their requirement, who all are the usage. Okay, then it is one kind of thing. If I'm working for workplace, then my area of concern would be different. So it will definitely depend what is your purpose and objective of study. So you can go ahead with the kind of data set at a higher resolution. If Landsat 8 gives it 30 meters, you may go for Sentinel, or you may go for further higher resolution. If you want to say, for example, if you're looking for just studying the unplanned areas, and you want to identify the areas, the suitable places, the suitable sites where such areas or such green areas can be created, such artificial green can be placed. So if that is your concern, then you will work accordingly.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot, ma'am. Next question is from Bhartendu. He wants to know how we can study the differences between nighttime land surface temperature and daytime land surface temperature.
बिल्कुल आप कर सकते हैं. See, as you know that when the temperatures are taken, then the temperatures are meteorological departments also, they take the mean temperature, the maximum temperature, the night minimum temperature, right? So similarly, if you want to work in that direction, then of course you will work right from your data set. So the kind of data set that you should be using. So similar exercise can be definitely converted into if you want to take the kind of temperature conditions for the night time. So if you really want to go into that detail, there are provisions, very well provisions for studying as we do the studying for lightning pattern and all for the night sky studies. Similarly, the thermal conditions can also be studied.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot. Next question is from Abhishek, who wants to know how we can correlate the urban green proportions of urban green spaces with increasing urbanization?
Very interesting question. That is the crux of the entire thing. The urban green spaces and the increasing urban sprawl or the growing urbanization. That is what is the struggle is. We are saying that nature has given you abundance. That is the initial line, that nature has given you abundance. And when you're increasing, when your cities are expanding, you are growing, you are creating industrial areas, you are creating SEZs, you are creating a lot of other kind of land uses. So we are doing what? We are consuming green spaces only. But at the same time, we cannot say that we should just not do the land use change will not happen, or the urbanization will not increase. Everything has to go parallelly, and it is this harmony with the nature. It is this harmony with the nature that has to be maintained.
Thanks a lot, ma'am. Thanks a lot for your wonderful session on understanding urbanization and relationship between land surface temperature and DVI and other factors. Thank you very much, ma'am. Now, I would like to call upon Ms. Priyanka Roy for further proceedings and to start our next session, that is paper presentation. So I would like to call Ms. Priyanka.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Varan, sir. Thank you, ma'am, for walking us through the understanding the significance of microclimate and how to plan for the green space and environmental for sustainable growth. Now, taking forward with today's convention, we have reached our second phase, where today's session will, today's session, we will be presenting the paper presentation, and Dr. Praveen Kumar Rai will be the chairman of the session, and Dr. Sushil Kumar Shukla will be the co-chairman of the session, and Mr. Majid Farooq will be the reputier of the paper presentation session. So I now invite all the paper presenters to be ready with their paper presentation. Okay. Before that, I want to give an announcement that we will start with our session 3 and 4. Session 3 and 4 have been clubbed together for the paper presentation. So we will first start with the presenters who are listed in session 3 and 4, and then we will move on to the paper presenters who have not been able to present yesterday. So they will be presenting yesterday, and first we will cover all these presenters who have sent their PowerPoint presentation to us. Apart from that, those who have prepared their PowerPoint presentation and want to give their presentation here, they can also give their names on the chat box, so that we can call them up on the later session after once all the called out names have been finished off. Okay. So now we will start the session in another 5 minutes. Okay. So please hold on to your patience. We will get back to you in 5 minutes. Okay. Okay, good afternoon to all. Now we will start with our paper presentation session. So the first name that I'm calling is Harayat, HMYLP. Is Harayat there? The Herat will be presenting the topic of reducing carbon footprint in Sri Lanka data center towards the sustainable development. Is Herat there? Okay, we move on to the next presenter, Pradeep. Pradeep will be presenting on the topic climate change and India challenges and development. Pradeep. Okay, the next presenter is Ontio Umom from the Kiba slums. The effect of disposal disappear in sustainable environment in Kenya slums. Ontino Uma.
If anyone is present there and whose name has been called from our side, sir, please send yes in the chat box. So it will be convenient for us as well as for you. We can get to know who is present there and who wants to present their work. So if the names who we have called upon here in the session, just send yes message in the chat box. So we will get to know who is present here.
Yes, Pradeep, I have already called your name, so please start with your presentation. Okay, Pradeep is not there. Edu HN is there? Okay, I will move to next presenter. Sukanya Ghosh. Sukanya Ghosh, is she present? Okay. She's there? Oh, yes. Okay, Sukanya, please present. Turn on your mic and please present.
Ms. Sukanya, you can just start. Yeah, sure. You can have 2 minutes to start your presentation. There is an important instruction for all the participants who are going to present their work. There is a time limit of 10 minutes for the presentation, 7 minutes for presenting the work, and the remaining 3 minutes will be scheduled for question and answer session. So it is requested to all of you, just please be finish your presentation within the timeline of 10 minutes. Because we have several other presentations today. So you are given 10 minutes to complete your work, to present your work. Thanks.
Okay, please Sukanya, start presenting.
Sukanya, start your presentation as we have got various other presentations. We cannot give 20 minutes to each candidate. Our mic is not working.
Okay. Meanwhile,
what we can do is we can move to next presentation until unless her mics doesn't start working.
Yes, sir.
We can move to next. We can move to next.
Okay, sir. The next presenter is Sanat Kumar Purkit.
Sanat Kumar Purkit, it's your turn. So
Gabriel, please turn off your camera. Gabriel, please turn off your camera.
Sanat Kumar Purkit, are you there? Yes, he's there. Please turn on your mic, and your presentation has already been shared. Yeah, turn on your mic so that we can hear you. Your mic is off.
Hello.
Yes, yes, you are audible. You can start with your
Hello, ma'am.
presentation.
Audible.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. And sorry for late response due to network problem. And good afternoon, everybody. Chairperson, co-chairperson, and rapporteur, and all the participants, sir, madam. My topic is disaster management and sustainability of indigenous people of Canning subdivision, Sundarban, South 24 Province, West Bengal, India. And this is the area which is located at the very southernmost part of West Bengal, and which is nowadays, which is more or less cyclone prone area, and the historical record says that it was also devastated by the severe cyclones in the historical past. Ma'am, next. My study area is the geographically located at an around in between 21 degree 34 north and to 22 degree 37 degree north latitude, and this is the longitudinal extension, and it is the southernmost position of the Dampier Hodges line, which is demarcated by the East India Company to protect the greenery. And this greenery part, which is the Sundarban Tiger Reserve forest, it is the basically the shield of the Sundarban area from the cyclone and severe cyclone, the disaster and natural hazard, or the natural calamities, just like floods and coastal erosion, riverbank erosion. And it is surrounded by the Bangladesh, Baripur, Joynagar, 1 and 2 Kultoli blocks, and at the very southernmost position there is the Bay of Bengal. It is the area of Canning subdivision, which is consisted of 4 blocks, that is Canning 1, Canning 2, Basanti and Gosava, including 241 villages. Among those, Canning 1 and Canning 2 is under the census town and the township culture, but Basanti and Gosava is located at the farthest most area from Kolkata metropolitan city, and it is adjacent to the reserve forest. This is the introductory note of my study area. Of my study. This is the study area is also dominated by the farming society, which is the primitive culture and the primitive gathering economy and the primary economic sectors. All the peoples, indigenous peoples, are busy with their primitive culture and primitive cultivation and gathering economy in the forest area. Most of the people of the study area will busy with their primitive collective and gathering economy, like fishing, honey collecting, etc. In course of time, they are involved in the primary sectors of the economy, like agriculture through the land reclamation from the period of Sir Daniel Hamilton. Sir Daniel Hamilton was the pioneer in this Sundarban belt to introduce the agricultural system. In spite of this type of continuous and frequent natural calamities and cyclone and severe which devastated the area frequently from time to time. In course of time, the area was taken into consideration for the development, and the present government and the previous government then construct the different type of organization, that is like Sundarban Development Board and any other department, just like Sundarban Department and Department of Sundarban Affairs and UNESCO, UNICEF, World Bank, which are the international body. They are more and more concerned about the protection of Sundarban, but the natural calamities, natural disaster, natural hazards, which is not controlled by the human activities, but it is the basically causative factors, which is the triggering role played by the human to generate this type of event. Ma'am, next. Next, please. My explanation, there are some of the objectives of my study to study the present socioeconomic condition and the history of hazards and the ground reality of the development, which is to protect the indigenous people from the this type of cyclone or severe cyclone or disaster. And the data was collected from the survey of from the primary survey and the IMD Kolkata BDO SDO or the local administrative bodies and the census data and district statistical handbook, and the land use and land cover maps were generated, or any other study area map was generated through GIS and remote sensing software. Next, madam. Next, please. Hello.
It takes time. Yes, it actually takes some time.
Yes, this is the map. It is nothing but the study area which is demarcated by the line at the northern position of this map, which is called as Dampier-Hodges line. That particular Dampier-Hodges lines was demarcated, was drawn to protect this greenery part from the interference of the modern civilization. But in course of this line, it was occupied by the human civilization in course of time. At the very beginning, 1862, the Lord Canning, in the era of Lord Canning, it was occupied for the construction of port area at the river bank bank of the river Matla, and the Sir Daniel Hamilton in the year 1880 from 1880 to 1902, he went to this part and introduced the agricultural system after reclamation of the land from this mangrove area. This part, greenery part, is now Sundarban Tiger Reserve forest, and this part, yellow part, and this red part already occupied by the human civilization. But greenery part and its adjacent area, which is devastated again and again by the activities of the natural calamities, and it is caused indirectly by the human interaction. Next, please. Here is the scenario, the historical records of the cyclone event and the severe cyclone, about the destructive cyclone events, the historical past. There is the record from the 1951 to 2000. There are more and more 14 cyclone, but 1901 to 1950 26 cyclone takes place, but 1901 to 1950 the destructive cyclone was more than any other. The flood case was seen that 1801 to 1852 and 1851 to 1900, it is the highest frequency. Destructive cyclone was taken place into in the year 2001 to 2005. We are well aware about the Ayla, Amphan or Bulbul in the latest year, which is the devastating cyclone and caused many lives and the property loss. The Sundarban region has been struck by the several tropical cyclones many times over the centuries. Next, ma'am. Yes, in spite of this type of natural events, which is the cause of life loss and property loss, the decadal changes of population of this Canning subdivision from the 1950 to 2020, it is seen that the gradual decadal changes of the population, as per the census report of India, it is increasing from time to time. In spite of this type of barriers, and the growth of settlement is also developing in 4 blocks of this Canning subdivision, and the percentage of agricultural laborers is also increasing. From
Summarize,
this
summarize,
from
summarize first. Summarize.
yes, ma'am, sir, please,
Summarize your research. Conclude,
next
conclude.
next. The findings is the Canning subdivision including 4 community development blocks, which is depends on the agricultural sector. In spite of this type of natural calamities, the indigenous peoples don't left the area, but because they are always dependent on the agricultural sector, which is more and more available in this area, so that the indigenous people has the affinity to live here, and the increasing population and settlement is also the scenario of this area. Next, please. Please, next. Here is some photograph of the natural devastation calamities and the restoration, and some recommendation is done to develop the poor condition of the distressed people on any of any backward region like Sunon. The indigenous people must be involved in those development work, and to execute and to plan any program, the indigenous knowledge should be acknowledged by the policy makers. The indigenous knowledge of the indigenous people should be incorporated to execute any program. The financial loss and the any other loss should be compensated by the authority. Introduction of the new species of the in the agricultural field should be done, which is more and more tolerable in the saline water, because the agricultural land is infested by the saline water by the river bank erosion. Distribution of the shallow irrigation system.
Don't read, please. We can read that. Please, you summarize, conclude. What is yours? You don't read each and every line, please.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Don't have that much of time.
The incumbent people of this area should be given the special license and identity card to help to mark that particular poor people and to help from the government sector, and it is to be created awareness about the disaster management, and more mangrove plantation should be done along the coastal line to protect this island from the severe cyclone, and compulsory Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Dr. Praveen Rai, Professor, Associate Professor from University of Lucknow has joined. So we welcome Dr. Praveen Rai. Dr. Praveen Rai, the session is open for question and answer.
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you. The session is open for question if you've got any questions.
Good afternoon, Dr. Suraj, and all the organizing members. Sorry, I joined very late. I was busy in some meetings, and still I have some other commitment. And I didn't hear the speaker who just, I think, speak on very important, very significant research. Whatever he has done.
So on your behalf, I'll be putting a question to him. What is the accuracy of the land use land cover map that you have prepared?
Yes, sir.
What is the accuracy What is the accuracy of your land use land map that you have shown of the deltas and the change dynamics that you have shown?
Accuracy, actually, the land use and land cover map of this area was created from the Landsat images from 2001 to 2020. Just before the Ayla and Ampan, the image was taken for the highest accuracy, because after the
Sir has asked different question. He talked about what is the accuracy of your overall accuracy of your classified map. Have you assessed the accuracy of your LULC maps?
Yes, sir. It is.
Yeah.
So it is compared with the present database from the BLRO and the SDO and BDO primary data and secondary data.
So what was the accuracy? What was the accuracy in percentage? Can you tell me?
Sorry, sir.
Okay. Without any accuracy assessment, without any validation of the data sets, the studies you have done cannot be validated, cannot be appreciated. So it's better to include the accuracy results, validation result of your LULC maps. And
sir, it is ongoing process. It will be incorporated later, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, fine. Yeah. Now we can have next speaker, Mr. Ajay Das.
Yes, I'm present.
Yeah, it's your turn, so you can share your screen and we can present your work.
Okay. Sir, I'm facing one problem. Yeah, okay, not an issue. Presenting. I am presenting to your screen. Just a minute. Right. Yep.
Hello. It is requested to all the participants that please focus on your study that you have done rather than going for a background introduction. As we have a large number of presentations, please conclude your presentation within a 10 minutes. Try to complete before 10. Thank you.
Okay. Now you can see the screen. Let me inform.
Yes, it's visible.
Okay, thank you. Just a minute. Okay, so thank you so much, the Ganvier University team, for such kind of annual international conference on sustainability in current scenario and challenges and solutions. And I'm thankful to my session chair, Dr. Pradeep Kumar Rai, and session co-chairman, Dr. Sushil Kumar Sukla. So thankful to all the participants for attending this conference. So now the topic of this research is water ripping structure strategy for biodiversity conservation through hydrogeomorphological analysis, a case study of Lakhpat Taluka, Kutch district, Gujarat. And from the scenario behind this, micro watershed management in rainfed areas of arid and semi-arid region aims at easing agronomic drought by applying water ripping measures. So from there, for this kind of work, I have to follow some kind of methodologies and whole structures. So table of contents for this presentation is first of all introduction, study area, methodology, result and discussion, and next on the recommendation and suggestions, and then I will conclude. So in overall the Gujarat state, there are 462 marine species of flora and 782 species of marine fauna is present. Total 2,728 animal species are present in Gujarat region. About 37% of the total Indian bird species are identified in Gujarat region. And plant biodiversity in Gujarat, total 4,320 plant species are present, and about 1,315 medicinal plant species are identified in the Gujarat region. But why we need biodiversity conservation? Because the Wildlife Protection Act in 1972, Article 48A and Article 51A G, 9 September 1972, defines that to protect and improve the environment and to safeguard the forest wildlife of the country, and every citizen of India to protect and improve the environment and have compassion for living creatures. Another clarification is there. Wildlife, which is a part of parcel of the environment, constitutes the wealth of the nations. It included wild animals, birds, plants, and however man it in the process of progress and development, and also for his selfish ends, is causing much damage to the forest and wildlife. So these are the articles, and the rules has been already published by the government of India. But why this Lakhpat Taluka has been selected for this study? Lakhpat Taluka is recorded with last conserved tropical thorn forest in our country, with having Narayan Wildlife Sanctuary and many reserve forests, which are very significant for unique biodiversity. Lakhpat Taluka is also recorded with maximum deposition of minerals, including lignite, which is an economically very rich resource. So, for better planning on the utilization of natural resources and biodiversity conservation in this taluka, this study is very beneficial. And while the water wrapping structure benefits and it's widely accepted, there is a cumulative appreciations regarding their sustainability and effectiveness also there. Next is the study area. Lakhpat Taluka of Kutch district has been selected as a representative of this research, and the geographical extension of this taluka is 23 degree 24 minute north to 23 degree 15 north, and the north latitude, and the longitudinal extension is 68 degree 25 minute east and the 69 degree 12 minute east longitude. The total area of this taluka is including 2,123 square kilometers. Total villages is equal to 100. Among them, 31 villages under the eco-sensitive area, which is defined by the Ministry of Earth and Environment, Ministry of Environment and Forest notification 31st May 2012. So, for world, this the locations, and in India and in Kutch, and in Kutch as a listing image, and in the taluka. For detailed information, the study area is defined by this map. We see the 100 villages with the associated the reserve forest area also there. Next, the objective of the study. First one is that to prepare higher accuracy based spatial database of land use and land cover. Number two is to delineate the micro watershed zones of Lakhpat Taluka, Kutch district. And number three is to identify the water ripping sites for the construction of check dams in Lakhpat Taluka, Kutch district. Next, the methodology I had followed for this study. Spatial data already collected, research set 1 and 2 list 3 images, pre and post monsoons, 2009, 12, 2015 and 17 for the study of the land use land cover changes. But in this study only I have seen, I am defining the 2017 image, and with the help of raster and SRTM data downloaded from the website, and using the geospatial tools, ArcGIS, with the help of ArcGIS 10.4 and drainage and contour extraction. In the other field, that is the supervised classification already done for the image processing, layer stacking, mosaicing, such kind of processes there, and as well as the field observation is also there, and the vectorization in GIS platform also there to increase the accuracy of the study. From this, we got the different thematic layers: drainage map, slope map, reserve forest map, drainage buffer map, and land use land cover map, contour map, and finally check dam site selections. Then all those including the overlay, with the help of overlay analysis, we had prepared the hydrogeomorphology map with proposed water ripping site locations. Next, for the sampling site, stratified random sampling method has been used for this study, and the taluka has been divided into 9 regions. That is the B18. These are the biodiversity region. Biodiversity cluster zone are identified based on the administrative boundary of the villages and the location of reserve forest area. So the B1N, B2 in northwest, and B3 west, B45 south and southwest, and the B6 southeast, and the B7 is the east portion, and B8 is the northeast portion of the study area. Next, in the result and discussion sector, first of all, the human being, how much human beings are present in this study area. So there is the population distribution of identified biodiversity cluster zones, Lakhpat Taluka, based on the dot density method. So you will find out that these are the densely populated, highly dense populated area in the taluka, and as well as the total household settlement also showing in this map also. Next, The slope gradient map. This slope gradient map showing the slope category and the contour distributions over the whole region. That these are the hilly terrain area and the highland of the study area, and these are the low-lying area. Besides this, the greater runoff Kutch is also there. So next, the micro watershed zones of Kali Sahab watershed based on the defined biodiversity clusters of Lakhpat Taluka. Here the catchment areas also identified, and the micro watershed, these are the catchment areas differentiated by the different colors, and the distribution and the total area in square kilometer also mentioned in the chart. That the most B9C1 is the most the larger catchment area of this taluka. So the distribution also already mentioned in this map.
Please conclude first.
Yes.
Please conclude.
So this is the biodiversity cluster wise proposed check dam site map, where the check dam site is already located, and these are the field photographs during the field study when these are the collected, and so this and the final map is this the LUC land use land cover map for this region, identified with the identified check dam site locations along the region, and with the accuracy of 84.43%. The overall kappa statistic is 0.821. Through the supervised classification, I have done this images, and you will find. So pie diagram showing is this, like the open scrubland is maximum in this region, and the land without scrub is also present in the higher larger wide area. And the study in my PhD thesis, that was the threatened habitat zone, identification of threatened habitat zone. So this was the conclusion of my PhD thesis. But in this research, I had extended my research to this extent. I had prepared this map through the threatened habitat zone and the suitable habitat zone, and with association the check dam site which are necessary for the future development of the biodiversity of this region. So for recommendation and such, so we need focus on the Narayan Sarovar Sanctuary eco-sensitive area, but 3 to 4 kilometers around this sanctuary are environmental monitoring, establishing a statutory committee of official from the State Forest Department to observe the regional level of from a local committee in associating village areas, restoration of degraded tropical forest.
Don't read. Please conclude. Don't read.
And the conclusion is the environmental degradation and human-wildlife conflict are adversely affecting not only the physical environment but also the quality of life. So for this, the status of maintaining ecological stability to sustain life has been long concern in India. This study has been completed with a higher accuracy-based land use land cover map and proposed check dam sites for the recharge of groundwater and establish a suitable habitat for the wild animals of the Lakhpat Taluka. This approach will also be helpful for the rainfed agriculture also. So these are the references I had used for this study, and thank you so much for your attention. And I'm acknowledging the Suraj Ganga University for giving me the opportunity for this. So if you have any suggestions, then please let me know.
So,
yes,
sir. Sir, any comments on? Dr. Praveen sir, Dr. Suraj sir, any comments on this presentation, sir?
You can take only Praveen comment.
Okay, sir.
Dr. Praveen, please do comment.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hello. Dr.
Hello.
Ajay? Dr. Ajay?
Yes, sir. Yes, I'm here.
Just can you just you have can you share your first
Yes, obviously.
title?
Just a minute, because they had it's not showing present. Okay, so which slide you want to watch, sir?
Your first slide, your title.
Yeah. Yes, it's on the screen.
So I just want to know what is your opinion about water conservation, especially in the desert area, especially in the state like Rajasthan. Whatever methodology or concepts you have applied in the Gujarat. So, what is your opinion about the best possible measurement about the water conservation, especially in the desert district of the Rajasthan? Can you give your own idea?
Yeah. I have. Thank you so much for the interesting questions. I think when I am working on semi-arid region in the Gujarat portions, this is also a arid region. It comes under the arid region. But I think the micro watershed zonations, when we visited the field and seen that there is less rainfall there, so we have to focus on the small catchment area, and we will differentiate each of them to bunding contour bunding process we may use for the desert area. Because if some kind of rainfall is occurring there, then the water flowing, if there is rainfall, then the water flowing and the water will be stored on a certain height, and then it will overflow, then it will come to the next well. So step bunding is the most prominent, I think most prominent, that will be better for the conservation of the groundwater in desertic region basically. Small bonding
for your nice answer and then nice presentations. So
thank you so much, sir.
I think this kind of methodology, this kind of concept may be also helpful for the other regions, because we are totally dependent on the water. Water is not very important resources.
Very important, very important.
Very nice presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, thanks. Next, Mr. Kanya Ghosh, it's your turn now. You can share your presentation and start with your work.
Yes, sir. So I hope it is visible now.
Yeah, it's visible. Yes.
Okay.
Now you can start.
Okay. So good afternoon to one and all present here. Today I, Sukanya Ghosh, a resource scholar of IIT University, would like to present before you all my topic for today, evaluating the land use and land cover of NCR region using the Google Earth engine. So this is how the flow of my presentation would work. First introduction, and that is describes the issue. Objectives focusing on what needs to be done, the data sets used, as well as the methodology which is being formed for for obtaining the results and discussion, and finally the conclusion. So before understanding or before analyzing the land use and land cover, I would like to define the two terms which are commonly used interchangeably. The topmost layer of the Earth's surface, that can be in the form of a vegetation, or you can say a man-made construction, etc. That is termed as the land cover, as you can see in this figure. And the other one, that is the land use, which involves all kind of activities and the series of operations carried out for using the resources. So among the varied forms of man's and environment relationship manifestations, we see that the land use plays a dominant role in affecting both the climate, as well as it is also moderating through different pathways. It is also moderating the land surface temperature. In the recent years, we have also seen that the land use and land cover dynamics have transformed very vastly. This transformation in the spatial pattern has brought a deep concern in understanding, analyzing the land use and land cover, and also monitoring the changes that are taking place in our surrounding. Spatial technology, which is of great help, because through the help of the remote sensing data sets, and through help of these satellites and other GIS techniques, what is happening is it is becoming very cost effective, and also it is consuming a less time, thus providing the accurate results. So through the advent of numerous sensors and providing day by day images, and also expanding a supply of data sets rapidly, thus it is leading to a paradigm shift of the data science into an era of big data, which is in a way it is helping in updating the land use and land cover maps very easily. So to cope up with this big data, we need also to advance our techniques simultaneously to emphasize on the data intensive analysis and high-end visualization. Thus, we see, thus what I have done in this study is I have combined the geospatial technology with the help of deep learning, and that helps in surpassing the human ability to solve the computational task for various applications using the classification models. Traditionally, as we know that classification means maximum likelihood, or else K means clustering. But in the recent times, we have been viewing that artificial neural network or else genetic algorithms and support vector machines like that. There are several techniques which are taken into consideration that is completely or really is solving the real-time problems. So as being analyzed, after analyzing this in this context, I have also reviewed several literature also in this deep learning techniques. And what I have come across is deep learning is overcoming a lot of limitations of remote sensing, like it is coping up with the high dimensionality of the data. It's also we have seen that the cloud-based platforms are using these deep learning techniques, and it is interacting with the algorithms which is dealing with the low quality data sets. For example, in NCR region only, there are numerous activities which are taking place every day, and managing each and every activity in a single time, in a single go, it is not possible, which is for that only we require the DL technologies, the advanced technology for resolving such issues and coping it with in a gradual space. So one such platform which is providing such analytical ability to tackle with this big data sets is of Google Earth Engine, which is a cloud-based platform, and this is how the interface of the Google Earth Engine looks like, which works together with the satellite images as well as the algorithms. This figure shows everything, and along with this, so the objective of my study, which mainly focuses on the geospatial technology, which studies the extent of the changes that had occurred in the study area, the identifying and also the delineation of the categories using the algorithms, the examining the potential and integrating this technology with the deep learning techniques for monitoring the LULC. The fourth one, the last one, which says the determining the shift of the land use and land cover categories through using the spatial compared maps. And for this, the methodology that had been formed is, as you can see, this is the ancillary data which is being considered and the satellite images. For the satellite images, I have used the Sentinel-2 images, and I have also reviewed several techniques. And for that, for the area of my interest, I have also considered the boundary maps. Just because I'm using the advanced technology, I don't have to go for the further processing of image processing. I don't, because we are getting or fetching, it is the cloud-based technology is fetching us with the ready to use images. Then for the for creating the LULC, I have also considered several training samples. I have superimposed them and then finally formed the LULC map of the Delhi NCR region, then validated the data and finally the interpretation. So this is the location map, the map of India, as you can see in this figure. If I can use the pointer, okay. Yes, this is the map of India, and along with this, this is the particular region. This is the map of the whole NCR, which is comprising of an area of 55,000 kilometers square. So it is, you can understand, it is a huge area which is covering more than 10 tiles of a Sentinel-2 images. So this is the image which is showing the tiles. And it is nearly impossible to download all the 10 tiles and to mosaic it in our software, because our computer space cannot handle so much of huge data. So the only solution is of deep learning techniques, which is very much compatible with such huge data. This is the map of the LULC map that I have considered for both the years, that is of 2000 and the recent one is of 2020. The February images have been considered for using the threshold for selecting the dates, as well as we see that the whole regions has been considered. The change analysis of 20 years period have been studied, which is being monitored by the 5 categories that I have marked, that is the urban, forest land, vegetation, water, and the last one which is being clubbed together in the name of the others. So these are majorly focusing, the major focus has been on the build-up, and these colors have been represented through the HTML color code. So the algorithms are also fetching us with the other details like NDPI, as also the other vegetation indices has been studied through this, which is also I'm doing it in my study or in my research area. So for this study, what I have used is using the classification and the regression tree model, which is a model where the target variables, the values are being predicted based on the other values using the training data sets. So for each of this class, or each for defining each classes, I have considered 20 samples for each, and this is a auto-generated process, and thus it has consumed very less time in the image processing or in classification of this whole LUNC map. Thus, the change has been analyzed that the expansion of the buildup is mostly in this particular region, that is this region of the NCT region, that is the National Capital Territory area. Along with that, we are seeing the region of Gautam Budh Nagar and the Faridabad region and the Gurgaon. This whole region is expanding with the buildup area, and this can be of various human activities that are being taking place. Also, we are seeing that it is in a way, it is having a negative impact into the environment. So for the validation of this has also been, which is also another process which is being required for analyzing these results. So 89% for 2020 image for the year 2020, and 91% has been calculated for the year of 2000, which is quite an accurate one. And after
please conclude.
So exporting this error matrix, we have fetched the user and the producer accuracy. So this LUNC map has not only been mapping the overview of the region, we have seen that it is also monitoring the resources and also analyzing the natural calamities, also monitoring the changes and the operations, like there are heavy human traffic or else the day-to-day activities. So to conclude, I would like to say that this study has not only helped in understanding the importance of merging the two technologies, that is the geospatial technology along with the deep learning or the advanced technology of cloud technology. It is also, in a way, it is helping in the land use mapping. The models have been examined in the NCR region, that where we see that in the rainy season we have the urban flood, and during this particular time we are facing with the pollution levels and the high pollution levels, which can be easily be controlled through help of this technology, because by this is giving this is fetching us with the immediate action, immediate results and very fast results, which is not possible through the using the geospatial technology, because geospatial technology helps to download the images, and it will take processing of those images like 5 to 10 days. So immediate actions required for any kind of any event that is taking place, be it the urban flood or the pollution levels, and for better decision making, we need to merge these two technologies, and the importance has been very well examined in this study. So thank you.
Thank you, Sukanya Ghosh. Priyanka, I'd like to introduce Dr. Sushil Shukla from Central University of Jharkhand. Thanks, Sushil Shukla sir, for from your busy schedule you have come us and you have given your time, and is the co-chairman of the session, and he'll continue further with us. Thanks, sir, for joining.
Thank you, Dr. Suraj.
Yeah, Dr. Praveen and Dr. Shukla, if there are any question, please.
Yeah, I have one question. Hello.
Yes, yes, sir.
Sugandha,
so first of all, very glad to know that we are in the same forum, that to know you from before. So very glad to know that.
Yes, Sugandha, I give my simple suggestion.
Yes, sir.
You just try to just precise your objective.
Okay,
I know
sir.
you have registered for the PhD.
Yes, sir.
Your PhD, your objective of your themes or research is supposed to be too precise or too short.
Yes, sir.
It looks very complicated. You just try to precise your objective. And the second question is, can you just give your opinion about the accuracy of Google Earth data when you are classifying Google Earth data, or you do some LULC classification with Google Earth data, and you do the same classification, same type of classification on other remote sensing data like LIST4 or some other high resolution data, so of the same area. So which gives better accuracy? Which satellite data gives better accuracy? When you do the same classifications on Google Earth and then other remote sensing data like LIS4 and all.
Yes, sir. Actually, I have all. Yes, sir. I'm working on to this classification thing. But so the accuracy is not yet like, it is varying like 2-3%. It is very fluctuating from here to there. But mostly I have seen that the high resolution data are touching us with the better accuracy in the point of view. So that much from my end.
So that should be clear, because when you do any research or publish any paper and you mention I have worked on Google Earth, do some LULC classifications, so that type of questions can be asked by the reviewers or the examiner about the accuracy.
Yes, sir. Actually, I'm also working with the Landsat data also. So it is, so for if I'm comparing the Sentinel with the Landsat, I'm seeing that the Sentinel is providing me with the better accuracy.
Okay, anyhow, all the best. All the best.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Kanya, one question from my side.
Yes, sir.
This is Dr. Varun here. Yeah, which deep learning method you have used in your study?
So which? So for
which deep learning method?
So for here, the classification model is being used as classifier and the regression tree. The CART model has been used for the classifier.
CART is what type of method? Is it deep learning or machine learning?
So it is deep learning. So all the I am trying to do all fetching the details from all the models of classification. So I am also trying with the random forest also method. So but I couldn't show it over here. So for time being,
if you have used CART, then you should analyze, or you should calculate the Gini index impurity. Yes. You have to. Have you measured impurity in your CART method?
Yes, sir. Actually, one of my objectives is to try to understand the best suitable method which can be used for the classification.
But if you are using CART method, that is a kind of decision tree method. Is a decision tree. So
yes,
when you use decision tree, you have to calculate the impurity in your decision tree. That is known as Gini index. So it's better to show the accuracy of your model of your decision tree in terms of Gini index or impurity. So it will be good that whether your model is accurate or not. Okay.
Okay, sir. Yes, sir. I'll keep this in mind. Thank you, sir.
Okay, fine.
Shukla, sir, any questions? Okay, it seems there is no question. We can proceed further.
Okay, sir. The next presenter is
Ishwari. Yeah, Ishwari, are you there?
Ishwari.
Ishwari, if you are not there, then we are going for next presenter. This is Dr. Lata. Dr. Lata.
Yeah, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah, it's your turn, so you can share your presentation and start your work.
Thank you, doctor. Thank you, doctor. I'm just presenting my screen.
Yeah, sure.
Hope you all see my screen. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Lata from Department of Geography at Varanasi University, Tiruchirappalli, Tamil Nadu. The topic I've chosen is the assessment of agriculture drought vulnerability in my state, the Tamil Nadu, and I've used MODIS, NDVI, NDWI, and BSDI.
Sorry to interrupt, your screen is not visible.
Your screen is not visible.
Oh my God.
First, share your screen because we are not getting your screen visible.
Okay, just a minute, sir. Please give me some time. I'm doing it again. So do you see it now?
We are not able to see your screen, I think, and nobody is able to see. Yeah, we are not able to see your screen.
I'm sharing
the
it.
presentation
right,
is not visible. Your presentation screen is there, but the presentation is not visible.
Try to share it again.
Please open your slide, then only
I'm doing
it. The screen.
Can I go next, sir? There is some issue, I believe. So sorry.
Okay, ma'am. You can rectify with your issues. We can go on to next presenter.
Yeah, thank you so much. Meanwhile, I'll look into it. Thank you.
Rais Ahmad Peer, are you there? Rais Ahmad?
Yes, sir. Hello.
Yeah, it's your
Am I
turn.
audible?
Yeah, you are audible.
Oh.
It's your turn. You share your screen, please.
Can you please share my presentation?
Yeah, sure. Pranay, Mr. Pranay, share this. Mr. Pranay, share the screen of Mr. Riaz Ahmad.
Yes, thank you very much. Am I audible?
Yes, audible. Continue.
Sir, good evening, all. Sir, I am Rais Ahmad, hydrogeologist, Central Groundwater Board, Jammu. So my topic is spring development and rejuvenation in Himalayan terrain, a case study of district Almora. So now, first of all, the introduction. Springs are one of the major sources of fresh water supply for drinking and other domestic purposes. These are the primary source of water for rural household in the Himalayan region. In Himalayan mountains, are also considered as the lifeline and a source of sustainability for better livelihood. Nearly 1.5 billion people depend on the Himalayas for water, food, and energy. Next, please. Next slide, please.
Please wait for a few seconds because it takes some time to load the PPT. So please wait for a few seconds.
Without presentation, meanwhile you can suggest what you are trying to say. Whether you will see a presentation, then only you can speak. It's your research. Without seeing a presentation, you can speak whatever you want. Please continue.
Am I audible, sir?
Yeah, continue. You can see the slides.
Sorry. Actually, I'm having the 2G internet speed here.
Okay, no issue. We'll cooperate, but complete it fast.
Okay, sir. Thank you. So my previous slide.
Go with the study area.
Okay, sir. The study area lies between 29°20' and 30° north latitude, and you can see here area is 2,000 square kilometer, and administratively is the area is falling in Almora and parts of Nainital and Puri Garhwal districts. And geology, the area falls in the lesser Himalayan. Next, please. Next slide. Next slide, please. Geology, sir. Is it displaying there? Geology of the study area?
Yes, your geology of the study area is displayed.
Okay, sir. The lithology is mainly garnetiferous mica schist with subordinate quartzite flats and graphite schist. Next, please. Surface drainage, river Ram Ganga, Bino Nadi, Gosain River, Kosi comes to the principal drainage. The river in the main area mainly possess dendritic trellis and a rectangular drainage pattern due to the presence of crystalline, faulted and jointed rocks in different elements. Next, please. Topographic setting, you can see the altitude vary from 600 meter to 2,700 meter, and slope is highly undulating and rugged topography you can see here. with very steep slopes. Next, hydrogeological setup. You can see that the groundwater in the major part of the area occur in the localized disconnected bodies under favorable geological condition within the secondary porosity. It is not lying in primary porosity. And the jointed crystalline metasegment rocks are there. So groundwater occur along the thrust planes, fault planes, joints, and other weak zones. Next, please. Aquifer disposition. In this area, we have already also mapped the aquifer. 3 cross sections, lithological sections have been prepared to visualize the aquifer extension in the area. These sections represent Ram, Ganga, Gagas, and Kosi river basin, respectively. Next, please. So you can see the first cross section is drawn between village Uprikhal and Ram Ganga river. The aquifer is formed by the weathered and jointed rocks of Sairu formation. You can see the thickness of the weather cover range between 15 to 100 meters. The depth of water level on regional scale varies from 30 meters to 35 meters. This shows the water table is fairly continuous. And it's also observed that depth water level is as shallow as 8.55 meters below ground level locally. This indicates that there are some pockets of groundwater with local extensions. Next, please. You can see the cross section. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, continue.
Am I audible?
Yes, continue.
Okay. So another cross section has been prepared, which has been prepared between Chamanda Khan and Bota Gaon. The section intersected by Gangas River. The area along the cross section is represented by the rocks of Gomali Khet formation. The weathered and jointed mantle of rocks form the aquifer. The thickness is up to 120 meters. The depth to water level ranges from 6.50 to 557 meters below ground level. This is observed that the water level becomes shallow on traversing from recharge to discharge area. That indicates that the water table follows the topographically regionally in Gagas basin, and hence a continuous water table indicating a moderate groundwater potential. Next, you can see another cross section is along between village Golu, China and Kosi. Bedding plains here are prominent in the area. The rocks are very weathered and jointed, and the part of the area in the section. The depth of weathered mantle ranges up to 100 meters and depth to water level from 8 meters to 30 meters below level. So another thing is that the discharge of the springs has also been monitored. The discharge generally vary from 150 to 225 liter per minute during pre-monsoon, and in post-monsoon it is 30 to 60 liter per minute. The springs with high discharge were observed in high altitude, and the highest discharge is nearly 100 liter per minute among all the springs observed at village Dansari. It's a gravitational spring at an altitude of 1001 meters. This is its occurrence is on the North Almoda crust, which is highly deformed, fractured and porous crystalline rocks are encountered there. Now the post-monsoon discharge, it is a significant increase in discharge was recorded. The spring with high discharge was mainly observed at high altitude, and highest discharge of 600 LPM among all the springs is observed in the area. Now the concluding remarks: the groundwater occurs in isolated and disconnected bodies. The valley fill deposits constitute a homogeneous aquifer system. The river terraces are having good groundwater potential. The springs examined are of 8th to 5th order of magnitude after Minzer classification. The discharge and temperature of the springs are related to rainfall and climatic conditions of the area. The quality is good and suitable for domestic as well as irrigation purpose. In general, the discharge of springs increase after monsoon, indicating that monsoon has a direct influence. Rainfall is major source of replenishment of groundwater. Now the recommendation, please. Next, the springs need to be developed for sustained water supply to meet the needs of drinking and irrigation purpose. Possibility of groundwater development lies in the terraces and valley portions.
Please don't read. Please don't read. Summarize. Please don't read. Okay. Summarize in one word.
Okay, sir. So the valley fill deposits are very potential, and we have to develop the catchment area of the springs in nutshell, and then rejuvenate the springs. Thank you, sir. Sir, I am also the next presenter. Am I allowed to continue with my next presentation?
No, Rais. Actually, we think that there is a two different person with the same name. The one presenter cannot allowed to present two. because
Okay,
we have
sir.
lots of other presenters also. If time
Okay,
allows,
sir.
we will-
Actually, I have been given the second present. That's why.
yes, we know that, but we
Okay,
think
sir.
that they're two different persons with the same name.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Any suggestion? Hello.
Yeah, Praveen sir.
Dr. Sushil Shukla is with us. He'll be heading the session for all the presentation today.
Thank you, Dr. Suraj. Thank you, Riyaj, for the nice presentation. And I to all audience, if any questions for Riyaj, please. Any questions from audience?
Yeah, only you are allowed to ask.
Question, sir. So only your comments, sir.
Okay, very nice presentation, Riyaz. And now time is very short. So next presenters will come and present your presentation. Thank you.
Madam Lata Pala, please present.
Yeah, I'm ready. Do you see my screen? Can anyone reply me?
Yes, yes, it is visible.
Yeah. Okay, that's great. That's great. I'm Dr. Lata from Department of Geography, Bharatdasan University from Tamil Nadu. The topic I've chosen is the assessment of agriculture drought vulnerability in my state, Tamil Nadu. And I have used three indices, NDVI, NDWI, and VSDI. Here I have given just an intro for what is a drought. We know, all of us know, and I've chosen the agriculture drought out of that. And the vulnerability is the degree to which the system is susceptible or cope up with the changing climatic effect. Why did I choose this topic is that I found that 2012 is announced as a drought year and accepted widely in my state. And added to that, 2016 is said to be the biggest drought year that hit Tamil Nadu for comparing to the past 140 years. So with these years in my mind, I started collecting the data from 2006 till 2020. And my objectives are to assess the agriculture drought vulnerability in Tamil Nadu using three indices, as I said before. And finally, I have given some recommendations. This is my study area, Tamil Nadu, located extremely south of India. And the data I used is the MODIS 250 meters, 16 days composite of 14 years. And ArcGIS 10 is the platform I worked on with the Emeritus Imagine of 2014. And this is the methodology. I collected the data, mosaiced it, and then I used three indices, NDVI, NDWI, and VSDI, and I prepared the maps accordingly. And these are the definitions and the formulae that I have used under each indices. There are many indices that we could use, but I have chosen only three and to justify my results. And here are my results. This is the mean of all the 14 years put together, the NDVI of Tamil Nadu, and I've given classes accordingly, and the legend says which are the areas or districts which are highly vulnerable, very highly vulnerable, and moderately, slightly, and very slightly vulnerable. This is for NDVI, and the same area-wise I have listed with the district names of 33 districts in square kilometers. Next time, I wanted to share the mean of NDWI, the normalized water index. I have classed accordingly the indices, and I've given the mean classes over there. Again, calculating them as highly affected, moderately affected, and low affected. These are the classes I have given there. And these are the list of the districts, area-wise square kilometers I've given in the table. And finally, the visible and shortwave infrared drought index mean I have calculated. I have given the mean values. The purpose of me doing all these three are to find out the acute agriculture drought prone areas. In the acute here I meant I have added up the very high vulnerable areas and high vulnerable areas, and I have put together to come to a conclusion, and these are the districts who are acutely facing the agriculture drought according to the three indices that I have chosen. So this is a diagram which shows those the 5 districts of my state. Tirunelveli, Ramanathapuram, Pudukkottai, Sivagangai, and Kanchipuram are the 5 districts which faces acute drought prone areas. After listing it, I visited 1 or 2 of those districts, and I started listing the suggestions for coming up to bring back those areas from the agricultural drought. The early warning systems, the stacking of the food grains and fodder, and enhancing the agriculture forestry, or supporting the less water intensive crops, diversification crop systems, and providing other employment opportunities are the suggestions I listed. The suggestions I took I referred other research papers of 40 papers, and I have chosen some of the recommendations that could fit my state. And I'm continuing with the recommendations of giving provision of subsidy to the agriculture drought-prone area living villages, and agricultural land use system doing it in an alternative way, or integrating the watershed approach, or medical and aromatic crops growing over there, or the organic molasses. So after doing my research, I met some of the government officials, and to my surprising, I came to know that government of Tamil Nadu has started the Tamil Nadu Vision of 2023, and where we are looking more into the eradication of agriculture drought in these districts. And it's a long list, but I wanted to inform you one or two out of it, emphasizing on mechanization or improving agriculture productivity, creating a skill-developed agriculture, and cleaning and deepening of the tanks and canals that are already available in those areas, and increasing the drip and sprinkler irrigation systems are the activities supported by the government, and the works has been started in a couple of these districts. And by last, I wanted to add that the government of Tamil Nadu has started the environmental policy programs in all these districts. It started in 2017. And those programs includes preserving the agricultural land and improving the micro irrigation schemes on that area. So once I finished my research, I submitted these maps to the local government, and what they suggested is not these three indices are enough, and they wanted me to include some more indices, like I can say that land surface temperature, or vegetation condition index, or drought severity index, and these are the other indices that I'm looking into. I've started working on those. Maybe in future I will include those to perfectly find out the areas which are agriculturally drought prone in Tamil Nadu. I'm done with my presentation. Thanks for watching.
So Dr. Shukla sir, any comments, sir? Hello?
Yeah, you can continue with the next presentation.
We will present with the presentation, and the next presenter is Qazi Iram.
Qazi Iram, it's your turn. So please share your screen.
Yes.
Start presenting your work.
Is my screen visible?
No, not till now. Yeah, it's coming.
Okay, so very good afternoon to everyone. My topic for today's presentation is study of major air pollutant in different areas of Pune city. So air pollution is basically because when there is an increased concentration of air pollutants of CO2, CO, SOx, NOx, particulate matter, volatile organic compounds, halogen compounds, radioactive compounds, so air pollution level increases. So I have put in two definitions which are related to air pollution according to the 1981 Act and WHO. So we come to Pune city. So Pune city is a home to millions of people, and the city has been growing rapidly because of industrialization and urbanization. And it was recorded that in Pune city there is a rise in particulate matter, that is PM 2.5. So basically, why is this pollution or rise? It is because of construction of township, development, quarrying, mining, river sand, brick construction. So there is a lot of dust coming out from these emissions. Also, the number of vehicles in Pune city has increased. There are many industrial areas which have developed. So this is causing rise in air pollution. So this is a map of Pune city. Then my aim was to study air quality in various parts of Pune city in the month of October 2018 and in 2019. So what I did was I used a high volume sampler for estimating this. And the locations that I identified were based on population density, heavy flow of traffic, industries, airport, and the amount of urbanization in the area. So as you can see, this is a Logao area where I have placed this high volume sampler. This is the airport area of Pune city. This is a Shivaji Nagar area again, which is a very crowded area. there is continuous movement of traffic. So here I selected to place this high volume sampler. After that, I selected Katraj area. There is a zoo over there. Then there is a lot of traffic in that area. So I had placed this high volume sampler here. Then in Baudan area, which is a residential and commercial area, I had selected this. And lastly, Sadashivpet, which is very famous commercial as well as domestic area. So this was selected. Now, what did I find? I found that in 2018, most of the particulate matter concentration was high at Logao and Shivaji Nagar area. One being the airport and one being a place where there's a lot of traffic inflow happening. At other level, I found it to be low. In 2019, Pune city had experienced a sudden rainfall. This was probably because of the climate change. So because of this uneven rainfall in the month of October, the PM levels were quite low. So in 18, two places showed high concentration of PM 10 above the permissible limit. Then 2.5, that is particulate matter 2.5 was found to be higher again at Shivaji Nagar area, and at remaining places they were quite low below the permissible limit. So as you can see, the permissible limit right here is 60. SO concentration in 2018 at all places was below the permissible limit. In 2018 also and in 19 also. NOx level concentration at again Shivaji Nagar, it was just below above the permissible limit, that is 80, and at other places it was below. So we can conclude that 10 concentration is higher in Shivaji Nagar and Logao as compared to other areas. 2.5 was higher at Shivaji Nagar and other areas. SO2 was low at most of the places. NOx was found to be below the permissible limit in all areas, and 2019 there was rainfall, so maybe most of the pollutants were washed away with the rainfall. These are my references, and thank you.
Any questions from our expert? Any question from our expert?
Now we can continue with next presentation.
Okay, the next presenter is Satyaranjan Das. Satyaranjan Das, are you there?
Mr. Satyaranjan Das, if are you there, then please respond. Otherwise, we are going to going for next speaker, next presenter. So if anyone left during the session, then he will be allowed to present their work at the last of the session, after the completion of all the presentations. So if you are there, if anyone is there, according to the sequence of the schedule, then please respond in the chat box. No, now we can go for next presenter.
Vaishali Kapoor. Next presenter is Vaishali Kapoor.
Yeah, Ms. Vaishali. Ms. Vaishali, are you there?
Okay. The next presenter is Lai Sang P. Lai Sang P.
Lai Sang P, are you there? Impact of watershed invention on land use land cover change in the Bundelkhand region, central India. It's your topic. Are you there? I think he is not there.
Okay. Next is Durbana Mato. Durbana Mato. Are you there?
Mr. Mattu? Mr. Mattu? Mr. Mattu, are you there?
He is there on the screen, but I don't know if he is listening.
Yeah, Mr. Mattu, if you are there, then please respond. Otherwise, we will go for next presenter. Yeah, now move to next.
Okay. Next is Pramod. Coastal landform from Maharashtra, India.
Yeah, Mr. Pramod. Mr. Pramod.
He was just here on the screen. He was responding.
Yeah,
Mr.
Pramod.
Pramod.
He is here. He is here. He has unmuted his microphone, but sound is not coming.
Yeah, Mr. Pramod, if you are there, then start your presentation. Mr. Pramod.
So we'll move to next presenter.
Yeah.
Okay, Srinidhi.
Yes,
Yeah,
I am there.
Yeah, Srinidhi, yeah, it's your turn.
Yes, Srinidhi, please present.
Those who have left in between the presentation, they will be allowed to present their work after the completion of all the presentations. We are calling one by one.
Shall I share my screen?
Yeah, you can share.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, it's visible. No, it's not visible till now. No. Please try it again.
Because of this reason itself, we have asked all the participants to share their slides with us. Because
Sir, I
we were
have shared
knowing
my
that there
PPT,
will be
sir.
some technical issues, because that is a wastage of time.
I have shared my PPT already, sir.
Yes, HEW, okay.
Yes.
So it is already there on the screen. Ma'am, you can read it from there.
Yes. A very good afternoon to all. Myself, N.S. Srinidhi. I'm working as an assistant professor in Forest College and Research Institute. Today, I'll be presenting on the water quality assessment of Aminpur Lake, Hyderabad, Telangana. Next slide, please. The outline of my presentation will include the aim, why is the need of the study, introduction, study area, methodology, results and discussion, and then conclusion. Next slide. The aim of the present study is to have a comprehensive and systematic physicochemical analysis so that we can observe the seasonal variations in Aminpur Lake. And the need of the study is that because in 2016, the Ministry of Environment and Forest has declared Aminpur as a biodiversity heritage site. So, and it is the first urban lake to be declared as so, but there is no scientific data that is published on the lake. So this is the background because of which I have taken this as the study. Next slide. So coming to the introduction, as we all know, water is very important ecosystem, and in that lakes play a very major role. And the Aminpur Lake, as we know, it is rich in biodiversity. Hence, there is a need to understand the water quality also. In 2017, it was reported by G. Sailu that the lake is a home for about 8 species of mammal, 166 birds, 45 heptafauna, 9 species of fishes, and 143 invertebrates. They even have a visit of different migratory birds like the flamingos, the agates, herons, cormorants, kingfishers, and the river terns. Next slide. The study area, the Aminpur is situated in the Aminpur Mandal of the Sangareddy district, covering an area of 93 acres. It was said that this was established by Qutub Shah, wherein he used this for gardening, used this water for gardening. And that area, which was about 300 acres, is now presently only 93 acres. The lake is situated about 27 kilometers from Hyderabad city. These are the few migratory birds that visit this lake. Like you have the flamingo and all. This is the Google Earth image of Aminpur Lake. So on the one side, you can see the industries over this side, towards the left side, and towards the right side is the urbanization. On the bottom side is the rocky area, and towards the edges of the lake, they are the agricultural fields. Next slide. The methodology is used to assess 20 parameters, the physicochemical analysis using the IIS standard methods, the 20 parameters as given in this slide. Next slide. This is the sample location from where the samples have been collected. Altogether, 14 samples have been collected in all the 3 seasons, the pre-monsoon, monsoon, and the post-monsoon. There are 4 inlets to the lake and 1 outlet. These are the site location points. Next slide. Next slide. The results and discussion, you can see the analysis, the results like in the pre-monsoon, monsoon, and the post-monsoon. The red indicate which are exceeding the permissible limits. The white indicates which are within the permissible limits, and the green indicates there are no standards given for them. Next slide. Next slide. So I have interpolated the graphs based on in which season the sample is, the parameter is high. For example, for the pH, it is equal, means in all the 3 seasons, the range is between 8 to 8.5.
the electrical conductivity is high in the pre-monsoon. The same is with TDS and turbidity. Next slide. The total hardness was found to be more in the post-monsoon, whereas the total alkalinity also in the post-monsoon. The carbonates were found to be having very nil, whereas the bicarbonates were high in the post-monsoon. Next slide. The magnesium was also high in the post-monsoon. Chlorides had the levels were high in the pre-monsoon. The same is with sodium, and in calcium it was in post-monsoon. Next slide. The nitrates were high in the pre-monsoon season. The same as with the sulfates, whereas in case of the potassium, it was in the post-monsoon season. The fluoride concentration was high in the pre-monsoon season. Next. The phosphates were high in the monsoon. This is the only parameter wherein the phosphates were high in the monsoon, remaining all the seasons, for all the parameters, the monsoon had the minimum levels, but only the phosphates are high in this season. Then in the case of chemical oxygen demand, it was high in the pre-monsoon, even with the case of BOD, whereas in DO, the concentration was high in the post-monsoon. So this is the generalization of all that, and I can say that the TDS, the turbidity, the total hardness, and biological oxygen demand were high in all the 3 seasons. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. So with this, I can conclude saying that the water quality assessment for the Aminpur Lake suggests that most of the samples were exceeding the permissible limit, and hence we can say that there is a water pollution. The sources of this has to be identified, and there should be this study further enhanced, because if the water quality is not good, obviously the biodiversity which is depending on it might be at the risk of getting affected. Thank you very much. This is the evidence of pollution. Many cultural activities and agricultural and all being dumped into the lake. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Dr. Surat sir and Dr. Poonam Mishra, any questions, sir? Any comments on the presentation?
What is the reason for the range that is too high in your area, especially fluoride? What is the permissible limit that is given by BIS standards?
Sir, the fluoride is 1, sir.
Okay, what is the unit of
range.
measurement? Pardon?
So the range in my study was below, somewhere between 0.7 to 0.9, sir.
What is the unit of measurement?
For fluoride, sir?
Yeah.
mg per liter, sir.
Please be very sure before saying anything. Okay. And secondly, what is the reason?
Sir, I have to come to that part of what are the different sources for it, sir. I have just studied the 3 seasons analysis part, sir.
Okay, fine. Continue with the next presentation.
Okay, the next presenter is Sakshi Arora.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, please present your presentation.
Ma'am, shall I share, or you are sharing my PPT?
If you are able to share, then
If
you can share.
you can.
Ma'am, okay. Is it visible, ma'am?
It has not come on the screen yet.
Okay.
If you are facing some problem, then we can share.
Yes, please.
Yeah, Mr. Pranay. Mr. Pranay, please share for PPT.
Good afternoon, everyone. I, Sakshi Arora, I'm working in Suresh Ganga University as a research scholar in an International School of Business Management, and I'm pursuing PhD under Dr. Swati Mishra. So today I'm going to present on a role of distribution system of private and public banks in regulating climate change, a case study. So what is the distribution system is there? So distribution system, that means today's we know bank adopting, if we're talking about the private bank, the public bank, both bank create a new way for providing the green banking for all the customer. It also help in reduces the pollution. So through that I use here distribution channel like ATM, mobile banking, kiosk, the net banking, all the distribution channel. So what's about the green banking? Green banking is that promoting the all the environmental, that means they want to make the environment very friendly and also help in reducing the carbon footprint from the banking activities, because we know before using this distribution channel, if we see there are too much pollution, so it's very harmful for the customer also. Okay, so now we can see bank are using so much technology. Bank are providing all the facility through using the distribution channel for the customers. Okay, so it's also play a very different role in the green money. It's through using the distribution channel. So distribution channel are playing a very effective role in both other banks, because customers are utilizing all the activities, all the financial activity at a low prices. Okay, they can do all the transaction, they can make their like green, they are because it is providing by the green banking. Okay, so climate change, we know it is a foremost, we know this is a very source of the risk for the today's culture and the future generation. So bank adopting a technology, bank using the various distribution channels, so they can reduce the risk of the customer's life basically. So here is the literature review is that why the customer are, because the distribution channel that is developed, we know in every geographical region, in every area, like rural areas and the urban areas also, very fast and furious in the light of the regulatory. Okay, so they can do any financial activity through the phone channels, through the kiosk, through the internet, through the net banking. They can make their life very easy through this distribution channel. Yes, ma'am, next. In this author wants to say that there are so many multiple channels. Okay, so it's like they are also providing all the activity, all the financial activity, because both bank, if we're talking about the private and the public bank, they are like customer no need to go anywhere, they can use anywhere, anytime at a cheap price, because if they want to visit the bank, so they can save their transportation cost, they can save their time also, so they can no need to go anywhere, because through the distribution channel the bank is providing, the green banking is providing the right services to the right person at the right time also. Yes, ma'am, next. So in the next review, the customer expectation, because they are growing, they are providing all the products, all the services after adopting this distribution channel, because it is because customer no need to go visit the bank and stay in a queue and then they can do the transaction. Okay, so it is a primary factor that affect the change. So it is that customer, it is also expected that customer is adopt this change. Okay, because the climate change is that it is according to the customer expectation. So how much it affect on the customer life, they are happy or not basically. This one next. So in this paper, the Deepika explained about that. The author want to say current development that is adopted by the Indian banks for making the customer life sustainable development. They know that the customer are facing so much challenges, so they implement, make their life very easily by providing their so much development through the green banking. Like online, they are providing the online banking instead of the branch banking, so customer no need to go anywhere, any bank also. Okay, so they can pay bills online instead of the mailing them. Okay, and or they can opening up accounts also at the online banks, so they can no need to go any large multiple branches banks also. So they can control all the things that impact on the that is harm for the customer life, that is a risk for the customer through the climate, like pollutions and the all things. Yes, ma'am. Next. Green banking. Green banking is basically, there is a no universally adopted definition of the green banking. Alexander 2016. It varies widely between countries. However, some researchers and organizations try to come up with their own definition. So different author has used the different definitions basically. So it comes in many forms, because they are operating, customer can operate, they can do all the activities through the online platform. They no need to go the branch, they no need to visit the branch. They can use any like electricity bill, any bills through the online. Okay, they can open the account, they can do any financial activity. They no need to go any multiple branch, they no need to wait at go visit the branch and wait there for their transactions and all. And they can observing the local area basically. Local bank is that local bank that is providing more information as requirement. Okay, so they are taking need of the green banking as a risk basically, as a risk assessment, as the management tool. That means the bank cannot deny to provide the loan, but bank can only encourage to those people, those who are using the those who are not using the fossil fuel basically, because they cannot review the coal and the petrol. They only encourage, they cannot encourage to those people. Bank only risk of becoming the related, because they are it's a result of the revaluation. So it's working for the banking and the non-banking financial institution. Like they can check before providing the loan, if they are taking the loan for the specific purpose, like the recycling of the paper, solar plant for using the electricity, wind energy for the using the electricity. Next, ma'am. Approaches of bank towards green banking economy through the distribution management. So bank basically recognize the nation that set up clear rules and obligatory guidelines to coordinate public and private financing through the distribution system. When bank adopt the distribution system that make the customer life very easily, there are so various distribution channel they are using. They make their banking from the traditional banking to green banking, because no visit to branch by any customer. They can pay all the financial activity through the Paytm. There are so many apps are there, Google Pay, Paytm, Phone Pay are there. Okay, so suppose if I want to fill the petrol and I no need to use the debit card and the cash, I can pay through the Paytm, and there is it also attract the customer. Like they can they also providing the same, so many offer, discount days and the cashback also, because it also reduces the pollution. Okay, so next one. Role of bank in the green economy basically. So we know that bank is playing very crucial role, making the customer life is very you can say the very development, and through using this distribution channel basically. Customer encourage also the green banking, because everybody nobody can take the risk for their life. Okay, it also help in reduces the pollution. It's a develop the green banking through the distribution channel, which is the major role which is playing by the green banking basically. Bank should create the ecological and the social protect, that is for the deal for with the this type of the green budgetary items, and how can they agree the customer for rules and the regulation. So next, ma'am. So conclusion and implication for the further study and policymaker and the practitioner. Green banking, because we know before a traditional banking, it's so very difficult for everyone. But nowadays we can say whenever the now a bank using the distribution channel. So through that distribution channel, it makes the life of the customer very easy through the green banking. So number of the study is that found a positive connection between the social and the green financial exercises and monitoring of the bank. So more informations are required, and different study to be directed both like theoretically and the empirically is required for this case study for this further researcher. Thank you.
Dr. Suraj Kumar Singh, sir, any comments on this?
No, very well presented, well narrated, how management study, financial studies can be related with climate change. It is not only a matter of engineering or who has got their own solutions to how to reduce this climate change emissions. So wonderful presentation. We can proceed. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. So the next presenter is Yukti Herath. Yukti Herath.
Mr. Herath, are you there? Then you can present. Mr. Herath.
Okay, we will move on to the next presenter. The next presenter is Ajoje.
Yeah, Mr. Ajoje, HN. Mr. Ajoje.
Hadija.
Yeah,
Hadija
Herath.
Ajoje.
Yeah, Mr. Herath, are you there?
Okay, yes, she had come.
Yeah. So then you try to connect, Mr. Herath. It's your turn.
Hello.
Yes.
Please, can you share my screen?
Okay.
Mr. Pranay, can you please share the screen of Mr. Herath, presentation of Herath?
No, she is Hadiza.
Oh, Herath is not there. Oh, Haziza, okay, sorry. Haziza. Mr. Pranay, share the screen of Haziza. Please wait, Mr. Pranay.
I'm still here.
Yeah, okay, fine. Yeah, you can start. It's your turn.
Oh, okay, thank you. We are looking at the feasibility study on the sustainability of circular management of water resources in developing countries. This topic is timely, looking at the limited available freshwater resources and the teeming population alongside the climate change effect. So there needs to be a nexus and a synergy between this so that we avoid water stress. Next. The purpose of the project is to assess the feasibility of embedding the circular economy to the water sector in developing countries, to also study how the circular water resources management can contribute to sustainable development of these regions. Amongst others, the implementation of the 5 R's, which is quite important. We're looking at reduction, we're looking at the reuse aspect, the recycling, the restoring, and the recovering of water, wastewater, to plunge it back into the system to serve as a loop to tackle water shortages and achieve a higher water, energy, and material efficiency level. Next. Everybody knows water resources is scarce, is finite, but the teeming population creates a gap between the water demand and the available fresh water for human usage and other aspects. Water is often seen as a cheap resource and wastewater as disposable. Ignoring the value of wastewater resources has generated high cost for businesses the environment and society at large. A projected gap of about 40% in water supply versus demand is projected globally by the year 2030, which is just around the corner. While 80% of wastewater goes back into the environment untreated. As such, there is a gap. If we can make use of the 5 R's stated earlier, we will be able to cut down this 80% of wastewater that goes back into the environment untreated. Next. We want to explore the circular water management solutions and prevent valuable resources from being lost. We want to reduce, reuse, recycle wastewater to save cost and reduce business impacts to the environment in the targeted regions. Then we want to assess the feasibility and success factors for a proper implementation of these innovations in this region, and also break the silos and develop a collaborative approach between resources and stakeholders. Next. The methodology involved primarily will get our data from key informant interview, focus group discussions, then we'll basically consult literatures, do a desk review looking at books and journals. Next. The review has shown that the EU, according to the EU, wastewater treatment is the most potential solution to water scarcity, bearing in mind that we have a loop here. If we don't take care of the waste that comes out of a looped system, we are not making a headway. Then through effective policy reviews and an improved water stewardship, water risk faced by these regions can be minimized. A report by the Global Affairs Office in Canada has shown that over 1.8 billion people living in developing countries live with absolute water scarcity, as up to 80% of illnesses in the world are linked to inadequate water and sanitation. I want to point to the fact that these statistics for this particular finding would have gone up, bearing in mind that we are still battling with the COVID-19 pandemic. Climate change is also there. The Arctic is melting. So we can see that this water stress or water scarcity is even more as of this time. Then the circular management of water resources, just like the circular economy system, will help address these issues that we have mentioned, open more doors towards economic development and social investment within the region. Next. From our findings, we were able to see that the study indicated that a lot of people living in developed countries have problem accessing water for drinking and sanitation. And this is the basic. This does not go well with the SDG 6 goal. As such, we have a very long way to go in achieving it. Then discussions and interviews conducted also proved that people living in such regions have little or no knowledge on the development, preservation, and management of water and wastewater resources. This circular management we've been talking about, as implemented in some developed countries, has proved effective and sustainable in meeting present and future water demand. So the sustainability aspect has been proven from countries that have adopted the circular water management as being feasible towards economic regeneration. The economy of these countries will drastically improve with the introduction of these water management policies, hence cutting costs of running business and social development. Next. The recommendations we have is that one of the gaps and the challenges from these studies is that there is no functional pipe networking loop. And for this water circular management to be achieved, we need a functional pipe networking grid system, which should be existent such that it allows for accurate measurement and water discharge properties within the system. It is only these parameters of discharge that will help us to either alter or extend whatever indices we are looking at within the pipe networking grid. Then water demand management should be subject to constant review for a given community or population to avoid stress on the system. We have all agreed that the population is moving geometrically, but these systems, most of them, the infrastructures are decaying. Some of them are not even looped, they are not functional. Then this is a big problem in achieving water circular management. Then capacity building and sensitization on the importance of proper utilization and management of limited available resources should also be looked into. A forum like this conference we're having now is timely and apt for us to put in place the COVID-19 pandemic, climate change issues, And now we have water stress. So if we can bear in mind all these parameters, it will create a way forward for us. An earlier presenter, Dr. Mishra, told us about the change in attitude. And attitudinal change is what is most important for us to achieve most of these aims and objectives highlighted in this program, in this project. Next. The circular water management has proved to be greatly effective and sustainable in the countries it has been in place. This is majorly in developed countries that is in the Europe, United States, and some parts of Asia. It contributes to the ecosystem by reducing waste and recovering energy from wastewater and its sludge. The circular water management will have positive impacts on the livelihoods of the locals. It will address the water shortage issues and provide clean and safe water for all. It will create higher value supply chains and business opportunities in the regions which already have economic issues due to the pandemic. Then water resources are under stress due to growing population and climate change. Making a shift towards implementation of circular water management is high priority. For further studies, it will be conducted as framework for the successful implementation of on-site circular water management, as well as long-term risk analysis and effects of the circular water policies. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Suraj sir and Dr. Varun
Yeah.
Mishra sir, please, any comments, sir?
Well presented. Good work.
Thank
Nicely
you.
presented.
Thank you.
Keep it up.
Thank you so much.
So from this, we will go on to our next presenter. Next presenter is Wycliffe Ontario Oma.
Yeah,
Wycliffe.
Mr. Oma, are you there? If you are ready, then
Yes, he
it's
is
your
there.
turn.
Just a minute.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, share your screen and start your presentation.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Pranay, share his screen.
Okay, are you getting me?
Yeah, your voice is coming. Have you shared the PPT with us?
I'm sharing. Okay, I'm there.
If you have shared with us, then we can share. Otherwise, you can share it from your side.
Okay, I've already shared it. Now we want to discuss on the effects of disposable diapers on sustainable
Your screen,
environment.
sorry, your screen is not visible. We are not getting your screen.
Mr. Pranay sir, please share this presentation.
Pranay, share karo yaar, please share.
Okay, share it. I have no problem.
Please wait. Yeah.
You can share.
Yeah, it's coming. Please wait. Yeah, start.
Okay, so we want to discuss on the effects of disposable diapers on sustainable environment in Kenya, that is in Kibra slum. And I want to brainstorm the listeners by asking if they have ever lived in a place where there is no toilet at all. They will think for themselves. Now, Kibera is situated in the capital city of Kenya, that is Nairobi. It has a population of more than 700,000 people, according to UN Habitat International 2005. And it means that more than 30,000 people are living per square kilometer.
Iswari ko baar Iswari.
And we 9% of the population.
My message to chat box.
Being children of below 3 years. Now that particular chart shows
session mein hai ye. Yeah, ठीक है इसका काम.
Children below 3 years who are actively using the diapers are occupying more than 9% of the population. That is 63,000 children. Next. Now, this is the condition of the slum. First, it is characterized by lack of disposal sites. Here is where the tragedy of the common comes in. Somebody will dispose of at any place he wants. and there are also lack of toilets. And in case, what we use here as the flying toilets, where somebody can use a polythene bag or any other bag, then throw it away, that does not care where it's going to land. Then we have open drainages, congested mud wall or iron sheet wall houses with no roads, access roads at all. And we also have illegal electricity connections that frequently leads to fire. Those are the pictures showing the condition. You can see the pictures, the disposal, how these diapers are affecting water. Now, what are these disposable diapers I talk of? They are usually made of biodegradable plastic-based materials, like the polyethylene. Of course, there are others that we'll see later, other components, but my main concern is the part that is non-biodegradable. And we use daily at least 126,000 diapers from the 63 children who are below 3 years. It can go beyond that because some children can use more than 2, but that is the least. And currently the largest source of solid waste, according to the National Environmental Management Authority, is the disposable diapers. Now, what are the effects of these diapers on the environment? One, because they are non-biodegradable and of the nature of the materials that are used to make them, they emit into the atmosphere the greenhouse gases like methane. Then when they are washed into rivers by rains, usually they affect the aquatic life, can lead to things like eutrophication in the water bodies. And of course, they create landfills, being that they take more than 500 years to decompose. They create public nuisance wherever they're disposed. And the last effect is the respiratory and waterborne diseases. That is when they are washed into water body. Now, what are some of the suggested solutions to this challenge? One, these used diapers can be use of washable diapers is one of the suggested solutions. That is, you can use one diaper, washable diaper, for more than 3 years. So instead of using this disposable one, we can use washable diapers. And again, we can recycle them, even though it is a complicated and more financially intensive method, we can still recycle them. And the third one is recycling used diapers to new ones. And the last one is education. Now, about recycling, we can recycle them to compost, manure. And these are majorly used for non-food products. We don't use such manure for food plants. We use them for non-food plants. Now, what are the challenges facing environmental management here in this slum? One, we have poor management, government policies on solid waste. The policies are not that clear. And the second one is lack of public awareness. Most people do not care or know the impossible repercussions that might accrue from a reckless disposal of this waste. Then inadequate finance allocation to the environment. So the environment does not get the adequate funds. Government mispriorities. The government will tend to use a lot of money on other things that are not as essential as the environment. And lastly, there is lack of incentive to the environment activists and other interest groups. Usually they get no intensive at all. Now, that particular slide was to have the title, okay. I conclude by saying the earth will not continue to offer its harvest except with faithful stewardship. We cannot say we love the land and then take steps to destroy it for use by future generations. That is according to John Paul II. That comes to the end of my presentation. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Dr. Suraj Kumar Singh, sir, any comments?
No, outstanding presentation. Can continue further.
Okay. The next presenter is Pradeep Adhikari. Pradeep Adhikari, you're there? Respond fast, Pradeep Adhikari. Okay, Pradeep Adhikari, are you there? This is the last call. Okay, the next presenter is, no, okay. All right. Please turn on your mic. You are not audible.
Mr. Adhikari, yeah, please turn on your camera and unmute your mic.
Please unmute yourself.
We are not getting your voice, actually.
He has unmuted, but his voice is not coming.
Mr. Adhikari, your voice is not coming. No, we are not able to hear you. Please check your mic. I think there is a problem in mic. Hello. Yeah, if
Okay, we will move on to the next presenter. Ishwari. Ishwari. S. Ishwari.
S. Ishwari, if are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am. I'm
so
here,
it's
ma'am.
your turn.
So can you please share my
It's your
screen?
turn. Have you shared your PPT with us?
Can you please share my screen, ma'am?
Yes. It's just coming up.
Yeah, your presentation is coming. Yes.
Yes. So good evening, one and all present here. It's my immense pleasure to present in this great international conference. My name is Mrs. S. Ishwari, Assistant Professor and Head in the Department of Geography, Tourism and Travel Management in College, Chennai. Today, the topic for the presentation is infant neonatal and post-neonatal mortality in Madurai district, Tamil Nadu, India, a geomedical study. Next slide. The infant mortality rate is a public health indicator. It is a public health indicator which determines the societal problem. What is meant by neonatal death? It's nothing but it is also known as newborn death. It's a death which occurs first 28 days of the life of infant, that is newborn. Most of the neonatal death happens in the first week of the birth of the child. The major indicator which determines this infant death is pregnant women. If the pregnant woman is healthy, the infant death, we can decrease the infant mortality or morbidity. There are various factors which determines the mortality and morbidity of the infant death, that is malnutrition, immunization, diseases, poor source of drinking water. These are the some to mention. Next slide, please. So this is a study area which I have taken. It's in the southernmost, southeasternmost part of India. Next slide, please. That is the Madurai district. So in the study area, that is a Madurai district, which have 38 districts. Among the 38 districts in Tamil Nadu, Madurai is one of the district. It is the 9th largest populated district in Tamil Nadu. And the latitudinal and longitudinal extension of Madurai district is 9 degree 30 minutes north to 10 degree 30 minutes north latitude, and 77 degree 30 degree east to 78 degree 30 minutes east longitude. And the aerial extension is 3,741.73 square kilometer, and Madurai districts have 13 blocks. And the main aim and objective of the study is that the year which have been taken for this study is 2017-18 to analyze the infant mortality rate of Madurai district in order to identify and interpret the infant mortality rate of Madurai district and to explore the issues and challenges related to maternal and child health care services in Madurai district. Next slide, please. The methodology which have been used for the study is the data have been collected by spatial and non-spatial data have been collected. In the spatial data, the topo sheets have been used to derive the base map preparation, and satellite, with the help of satellite imageries, the study area map have been derived. And in the non-spatial data, both primary and secondary data have been used. With the help of primary and secondary data, infant neonatal mortality and postnatal mortality And the identification and interpretation of both infant mortality, that is neonatal and post-neonatal mortality, have been identified. The issues with this spatial and non-spatial data, the issues and challenges related to mother and child have been interpreted and analyzed, and final report have been derived from this methodology. This is the methodology. And the next one is the same methodology. It have been briefed in this slide. That is a primary and secondary sources have been collected. In the primary data, that is a questionnaire have been prepared and it have been collected directly by the respondents. In the secondary data, the data have been collected for the year of 2017 to 18. The GIS technique is used in order to map the neonatal and post-neonatal mortality. The maps have been constructed with the help of software ArcGIS, and the statistical technique, that is SPSS, have been used to study this. That is a present study. The infant, neonatal, and post-neonatal mortality have been explained with the help of Z-score techniques. The finding is that the infant, neonatal, and post-neonatal mortality have been segregated. The first thing is that at home, what is the mortality rate have been occurred at home. The total recorded infant death at home is 7.57. So in the tabular column, it is given, this is Z-score analysis, and in the map, we can notice that in the right side, it's a post-neonatal death, and in the left side, it's a neonatal death, which occurs in the Madurai district, and the number of deaths of infant occurs in the post-neonatal period is more compared to the neonatal period. That is, in the post-neonatal period, it is 4, and in the neonatal period, it is 3.57. And very high infant mortality at home have been recorded in the blocks of Tripurankundram and in Tirumangalam. And very low cases have been recorded in Alanganallur, Chelampatti. In the maps, we can witness all these things: Chelampatti and Kallikudi and T. Kallupatti and Sedapatti. Next slide, please. In the neonatal and post-neonatal mortality at ambulance, that is during the transit, how far the infant mortality rate is there. So this have been analyzed, and in this map you can witness the postnatal period. It's comparatively high than neonatal period, and very high infant mortality rate have been recorded in the blocks of Melur. So Melur block have been highly recorded. The positive Z-score value have been recorded, that is 0.58 is the Z-score value of Melur. And moderate infant mortality during the transit have been recorded in the blocks of Tripurankundram, Kottambatti, Madurai East, Chelampatti, and Sedapatti. And low level cases have been recorded in the blocks of Vadipatti, Madurai West, Usilampatti, and Kallikudi. This is because of the lack of facilities in ambulance. So because of this issues, the mortality, the infant mortality occurs in this period, in this transit. Next slide. So the total recorded infant, previous slide. The neonatal and postnatal mortality at private hospitals. So in this slide, you can witness the private hospital. In private hospital, how far the infant mortality rate is registered. So the recorded infant mortality rate in private hospital have been recorded as 3.57. And more number of infant deaths have been occurred in neonatal period than the post-neonatal period. And very high infant mortality rate in the private hospitals have been recorded in the blocks of Usilambatti, Kallupatti, Madurai East, and Kottambatti. The next slide, please. The neonatal and post-neonatal mortality at the Taluk headquarters hospitals have been shown in this slide. So here, the neonatal period, the recorded cases is high than the post-neonatal period. The very high infant mortality at district headquarters hospital in Madurai district is recorded in the blocks of Usilambatti, Chellambatti, and Sedapatti. Next slide, please.
Please conclude. Please conclude. And other presentations, please conclude fast.
Okay, sir. And the next slide, please. The conclusion is that the infant, neonatal, and post-neonatal mortality rate is more in male than female infant, and GIS and statistical technique is used to analyze this infant, neonatal, and post-neonatal mortality rate. A GIS software is used to map this infant mortality rate. It also shows the that is a comparison and which area is highly prone for this infant mortality have been shown with the help of GIS mapping. The infant, neonatal, and post-neonatal data have been used in this study, are quite comprehensive and covered the whole Madurai districts for the year 2017 and 18. Thank you, sir.
Dr. Suraj sir, any comments on the presentation?
No. As we are limited number of times, we can continue with presentation itself. So,
okay. The next presenter is Pramod.
Please continue fast.
The next presenter is Pramod. Mr. Pramod, you're ready with your presentation, please. Mr. Pramod.
Mr. Pramod. It's a lost call for you. If you are not going to present, then you will not be allowed to present after that, because you have requested many times so that we are allowing you to present. Hello, Pramod? Mr. Pramod?
Mr. Pramod, your mic is not working. He has left.
Proceed. Can we proceed? As we have given twice, thrice.
Yeah.
But he's unable to connect, so we cannot.
Hello.
Yes, the next.
No, wait. He is there. Wait. Yeah, Mr. Pramod, they are start soon because we don't have time.
Yeah. Can you present from your side?
Yeah, sure. If you have shared with us, then we can present.
Yeah. Now it's. Can you share? Can you see?
Yeah. It's already shared with the screen. Yeah.
Okay, sir. Yeah, I'm Dr. Pramod Hanamgon from Belgaum, and today's presentation is on coastal landforms of Konkan, Maharashtra, India. All these observations were observed during our project work. All these are coastal observations. What we see along Konkan coast. Konkan coast is around 450 kilometers, part of Maharashtra, from stretching from Bombay to up to southern Maharashtra. You all know 40% of the world's population lives along the coast. So coastal landforms are very important for any coastal zone management programs. Next, please. Yeah, this is coastal zone. I'll be just running through the slides as the time is short. Next. Coastal processes are, as you all know, these are exogenic processes, and which is very dynamic owing to wind, tide, and waves, longshore currents, and whatnot, including human interferences. The study of coastal landforms and their morphology, evolution, depositional environment, erosional environment, etc., are very essential for any coastal zone management programs. Next. These are tidal forces which act on the coast, and they provide a lot of coastal landforms. Next. So tidal range from low tide to high tide, where the beaches are exposed, giving rise to many coastal landforms, especially during spring tide and neap tide. Next. 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 Yeah, these tidal fluctuations leave us the back shores. You can see, in fact, you can count those falling tides. Next, please. Next, please. So wavelength, wave height, wave period are very important for development of these coastal landforms. Next, please. One of them is wave refraction, which produces longshore currents. Next, please.
So composition of beaches are formed due to locally available material and transported from elsewhere. The sediments can be coarse or fine, including boulders, sand from rivers, mud from rivers, and offshore sediments. Inputs from biological also. So this is longshore current. Next, please. Next. So wave refraction produces bays, headlands. Next, please. They even produce rip currents. Next, please, which are very harmful for tourists. So we have varieties of landforms, non-wetlands, wetlands, and others. Okay, I'll just be running through those slides. So broadly, coasts are classified into rocky shores and sandy shores, cobble shores. They are also classified as linear and pocket and estuarine beaches. They are also classified as dissipated and reflective beaches. Next, please. High energy beaches, low energy beaches. Next, please. So we have offshore islands, especially in Maharashtra, about 7 fort islands, which were built from various kings, especially Shivaji Maharaj and etc. So we have shoreline of emergence, shoreline of submergence. So, but the Konkan coast exhibits intermediate, which exhibits both the shoreline of emergence and submergent coast, producing all these features. Next, please. We have raised beaches, we have coral exposures. So we have erosional landforms and depositional landforms, sea cliffs, wave cut notches, etc. You can see these wave cut landforms. So these are wave cut platforms where we can see the fluctuation of sea levels. We have sea stacks, depositional landforms. We have various beaches, varieties of beaches exhibiting berms, backshore, dunes. We have islands, we have barrier beaches, we have spits, we have lagoon formations, estuaries, varieties of estuaries. We have tumbles, especially Maharashtra, known for tumble effects. We have mudflats, wetlands, mangrove forests, mud banks, which are very rich biodiversity. Maharashtra is known for a hotspot for variety of biodiversity. So these are beach litter. We have salt pans, salt pan deposit. We have queues. So these are all landforms. We have altered beaches. So benefits of studies: coastal erosion, accretion, protection. We have small scale, large scale changes or modifications in landforms. We can estimate sea level changes. We can have these studies benefit coastal zone management programs. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. So we are going to go ahead with our next presenter, that is Satyaranjan Das. Satyaranjan Das. Satyaranjan Das, are you there?
Mr. Satyaranjan?
Yes, I am present. Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, please present.
Can you present from your side?
Yes, sure. Mr. Pranay, please present his presentation.
Okay.
Please wait.
Good evening, everyone. I am Satyaranjan Das. Today I am going to present my topic, cyclonic disaster of Amphan in West Bengal and its management. Next slide. In the month of May, the super cyclone Amphan that hit the West Bengal, Orissa coast and also in Bangladesh. Amphan was a tropical cyclone formed over the Bay of Bengal that has initiated and likely to turn into a super cyclone storm, and its speed was 224 km/h. When it made its landfall in Digha, West Bengal, on the afternoon of 20th May as a severe cyclone storm with sustained with speed of 155 km to 165 km/h. Next slide. In this slide, we discuss about the path of cyclone Amphan and its affected areas of West Bengal. Cyclone Amphan originated from a low pressure area east of Colombo in Sri Lanka on 13th May, and after 6 days on 20th May between 10 to 11 a.m. the made landfall in West Bengal near Digha. Coastal area in West Bengal comprising East Medinipur, South Chabis Pargana, North Chabis Pargana, Kolkata, Hooghly, Howrah, as well as Odisha also affected by the cyclone, and it's also caused significant destruction in Bangladesh. Next slide, please. In this slide, we discuss impact of cyclone in West Bengal. More than 30 million people affected and near about 100 people killed. East Medinipur, West Medinipur, 24 Parganas, Nadia, Howrah, Calcutta, Hooghly, and district of West Bengal was badly affected by the super cyclonic Amphan. Near about 3 million people, 3 million houses damaged, 2.1 million animal was lost, 17,000 square kilometer agricultural land, and 1,500 square kilometer forest area affected by this disaster Amphan. 245 kilometer embankment damage. It also affected on schools, colleges, power station, electric poles, public health center, road, bridges, and other property. So next slide, please. In this picture, 1, 2, and 3 from Sundarban region and 4 and 5 from Calcutta in West Bengal. Looking at this picture, we can understand that how devastating the cyclone Amphan was in West Bengal. Next slide. Management is the most important for any kind of disaster cyclone. We can't stop or change its pathway, but we can reduce the intensity. We cannot reduce the intensity, but due to proper management, we can easily reduce the devastation of any natural disaster. Please go next slide. Okay.
Conclude fast as you are having an internet issue. Please conclude.
Okay, so thank you. So the India Meteorological Department alert system have been accurate this time, and precipitations were taken in proper time. Since cyclone are a natural phenomena, so we can't be shifted or can't change its path away, but its preparedness, proper mitigation strategy, and proper disaster management, we can reduce the devastation of public health and property. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Satyaranjan. Sir, we will go with our next presenter, Sankvi. Sankvi Fanai.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, please start your presentation. Mr. Pranay, please share his slide. Share her slides. Pranay sir, please share her slide.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Can you
Please
repeat
share
the
her.
name? Which slide I have to share?
Liansang Liansangpu.
Pranay, Mr. Pranay.
Yes, sir.
Sankvi Fanai.
Yeah.
Sir, it will be in the name of Liansangpu.
Yeah, please wait, ma'am.
Yes. Should I start?
Yes, start.
Okay. A very good evening to you all.
Hi, Priyanka.
Voice is too low. Please raise your voice.
Okay, sorry. I will be talking on the topic of impact of watershed interventions on land use and land cover changes in Bundelkhand region, central India. Next slide, please. These are the, coming to introduction. Freshwater depletion, increased soil loss, ocean overfishing, deforestation, air and water pollution, and the struggle to feed a planet of billions are few of the many challenges faced by mankind. Climate change and an increase. So, so proper planning and management of our natural resources on a sustained basis is the need of the hour. For this, like many watershed development projects are carried out all over the world. These watershed interventions help enhance resource availability by conserving land and water resources that catalyze crop intensification, production gains, and build resilience. Next slide, please. So what is land cover and land use? To simply put, land cover is what covers the surface of the earth, and land use describe how the land is used. For example, land cover includes water, snow, grass cover, deciduous forest, and bare soil. An example of land use include wildlife management area, agricultural land, urban, and recreation area. Next slide, please. So the knowledge of land use, land cover changes is very important in understanding natural resources. Okay, study area. My study was conducted in Bundelkhand region of central India, and this Bundelkhand region consists of 7 districts of Uttar Pradesh and 6 districts of Madhya Pradesh, and the inhabitants in the region are dependent on agriculture and livestock-based activities. And the watershed is Parasaisin watershed in Babina block of Jhansi district, and the average rainfall of the region is 877 millimeter. Next slide, please. The mean annual temperature ranges from 24 to 25 degrees Celsius, and the aquifer in the watershed is of either unconfined or perch aquifer having poor storage capacity, and the soil of the watershed can be conveniently grouped into major soil groups of red and black soils. This is the location map of the study area. Okay, materials and methods. For materials and methods, two data are used, which are the dam from SRTM1 arc-second dam and the Landsat 7 satellite image. Next slide, please. For watershed delineation, ArcGIS software was used, and for land use land cover classification, ARDAS imaging software was used. Next slide, please. Then for classification, supervised method of classification was followed, and post-classification was also done based on ground control points, and the overall and kappa statistics were estimated from error matrices. This is the result of the study conducted. One was before pre-intervention, and 2 years was taken after post-interventions. And the main changes in this result is that fallow land, which consists of 24.4% before the intervention, has reduced to 4.4%. And the plantation in the area has also increased from 2.08% to 2.576%, while the forest area reduces from 7 to 0.56% to 0.464%. This is the map of Parasaisin watershed in the year of 2011. Next slide. 2015. Next slide, please. And 2019. Conclusion: watershed interventions, which include the renovation of traditional rainwater harvesting structures called Haveli, building check dams and field bunding, was carried out in Parasaisin watershed during the year 2011 to 16, and it was found an increase in groundwater availability as a result of watershed interventions have led to conversion of fallow land into productive agricultural land, and the overall classification accuracy and overall kappa statistic was found to be 93.24% and 0.91. These are the references, and thank you.
Okay, sir. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Now, the next presenter is Mr. Mattu. Mr. Mattu, yeah, are you ready?
Yeah,
Mr. Mattu.
Yeah, ma'am. Am I audible?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Durdana Mattu from the Department of Geography and Regional Development, University of Kashmir.
Sorry for addressing with Mr. Sorry for addressing with Mr.
That's all right, sir. Everyone gets confused with my
We are
name.
confused. We are confused. Sorry for that.
That's all right. That's all right, sir. Okay, so I'll be talking about the stream flow dynamics in the Upper Jhelum catchment, which is situated in the northwestern Himalayas. Next slide, please. Yeah, so the objective of the study is to analyze the temporal changes in the discharge or the stream flow of the region. And for this, we have taken monthly discharge observations from certain streams that constitute the Upper Jhelum catchment. And the methodology was that after the quality check, it was subjected to certain statistical techniques of non-parametric nature. That is the man-candle test for any trend detection and the Thielsen estimator for the magnitude of that trend. Next slide, please. So this is the study area. As you can see, it is the source region of the river Jhelum. It is also called as the Upper Jhelum catchment. Basically, the study encompasses a multi-site catchment analysis. So if we talk about the terrain of this area, it is mountainous in the northeast side as well as the southeastern side, and in between there is a broad intermountain valley which is quite flat. So the areas that the streams that we are studying, that we have considered in this study are the Arapal, Vishwa, Rambyara, Lidar, Bringi, Sandran streams that drain this area. Next slide, please. This is the stream network. These are all the streams that actually join the main master stream, which is Jhelum. Next slide, please. So for the data preparation, we obtained data for a stable 35 years from 1980 to 2015 for all the already mentioned streams. The data was taken from the Flood and Irrigation Department of Jammu and Kashmir. The data is basically recorded every 3 or 4 dates in each month, and so a representative average for every month was considered. Then the data sets were put in for some quality check. We set a threshold of 80% of data. At least there should have been an 80% of data so that we could have significantly said that, okay, this presents a picture. Any data which did not qualify that criteria was discarded. Finally, we had the gauges that are on your screen right now that we used for this study. So this is the methodology. The man-candle test, it's a non-parametric test. It is done to detect any trends if there are in the data sets we have. Next slide, please. This is the formula for the sense slope estimator. This is how it is calculated. Sense slope estimator actually tells us the magnitude, how much the trend actually what was the magnitude of the trend if there is any. So let's come to the results. Okay, so these are the results. We have divided the results into 2 parts. The streams that showed some significant or statistically significant results were classified first. So among these, we can see that Rambyara stream showed decreasing trends for seasonal as well as annual time series, and all the trends were statistically significant. The annual flows of Rambyara, if we see, have a sharp dip with an annual decrease of 6.65 cusecs. Meanwhile, in the same period, the season-wise decrease is of 6.61 for spring, 7.2 cusecs for summer, 5.6 for autumn, 6.3 cusecs for winter every year. Similarly, another stream, the Lidar River, it has 2 gauges at Kirkadal and Gur. If you can just see the table on the left-hand side of your screen, it shows the emboldened p values, whatever they have, they are the significant trends, and we can see that annual spring, summer, and even winter flows at the Kirkadal gauge show significant depleting trends. Same has been recorded at the Gur station with only annual summer and winter seasons with significant trends. So okay, you can skip that. I already explained that. Yes. So these are the streams, the Sandran, Brengi, Vishav, and Aripal streams, which they also present declining trends, but these trends are not significant. There is one stream, particularly the Aripal stream, at the lower corner of the left corner of your screen. It would be there, which shows an increasing trends, but these trends are not not significant enough to qualify to come to any conclusions. So as for rest of the streams, we can see that they show a declining trends, while as this is one stream which shows increasing trends, but these are not significant findings. Next slide, please. So this is a graphical representation of all the trends that all the streams that we studied here, and you can see that there are significant declining trends in each of them except for the Arpal. Next slide, please. So if we come to the conclusive statement, we can state that if we see that among these streams, Rambiara and Lidar streams were worst affected, and Vishav and Arapal streams, they are the least affected. So what is the problem here is that the area that we're talking about is mainly agrarian. The land use is agrarian. The major land uses are agriculture and horticulture, which are irrigation bound. And any curtailments in the hydrological input will definitely significantly actually affect the agriculture base of the watershed. Again, with the growing population, you need to have enough water supply for domestic usage of water. And if it's not available in the source region, just imagine about the downstream. And again, there is a peculiarity about the catchment we are talking about, because it is a glacier catchment, and we have lots and lots of studies that suggest that the glaciers are on a rapid ablative processes in our region. If that is the case, it becomes more curious that why is not that being reflected in the stream flows. So we propose further investigations to actually what is driving this stream flow regression. Yeah, so this study has a limitation, as I said, that the data which we have used here is not a continuous data. The stream flow is recorded every 3 or 4 dates every month. So then they take the average of that representative average is taken for 4 or 5 dates only. So it's not a continuous data. So our estimations, our whatever we are saying, it could be an estimation of the reality. It may be approximate. It's fairly not accurate. So that is pointing towards the limitation of this study. Thank you very much for listening patiently. Signing off.
Thank you, ma'am.
Excellent presentation. I must appreciate excellent presentation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Well presented.
So we will go to the next presenter, Anik Sarkar. Anik Sarkar?
Yes, ma'am. I am here. Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt. Sorry to interrupt, Anik. How many left, Priyanka?
So few more are left from the yesterday's schedule. They want to present it today. So
how many?
These are 3-4 more.
Okay, fine. No issues.
Can I start?
Yeah, sure. Please start.
Yeah. Good evening, all. Myself, Anik Sarkar from Department of Botany, University of Calcutta. Here today, I am going to tell you a story, a little heart-touching story, and that's why I am not using any PowerPoint presentation here. So during this pandemic COVID-19 period, the two major concerns are COVID-19 period. The two major concerns are food and the health, and food comes from agriculture, right? And my topic is named as Ketoshan nanoparticles and plant immunity, a positive correlation. Okay, so if we are talking about the food and agriculture, we are talking about the sustainable development. Now, what is the sustainable development? The development that is sustained. So food is the major thing that comes from the agriculture. Now, why is sustainable agriculture important to our future? Because it protects our biodiversity and environment. It gives protection towards the ecological balance, and it will give good food for us. So I'm just share my screen to see you 2 or 3 pictures. Is it visible?
Yes, yeah, fast.
Okay. So this is the major scenario. This is a major scenario after this COVID-19 pandemic. So we are all known about that. That plant is facing different types of biotic and abiotic stresses, and it will hamper the agricultural productivity and our food crops. So here we are using the specific technology which is known as the elicitation technology. That is, it can mimic the action of different stressful condition, and chitosan nanoparticle is used here as the elicitor. And after using this chitosan nanoparticle in the field condition, we have seen that different stress related proteins and different stress related enzymes and transcript accumulation of different stress related genes that were much higher in case of chitosan nanoparticle treatment. And it was also seen that nitric oxide is one of the most important signaling molecule which is also upregulated or showed higher accumulation in the chitosan nanoparticle treated sets. So from that period, so from that result, we can tell that nitric oxide can function as the major signaling molecule during this chitosan nanoparticle induced innate immunity in plants against the different kinds of stresses. And to understand the nitric oxide mediated regulation of plant defense responses, we have just treated our plants with the potential nitric oxide donor, sodium nitroprusside, and nitric oxide scavenger, and the nitric oxide synthase inhibitor. And we found that the stress responsive genes were upregulated in nitric oxide donor treatment. And in case of nitric oxide scavenger treatment and nitric oxide synthase inhibitor treatment, or in combination of nitric oxide scavenger and chitosan nanoparticle, that is the elicitor of our study, here we have seen that the down regulation of all the genes that are associated with the stress responses. So from this study, it can be speculated that chitosan nanoparticle can function as the alternative medicine for developing the sustainable agriculture in the future prospects, and this nanoparticle can function as very much potent elicitor molecule to induce innate immunity in the field conditions instead of chemical pesticides and fertilizers. And this nanoparticle will give much more smiling faces to us. And whose smiling faces? That is the God of us. Who are the God of us? That is the farmers are God of us. Okay, so we are all well known about the sorrow of the farmers. So we just think about the smiling faces of the farmers. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next. Please stop sharing your screen.
Yes, sir, I have stopped.
Next, please.
Okay, the next presenter is Jahangir Mohammad Rashi.
If today the number of presenters are high, after 5:30 or 5:45, we can consider tomorrow.
There are three more, so we can conclude.
Then we'll complete today.
Yeah. Jahangir Mohammad Rashi. Then we have after this we have this Rangana. Then Nishu. We have three presentations today. Yeah, Mr. Rashi. Yeah, start. Mr. Rashi, are you there? Mr. Rashi, Jahangir Rashi.
Jahangir Mohammad Rashi. He was there, but then...
Mr. Jahangir Mohammad Rashi, if you are there, then response. Otherwise, we will go to next speaker, and after that, nobody will be allowed to present their work. Okay, now we can go to next.
Okay, next presenter is Rangana.
Rangana, Mr. Rangana. Rangana.
Tushan Rangana, no?
Yeah. Tushan Rangana. Yes. It's
Yes,
your turn.
I am here.
So please share your screen or start your presentation.
Wait, I am sharing.
Yeah. Okay. We will share. Okay, no problem. Yeah, Mr. Pranay, share his screen.
I think you were able to see this now.
Yeah, Mr.
Good
Rangana, start.
afternoon. Good afternoon. My topic is effectiveness. Good afternoon. I am Tushan Rangana. I am in Sri Lanka. My university is Kerala University. My topic is effectiveness of flood early warning methods. The case from Yabaralu North in Biagama. Next slide, please. This is my content: introduction, research problem, research method, data analysis, conclusion, and references. Yes, introduction. This is in today disaster, major global crisis today. Then can we identify many disasters? These are categorized, natural disasters, man-made disasters. Flood is a natural disaster. Flood is a general and temporary condition of partial of complete inundation of normally dry land areas from overflow of inland of tide water from the unusual introduction United Nations. Yes, this is my research problem is many flood come to affected of many people, but today we can identify how to flood early warning system, and those are effectiveness to population. My main objective is study of the effective flood early warning methods. Sub-objective is study of the methods of flood early warning related grassroots level. Next present. Yes. Study area is Sri Lanka Western province is affected to flood disaster. Then I selected to Kalini River Basin. My data collection, primary data is field survey, questionnaire, and group discussion. Secondary data, relevant articles and book, study report, and published document and websites. Okay, next one. Data analysis. Then we can identify many early warning disaster methods, television, radio, and social methods, and environmental changes and water levels. Many people use these flood early warning methods. Next one. Okay, this is my finding. You can see above many methods of flood early warning methods. These are among them many people use as a flood early warning on experience, such as environmental changes. One of the flood early warning methods has it's called Alladanava. It is on the Sri Lankan situation, but television, radio, social media below early warning method below than on experience. It is current situation. This is a usage of environment changes of flood early warning methods. First one is we call first line is Alladanava. Second one is change of water level. Third one is behavioral of animals. Fourth one is change of sky. Fifth one is change of river. Those many people use as a flood early warning methods. My conclusion is many flood early warning methods in Sri Lanka, but many people use traditional methods yet. Some more people have own experience about flood disasters, but modern disaster is rapidly change. Future disaster is change, but these methods are not enough for future threat. Okay, next one. This is my references. Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Rangana. Sir, any questions, Dr. Suraj Kumar, sir?
No question.
Okay. Okay, we will.
Excellent presentation, and hope we'll get more presenters from across
Thank you,
the world.
sir. So we will go with our next presenter, Nishu Bharadwaj.
Nishu.
Yes, sir. Nishu Bharadwaj.
Yeah, Mr. Nishu Bharadwaj.
Yeah.
Mr. Bharadwaj, share your screen.
Yes, sir. Wait, sir.
Start your presentation.
Okay, sir. Good evening, sir. My name is Nishu Bharadwaj, and my presentation topic is to monitor the snow cover variation in the high mountain Asia region using cloud mitigated modest snow cover product. And this work is done.
Have you shared your slide?
Yes, sir. Already shared.
But we are not able to see. We are not able to see your slide presentation.
We just able to see your folder in which your PPT is kept.
Sir, wait. Sir, I can stop sharing and again share the screen.
अरे हम बोलेगा तभी कुछ क्या करेंगे.
Now it's visible. Okay, start. And please try to conclude as early because we have already
Okay, sir. Sir, my name is Nishu Bharadwaj and my presentation topic is to monitor the snow cover variation in the high mountain Asia region using cloud mitigated modest snow cover. This work is done under the supervision of Dr. Bhaskar Ramchandra Nigam, Indian Institute of Remote Sensing, and Mr. SCSCS Yadav, scientist, SE, Remote Sensing Application Center, Uttar Pradesh. And sir, the cryosphere includes snow, glacier, permafrost, lake, and ice river. Integral part of element of high mountain region, and also an important part for water supply in the extended Hindu Kush Himalayan region. It includes eight countries from Afghanistan to Myanmar. Snow on the ground is essential component of cryosphere and great important component of in environmental parameter. It not only influence the earth radiation balance, but also play a significant role in the river discharge. Earth radiation balance means the energy entering, absorbing, reflecting, and emitted by the surface. This is based on the principle of conservation of energy. Snow also an important component and seasonal water storage component in the high mountain Asia region. My research objective is to monitoring the snow cover over the Hindu Kush Himalayan region or high mountain Asia region, which includes the following objective: to mitigate the cloud cover from the modest snow cover imageries, then validate the cloud modest snow cover imageries with the Landsat 7 and Landsat 8 OLI imageries, because the field data is not available. That's why we compare with the Landsat and Landsat 7 and Landsat 8 imageries. Then to calculate the variations in the snow cover, and finally to calculate the different various snow cover parameter like snow cover indices, snow persistence index, snow cover probability. Before doing the research, I had some questions in my mind. What is the existing status of cryosphere? Why snow cover mapping and monitoring is in the HKH region is necessary? What are the present trend? And what are the uncertainties in the snow cover in the large extent? Why this study? The monitoring of snow cover is necessary for understanding the aspects of climate change and climate dynamics. Also, this snow cover area is vital inputs for many hydrological models. This snow cover area is used to compute the volume of waters, and maps of snow cover from MODIS is mainly used for the climate study, hydrological and glaciological studies. This is my study area. This includes 8 countries from Afghanistan to Myanmar. Encompasses an area of 4.2 million kilometers square, consists of 10 major rivers, and 240 million people are fed by these rivers. These rivers are Amudya, Brahmaputra, Gangas, Indus, Irrawaddy, Mekong, Silvan, Tarim, Yangaste, and Yellow River. And this is my methodology used for snow cover for the determination of snow cover parameters. Firstly, we take a MODIS image. After that, we reclassified the image, and for cloud mitigation, we apply certain filters given by GraphPro. which includes terra aqua combination, temporal filtering, spatial filtering. After the spatial filtering, we can generate the cloud-free imagery. Then we compare this image with the Landsat 7 and Landsat imageries. After the validation, we calculate the snow cover parameters. These are the data sets used: MODIS 8-day climate modeling grid, Landsat 7, and Merit Dam for use for elevation. Firstly, we pre-processed the image, reclassify the image. For this, we extract the geotiff from the HDF format, hierarchical data format. After that, the snow cover for the entire region was prepared using the mosaic of snow cover patches and reprojecting it to World Geodetic System in 1984. The step carried ArcPy in ArcPy Python scripting, and we reclassify the data sets into 4 classes: snow, land, cloud, and null pixels. In these imageries, 0 for no values, that is null pixels, 1 for snow pixels, green, 2 for no snow or land pixels, and 3 for cloud pixels. After that, we apply the certain filters for the mitigation of cloud, in which first filter is the terra aqua combination, in which a pixel is assigned a snow pixel if the pixel shows snow in the any sensor, either in terra sensor or either in the aqua sensor. And similarly, a land pixel shows land in the in any of the sensor observation. If both imagery shows the cloud, then the pixel is assigned to a cloud pixel. These are the cloud percentage in the combined imageries. After that, we apply the short term filter. After combining the after combining terra aqua data sets, if any pixel is identified cloud, then temporal filter is applied. For this, a cloud pixel is observed. If a cloud for a cloud pixel, if the observed value of pixel was snow for both preceding and succeeding day, then the cloud pixel would be assigned to snow. Similarly, if the observed value for a pixel is land for both preceding and succeeding day, the pixel is assigned a land pixel, and the remaining pixel are cloud pixel. And this filter, this terra aqua combination filter mitigate around 50% of cloud, and short term filter mitigate around 36% of a cloud. After that, we apply neighborhood spatial filter, which consists of two-step process. In first step, we identify the four direct side boarding pixel, while in the second step we apply this for
please conclude.
And sir, this is snow cover indices and snow cover persistence index map, in which we classify the area into 4 zones: 0 less than SPI snow persistence index if less than 7%, it is little or no snow zone. 7 to 30% means intermittent or intermittent snow zone. After that, 30 to 90% it is seasonal snow zone, and greater than 90% gives the permanent snow zone. This is the snow cover probability map and the snow cover variation map. We conclude the session with the few results. The first step, terra aqua combination, remove 51% of cloud. At second short term filter, 36%. After we apply neighborhood filter, nearest neighborhood filter, which removes approximately 12%. Around 99% of cloud are removed with these filters. For accuracy assessment, we compare the MODIS image with the Landsat imageries, which shows a good percentage of it of 93.56%. The minimum snow cover area is recorded 0.32 million square kilometer on 20th July 2009, while the maximum snow cover is recorded of 1.07 million square kilometer on the 2nd Feb. This data is already used for further hydrological modeling, data simulation. This data is already used for regional snow line elevation, which is my next objective. Sir, thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mishu. It's a very nice presentation. You
thank
did
you,
good work at the MTech level. I appreciate your effort and your work. Good work. Keep it up.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. We are going to go with the next presenter, Next presenter is Vaibhav Dioli.
Yes,
Vaibhav?
ma'am. Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
yes. Please present.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Vaibhav. I'm from Department of Civil Engineering, Devghiv Institute of Technology, Dehradun, Uttarakhand. I'm presenting my work on the spatio-temporal water spread mapping of Satal Lake of Uttarakhand using remote sensing and GIS. Satal Lake of Uttarakhand is a famous for tourist attraction place in the India, but in the few years, the lake is facing challenge due to the climate change and the anthropogenic activities. As these changes are slow but take long time to damage the unnoticed to take the measure. Hence, it is important the longitudinal historical data provided such as of the remote sensor are concerned evidence of the change which help us understand the causes and prevent further changes. There are two objectives in this study. The first one is to measure the temporal change in water spread area of Satal Lake, and the second one is after measuring these changes to study the non-parametric trend and the spatio-temporal variability in the water spread area, and I studied this from 2001 to 2018. This is my study area, the Satal Lake, which is situated in the Nainital district of the Uttarakhand, in the north region of the India, foothill of the Himalaya, at the long of 29.21 north and the lat of 79.32 at the elevation of 1370 meter. Methodology for this purpose, for this work, I use Landsat data, Landsat 7 data from 2001 to 2012, and after 2013 to 2018, I use Landsat 8 data. I've developed a model in QGIS software, QGIS 2.18, which is an open source software, and calculate water spread area by the index water ratio index WRI, which is WRI equal to green plus red upon NIR plus MIR. These are the bands of the Landsat data. As the Landsat 8 data has the 11 band and Landsat 7 data has a 9 band, the bands are generally decided based on their frequency. For Landsat 8 data, the WRI is calculated as band 3 plus band 4 divided by band 5 plus band 7. And for Landsat 7 data, the WRI is calculated as band 2 plus band 3 divided by band 4 plus band 7. After calculating the WRI index, I go for the significance of trend and magnitude of the trend. For the purpose of significance of the trend, I use non-parametric test. This is a man candle test, and at the 10% significant level. And to find out the trend magnitude, sine slope test I used in this study, and the assumption used in this study is that there is a linear trend in the time series. Now this is my result, which I got water spread area for the Satal Lake for the summer season and for the winter season. As I did not got the cloud-free images of the Landsat in winter season for 2002-3 year and 2010 year, 2010 and 11 year. The maximum value of the water spread area in summer season, I got 0.120 kilometer square for the year 2011-12, and the minimum value I got in 2017-18, which is 0.088 kilometer square. Similarly, in the winter season, the maximum water spread area I got in 2001-2, which is 0.097, and the minimum water level I got 0.097 in the winter season in 2001-2, and the maximum value I got in the 2013-14, which is 0.140 kilometer square. The maximum and minimum value, as I told you, spread area in summer season was 0.120 kilometers square and year 2011-10, and the minimum value I got in 0.088 kilometers square 2017-18. The maximum and minimum water spread area in winter season I got 0.14 kilometers square for year 2013-14, and the minimum value I got 0.097 kilometers square in year 2001 and 2. If I talk about the average water spread area, then average water spread area in summer and winter season was 0.099 kilometers square and 0.113 kilometers square respectively. After this, I got for the trend analysis, and based on the trend analysis, I got the trend value Z value in summer season was minus 0.525 and winter it is minus 2.60, where the trend is not significant at the 10% level for the summer season, but the trend is sufficiently negative. That means the water spread area is reducing significantly in the winter season for the Satal Lake of the Nainital district. What I conclude from this study, based on WRI, the water spread area from year 2001 to 2017-18 has been successfully determined. In both seasons, water spread area shows negative trend, but in winter season, the trend is significant. Furthermore, we can say remote sensing technique very useful for the natural resource management. And this type of study are very helpful in that area where physical mapping is not possible due to the tough topography. Thank you all.
Thank you. Sir, any comments, sir?
No, maybe the Harath is the last presentation today.
Yeah,
Yes,
Harath
sir.
is last.
Harath is the
Yeah, please, we should conclude for today after Harath. No further presentation.
Yes, sure. That is last presentation of today.
सर्टिफिकेट मिलेगा इन सबका मिलेगा ना मैं भेजूंगा ना अर्जुन को बोलूंगा
Yeah, Mr. Herath, continue. Start.
Sir, can you share my screen?
Yeah, it is not visible. Try to
wait. I will share your slide. Please wait.
Okay. Share.
Okay,
Please share.
Okay.
Please conclude as means take 7 minutes only.
Okay, sir. Hello. Good evening, all of you. I'm Yukti Herath from Rajan University of Sri Lanka. Today, I'll be giving a short presentation on reducing the carbon footprint in Sri Lankan data centers toward the sustainable development. As number of growing organizations seek to become major players in today's data-driven economy, the data centers remain one of the most important pieces of the business infrastructure. As for the literature review done by the researcher, the United States Department of Energy, computer-based models have shown that an increase in greenhouse gas emissions results in the gradual rise of the Earth's average surface temperature. It expects that the rising temperature over time may produce a climate change that is changes in weather patterns, sea levels, and storm severity. This research identified in the paper categorized carbon dioxide emissions into three main scopes or types: direct emissions, indirect emissions, and other indirect emissions. At the simplest form, the data centers is a physical facilities that organizations use to house their critical applications and data. In the enterprises IT world, data centers are designed to support the business applications and the activities which include email and file sharing, productivity applications, CRM or ERP systems, big data, artificial intelligence, or machine learning, communications and collaboration services, etc. Carbon dioxide is the gas that contributes the most to planetary greenhouse effect, making up 76% of the greenhouse gases in our atmosphere. Carbon dioxide is emitted into an atmosphere in large amount and has a life cycle of approximately 100 years from an overall data center's life cycle perspective. The general term carbon emissions include carbon dioxide emitted during the manufacturing process of all the components that populate a data center. The term carbon emission also include carbon dioxide emitted during the operation of the data centers. When we identify the energy consumption profile of the data centers, the vast majority of the electricity used for IT load, like 51%. Apart from the energy consumption of the data centers, CRAC for 25%, switch gears or UPS or PDU for 13%, cooling towers plant for 4%, electrical cool rooming for 4%, office space cooling for 2%, and lighting for 1%. Energy consumption can be identified through the different level in the data centers, and mainly physical resources are affected by the emissions. Besides, the data centers can be identified under the different level due to their facilities, location, size, etc. So Sri Lanka can be identified as the research area of my choice when it comes to identify the mechanisms that contribute to the sustainable development by reducing the percentage of carbon footprint in data centers. Google, Apple, and Facebook data centers are the most popular data centers in the world, and there are many data centers in the world, but there are only few data centers in Sri Lanka like Dialog and SLD. So my research objective is, the main objective is this study was to identify the impact made by the data centers toward the carbon footprint and to suggest new technologies and concepts for the Sri Lankan data centers in order to reduce their energy consumption and the carbon footprint towards the sustainable development. Those are my hypotheses. First one is cooling technology used to data centers has a direct impact of the carbon footprint. Second one is use the continuous running generators as the secondary energy source have a huge impact of the carbon footprint of the data centers. And third one is using efficient greener power onion. I use primary and secondary data. In addition, beside my research's conceptual framework built in use in depending and independence variables. Independent variable is reducing the carbon footprint in Sri Lankan data centers. So in here, I selected two dependence variables. First one is efficient cooling technologies. The secondary one is using renewable energy. Now I would like to move on to the research findings. My research findings can be identified through this chart. Dialog data centers and SLT data centers are the best data centers in Sri Lanka. Both are three-tier data centers with liquid cooling systems. Other data centers in Sri Lanka does not contain three-tier architectural or the liquid cooling system. The Facebook data center and Apple data center can be identified as global data centers. So when we identify the technology used of these data centers, they are all different. Dialog data centers and SLT data centers, the existing data centers in Sri Lankan, and they use the liquid cooling tower to reduce the high temperature released from there are several computers. So here we can identify the vast energy consumption. Due to the vast energy consumption, the carbon footprint is increased, but Facebook data centers and Apple data centers are already using humidification and evaporative cooling systems. Humidifications are liquid in data centers to prevent electronic discharge, damaging server, and offer high capacity, low cost evaporative cooling. Humidifications are often used alongside free air cooling systems to either boost cooling capacity with an evaporative cooling effect, or providing high load low cost humidification to the large volume of air flowing through the data center's ventilation systems. In temperate climates, where free air cooling alone cannot meet the required internal conditions all year round. In addition, the Sri Lankan data centers use the main power supply as their primary power source. They do not use renewable energy, but global data centers use solar energy and wind energy as their primary energy sources. In addition, Sri Lanka, the two main large-scale data centers use continuous running generators as their secondary power source. In addition, Dialog data centers uses for continuous running generators as a backup to the power supply. These continuous running generators as a backup to the power supply, this continuous running for 1.4 kilowatts of electricity consume a huge amount of diesel, which directly impact of the carbon dioxide emission, which leads towards the carbon footprint. So the renewable energy sources as an alternative options for these data centers like solar power and wind power. The advantages are these power sources are environmental friendly, the very stable cost overall in comparison of the extreme volatility of power generated through the fossil fuels like these. Sri Lankan data centers are not using the biogas as renewable energy for power consumption, but Apple data centers uses biogas for producing the electricity. Finally, I would like to conclude my presentation. Therefore, after examining all the arguments, as per the researcher carried out by the researcher, adopting to use the latest green innovations will lead towards the reducing the carbon footprint of the data centers. Free cooling technologies like using outside air to cool the data centers will be an efficient way to cooling. This requires more than simply keeping the data centers windows open. Data centers must have filtered to catch dust particles that can harm server equipment. For the Sri Lankan data centers use liquid cooling system in their premises, but in addition to that, if the data centers are enhanced to use evaporative cooling technologies along with the liquid cooling systems, the energy consumption can be reduced while the lifespan of the equipment increase, since no damage will be caused due to electrical discharge. Further, most of the global data centers use renewable energy source like solar, wind, and their primary energy source, and they use biogas to power up the data centers. Okay, but when we look at the Sri Lankan context of the Sri Lanka data centers, they are powered up with the general electricity lines, and the backup is provided by the continuous running generator, which consume a huge amount of diesel, which has a direct impact of the carbon footprint. So based on the research carried out, the researcher was able to conclude that the presented hypotheses, cooling technology use, primary secondary energy source use of continuous running generators are the areas which have an impact on the carbon footprint of the Sri Lankan data centers. Therefore, implementation and improvements of these concepts would lead a greener, sustainable IT infrastructure in Sri Lanka. Thank you for listening, and now if there are any questions, I would be pleased to down them. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Yukti. Sir, any comments, sir? Dr. Suraj Kumar Singh, sir? Dr. Varun Mishra, sir? Any comments?
No comment. It's a wonderful presentation on carbon footprint analysis. It's a very relevant topic in current climatic change condition and continuously changing climate. So it's a good presentation.
Excellent presentation, excellent speech, and very confident enough that you have presented your presentation and you were in a hurry, but still with the tempo and the knowledge and the kind of in-depth analysis that you have done was easily identified. There is one Varun, there is one fellow Anwar Muhammad, whether he's the last one, it seems. So why should we delay to what? Let him do.
He was from this yesterday's schedule. So yesterday he has not presented. So
last. So because tomorrow there is no presentation, so we won't allow anyone. So let him do.
It's the last.
Only 5 minutes, Anwar will be given 5 minutes, and nobody else will be allowed.
Yes, I'm here. Hello?
Yes, you are audible. Please present.
Okay. Okay, thank you. My title is, as you know, it is an assessment of soil salinity status and mapping in Ethiopia. And this paper is have 4 main topics, and I will list this one by one. Soil salinity and solidity are major and degradation problems in the many parts of the world. It is known, and the development of salt-affected soil and associated problems are most pronounced in semi-arid regions, like in the world, or in the Africa, or in the Ethiopia. So, as in Ethiopia, also the problems of salinity persist in many regions where farmers apply excessive irrigation water, and farmers and irrigation departments fail to invest in adequate drainage solution. So, as the time is very short, this study have an objectives of to assess the soil salinity status in Ethiopia and to review the trends of soil salinity modeling and mapping in Ethiopia.
Go to methodology directly. We all know this is this about soil salinity and
okay. So my studies depends on those studies being on the salinity mapping in Ethiopia. Those are 4 studies during this season in Ethiopia. The first one is mapping of soil salinity status in Sayo irrigation farm and southern Ethiopia, and the next one analysis and mapping of salinity in levels in sugarcane estates irrigation farm, and modeling and mapping in case of Wonji irrigation farm. Those 4 studies has an aim is to assess the salinity status in Ethiopia and the salinity levels in Ethiopia. So salinization is one of the most common land degradation processes, and especially in semi-arid regions like Ethiopia, where precipitation exceeds evaporation and such climate condition, soil salts are accumulated in the soil, influencing soil properties with the ultimate decline infraactivity. And those are the causes of the salinity in Ethiopia. Generally, in Ethiopia, some scientific studies have become practiced in mapping of salinity by using remote technology in semi-arid and arid regions. Additional studies are needed to be refined the methodology and determine what tools and technologies are best suited to improve the accuracy of remote sensing and GIS mapping modeling salinity in Ethiopia. So this is one about my studies. You can ask my the questions and I will accept you.
Thank you, Anwar, for making it possible. Okay, you have completed in time. It was a good presentation altogether, and we got to know very new things about various categories of